Be open. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et au nom du...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of the Foreign Minister, I would like to table in both official languages an act entitled Convention on the Recognition of the Qualifications Concerning Higher Education in the European Region, adopted in Lisbon on 11 April 1997.
Public safety.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of tabling in both official languages the report of the Official Languages Committee as demanded by the Correctional Committee.
In the report directed directly to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, as well as the response to the 16 recommendations directed to Correctional Services Canada.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Charquette, seconded by Mr. Rankin, asked for leave to introduce an act to amend the Judges Act, bilingualism. This is the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure for me to table this first draft of a bill to amend the Judges Act, bilingualism. This is a very important bill, and it refers to the recommendations of Graham Fraser, the Official Languages Commissioner. These are recommendations in order to improve the bilingual capacity of judges. In 2015, the report was tabled, and he said to me, Francois, the Conservatives shelved this. Can you do something with it? And I decided to go forward. And so I'm tabling this bill, and I hope the Liberals will act on this bill, which has to do with self-assessment of capacity in the other official language, as recommended by the Official Languages Commissioner. Things don't seem to be working, so we think that they need an official assessment. Mr. Charquette, seconded by Mr. Julian, asks that this now be read a second time and accepted. First reading of this bill. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Charquette, appuyé.
Mr. Charquette, seconded by Mr. Julian, asks for leave to table an act to amend the Official Languages Act, Supreme Court of Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, as you know, this bill, which has to do with judges' understanding of the other official language in the Supreme Court, has been voted on 3 times, and the Liberals voted in favour of it. So now we have to do something. We have to amend the Official Languages Act in order to improve the situation, but this will not solve every problem, but it would be one step forward. So this act to amend the Supreme Court Act, what this bill would do is that it would amend Section 16 of the Official Languages Act, and it would deal with the Supreme Court and all federal courts, and this would mean that judges should be able to hear a case in either official language. But we'll need another bill in order to make it that everyone will have access to the Supreme Court in the language of their choice. It is this motion is deemed adopted.
Ce projet de loi sera lu en
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
public bills. Motion, l'honorable whip en chef du gouvernement.
Motions, the Honourable House Leader.
And I believe if you seek it, you will find consent for the following: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice, at the conclusion of today's debate on Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make relating and consequential amendments to other acts, all questions necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the said bill be deemed put and recorded in a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, November 1st, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. That being said, happy Halloween, Mr. Speaker.
And the same to the member and to all members. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. Carried. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The honourable member.
Presenting petitions.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Grandview Cottages and Trailer Park in Renfrew, Ontario, located in the majestic Ottawa River in my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time year-round employees continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Boniface Saint-Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to present a petition of the French-Canadian Youth Association, which would like to make 16 years of age the age that would allow people to join. They also want to urge politicians
in other parts of the world, including Austria, Nicaragua, Brazil, Argentina, and Ecuador. So it is my pleasure to present this petition on behalf of the Fédération de la Jeunesse Canadienne Française.
Here I rise to table a petition to the government concerning a pan-Canadian strategy for eating disorder. The petitioners are indicating that among the mental illnesses, the highest mortality rate is people who suffer from eating disorders such as anorexia and bulimia. They also indicate that eating disorders can cause brain damage, changes in hair and skin, loss of bone mass, and the heart to shut down. The first cause of death in cardiac arrest are those items, Mr. Speaker, and the second is actually suicide. They are asking that the Government of Canada support motion M17 and initiate discussions with the provincial territorial ministers responsible for health and all stakeholders to develop comprehensive pan strategy for eating disorders to include prevention, diagnosis, treatment, support, and research. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition signed by hundreds of British Columbians who are concerned that the government's intended adoption of the Emerson Report will dismantle the established rules respecting cabotage in Canada. They fear that up to 12,000 Canadian maritime jobs across our nation will be lost through dismantling cabotage. They say that this will allow the industry to hire cheaper, more vulnerable foreign seafarers without local knowledge of the waters they sail. They are calling on this government to hold full and open debate on the Emerson Report, hold a national multi-stakeholder maritime roundtable with the aim of developing a national maritime strategy that keeps cabotage rules in place and make sure we have good, family-sustaining, unionized jobs in the maritime industry here in Canada.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. It's an honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to speak and to present 3 petitions. 2 of the petitions have to do with climate change.
Constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands calls for the government to work with provinces and territories to upgrade our building code to ensure 15% improvement in energy efficiency. The second, Mr. Speaker, calls on the government to bring into place meaningful actions to meet the Paris Accord target of a global commitment to ensure that global average temperatures do not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. These petitioners draw particular focus on decarbonizing our electricity sector. And the last petition, Mr. Speaker, with the most signatories, also from my constituency, call for the House of Commons and Parliament to work to achieve the goals set out in the LEAP manifesto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions, presenting petitions, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Then I'll go. The Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order to ask that you divide Bill C-56, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and the Abolition of Early Parole Act pursuant to Standing Order 69.1. Standing Order 69.1 states, in the case where a government bill seeks to repeal, amend or enact more than one act, and where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions, or where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker shall have the power to divide the questions for the purpose of voting on the motion for second reading and reference to a committee and the motion for third reading and passage of the bill. The Speaker shall have the power to combine clauses of the bill thematically and to put the aforementioned questions on each of these groups of clauses separately, providing that there will be a single debate at each stage. Mr. Speaker, there are two parts of Bill C-56 that I believe should be separated through the application of Standing Order 69.1. One of those parts would be the section that amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. These proposals are meant to address the findings of the inquiry into the death of Ashley Smith, which resulted in a set of recommendations including the restricted use of administrative segregation. The other part aims to amend the Abolition of Early Parole Act to reinstate the accelerated parole review at 1/6 of the sentence for nonviolent offenses. Further, the segregation proposals deal with the introduction of firm deadlines regarding the days spent in solitary confinement, as well as the inclusion of oversight or review measures, i.e. independent external reviewers, whereas the 1/6 issue is quite separate and touches on the ability for nonviolent criminals to be released on parole and into community much sooner than previously allowed. Both are related in that they deal with prisons, but they tackle separate issues. In fact, it is my understanding that Correctional Services Canada would deal with the segregation issue, whereas the Parole Board of Canada would deal with the other. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there is no jurisprudence for this House on this new practice of dividing bills, since the standing order granting you this authority was only adopted in June. Since we don't have any precedents for dividing bills in the manner proposed through Standing Order 69.1, the Speaker has always had the authority to divide motions. Perhaps we can look at these precedents for some guidance on this, Mr. Speaker. On page 562 and 563 of O'Brien and Bosk, it states that when any member objects to a motion containing two or more distinct propositions, he or she may request that the motion be divided and that each proposition be debated and voted on separately. On June 15, 1964, Mr. Speaker McNaughton ruled on a request to divide a government motion regarding a new Canadian flag. The Speaker made the following statement: I must come to the conclusion that the motion before the House contains two propositions, and since strong objections have been made to the effect that these two propositions should not be considered together, it is my duty to divide them. The Speaker in this particular ruling gave a summary of proceedings in the British House with regard to the division of complicated questions. He gave, for example, a ruling from April 19, 1888, where the British Speaker said, I may, for the convenience of the House, that the honourable gentleman's two propositions should be put together, but if for any honourable gentleman objects to their being taken together, they will be put separately. Another illustration came in a ruling from July 17, 1905. The Speaker said, A member raised a point of order asking the Speaker to rule as to whether, when a resolution contains various different propositions, that it should not be divided and put each separately. It will be seen that the Speaker decided that, in his opinion, it should be divided. A ruling from October 8, 1912 was also cited. And I quote, "If the noble Lord finds himself in any doubt as to how to vote upon it, I shall be very glad to put it as two questions," unquote. In that same year, on November 13th, the Speaker said, "Of course, the rule, of course, is that if any honourable member feels embarrassed in voting upon a resolution, that the chair shall divide the resolution." Mr. Speaker, when the Speaker in 1964 went on to reference more British examples, such as the case from July 1920 and December 10, 1947, the Speaker in 1964 relied on the ruling of November 13, 1912, when he said, "Taking into consideration the references and quotations just cited, and more especially the view expressed by the Speaker of the British House on November 13, 1912, when he said, 'The rule, of course, is if any honourable member feels embarrassed on voting on a resolution, that the chair shall revise the resolution in order that the member may, if he wishes to vote A on the one part and no on the other, be embarrassed by having to vote A or nay on the whole of it,' unquote." Accordingly, Speaker McNaughton concluded that the motion before the House contains two propositions, and since strong objections have been made to the effect that these two propositions should not be considered together, it is my duty to divide them. The common guidance here, Mr. Speaker, would appear to be strong objections, which I am expressing to you in regards to Bill C-56. And the discomfort members would have with voting against a motion containing two parts that they support, and vice versa. On April 8, 1991, members argued that a motion to amend the standing order containing more than one proposal and the option of casting only one vote on the various proposals in the motion posed a problem for some members. Some members favoured a certain proposal and were against others. On April 10, 1991, Mr. Speaker Fraser made a ruling that would be more in line with the new standing orders regarding bills. When ruling on a request to divide a government motion to amend the standing orders of the House, rather than intervening to divide the motion, he ruled that a single debate would be held on the motion, and its components would be separated into three questions for voting purposes. In his ruling, Speaker Fraser said, After having carefully examined the precedents and after having reviewed the arguments on both sides of the question, I am inclined to agree that government business item number 2 does indeed present an instance where the chair is justified in taking some action," unquote. On October 4, 2002, the honourable member for Saskatoon-Rosetown-Biggar raised the matter that a motion for reinstatement of House business contained 4 separate and distinct parts. She objected to the fact of having only one debate and one vote when the House was being asked to decide on 4 subjects, and she asked the Speaker to divide the motion, which he did. I would argue that the reasons to support the division of the second reading motion for Bill C-56 are the same as cited from the British House and those from the Canadian House in 1964, 1991, and 2002. Members cannot speak for their constituents responsibly by casting one vote that covers various issues. Standing Order 69.1 was meant to relieve members from that impediment. I suspect that the majority of the House supports the sections of the bill that addresses the findings of the inquiry into the death of Ashley Smith. I know for sure that a great deal of us disagree with the sections in Bill C-56 that reinstates accelerated parole review at 1/6 of the sentence for nonviolent offences. Many members and the constituents who elected them believe that this would be good news for convicts, for those convicted of white-collar fraudulent crimes and drug dealers who might get out of prison early. I believe that C-56 is a good test for Standing Order 69.1, since the division of this bill along the lines I have described would address the omnibus nature of Bill C-56 and the problem members have with casting one vote on distinct, separate and conflicting areas of public policy. The author of this new standing order, the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, should agree with me, since during debate on the motion proposing this change, and I refer you, Mr. Speaker, to the debates of June 19, 2017, the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons said, and I quote, "We want to ensure that MPs are not faced with the dilemma of how to vote on a bill that is most supportable but contains a totally unrelated clause, a poison pill that they may find objectionable. We want flexibility for MPs in these instances. Under the proposed changes, the Speaker would have the authority to divide the bill for the purpose of voting for second reading, third reading, and passage of the bill. The Speaker would also be authorized to group a bill thematically. There would be a single debate at each stage, and a member would then be able to vote on parts of the bill separately." Unquote. The Minister's intentions for the use of Standing Order 69.1 are in line with the predicament that I and my colleagues are in with casting only one vote on Bill C-56. Further, the Minister's concerns would appear to echo the concerns contained in the ruling I presented with respect to the Speaker's authority to divide motions, in particular the November 13, 1912 ruling stating that if a member wishes to vote for one part and against another part of a motion, the member should not be embarrassed by having to vote for or against the whole of it. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this new standing order was put forward to address the problem of omnibus bills. The fact that it exempts budget implementation bills makes it somewhat of a farce. However, in the case of Bill C-56, there may be some merit in its application. I look forward to your ruling, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I see the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby rising on the same point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I won't repeat the arguments that were made by my colleague, the official opposition House Leader, but I do believe, as she does, that this is a very important point in the life of this House. 69.1 was established and put into place to give you, Mr. Speaker, the power to separate these unrelated elements within omnibus legislation and to provide to the House the ability to vote in favour or in opposition to specific elements in legislation. And so this is a real test, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt. It's an important point of order that was raised by the official opposition House Leader. I would agree with her that this is the test of C-56 essentially met within 69.1. These are unrelated clauses that should be treated separately within the framework of the House. And that can only enhance democracy, Mr. Speaker. We may come back later on with further arguments to contribute to this, but we hope that you will be deliberating on this in a timely manner, because it's extremely important for the life of this House and we believe for democratic values here in Canada. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable opposition House Leader and the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby for their interventions, and I particularly appreciate the thorough review going back as far as 1888. But those here who've studied law know that judges, of course, in their jurisprudence often call upon precedents older than that. So it's entirely valid, and of course I wouldn't have expected anyone responding to the point of order to have that kind of a review, but I appreciate the interventions of both members who have spoken, and I gather that I'll be hearing more on the subject from the member for New Westminster Burnaby, hopefully in the near future. And I don't know if the government will be bringing forward an argument on this. Perhaps they'll respond when the member for New Westminster Burnaby comes back. So I thank the members for their interventions, and now it's time for a ruling on a different matter. I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on May 12, 2017 by the honourable member for Winnipeg North concerning the possible requirement for a royal recommendation with respect to 4 private members' bills, 2 from the House of Commons and 2 from the Senate. The two Commons bills are C-315, an Act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites account, standing in the name of the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, and C-343, an act to establish the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Criminal Acts and to amend certain acts standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Both bills are currently in the order of precedence at second reading. The two Senate bills are S-205, an act to amend the Canada Border Services Agency Act, Inspector General of the Canada Border Services Agency, and to make consequential amendments to other acts standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth, and S-229, an act respecting underground infrastructure safety standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Guelph. Both of these bills are currently awaiting first reading. Les députés se rappelleront.
Members will recall that on May 9, 2017, I made a statement in which I invited arguments in relation to these four bills. I would like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, the Honourable Member for Guelph, and the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington for their detailed interventions. Of the four bills, C-315, in proposing to establish a separate account as part of the Accounts of Canada from which disbursements could be made, raises most clearly a question about the possible need for a royal recommendation. The three other bills, C-343, S-205, and S-229, are different. While they propose schemes that could lead to new spending, all contain coming into force provisions designed to make such spending conditional on separate parliamentary appropriations. I will address Bill C-315 first and then the other three.
C-315 establishes a distinct account for the conservation of national historic sites called the Conservation of National Historic Sites account. The funds for this account are to be raised exclusively through private donations and any interest generated from them. I should note that this fund seems to be separate from the pre-existing New Parks and Historic Sites account, which serves a similar purpose and which is also based, at least in part, on donations. Bill C-315 also provides that the funds may be spent for specific purposes in relation to national historic sites. The Parliamentary Secretary contended that the creation of such a new account and the authority to spend its funds on national historic sites would be a new and distinct purpose that is not specifically authorized by any statute, thus clearly requiring a royal recommendation. Lors de son intervention, le secrétaire...
In making his case, the Parliamentary Secretary drew a parallel to the Employment Insurance Fund. While nominally its own account, all amounts received and dispersed from the EI Fund are deposited in and withdrawn from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Because these monies are part of the Consolidated Revenue Fund, a royal recommendation is necessary to authorize any expenditure from it.
With Bill C-315 is not entirely analogous to the EI Fund. I believe that a similar principle still applies. Even if the monies are accounted for separately and raised exclusively through donations and interest generated from those donations, once collected, they become public funds deposited into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Any payments from this fund would also be drawn from the CRF. As the bill authorizes this spending for a specified purpose, it must be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Therefore, I find that the objections raised by the Parliamentary Secretary are well-founded. However, as is consistent with our practice with respect to Commons bills, C-315 can continue through the legislative process as long as there is a possibility that a royal recommendation could be obtained before the final vote on the bill. Alternatively, the bill could perhaps be amended in such a way to obviate the need for a royal recommendation. Absent one or other of these options being exercised, the question at third reading of the bill will not be put. Maintenant, je me penche.
Now, let me turn to the issues raised in the three other bills, namely S-205, S-229, and C-343.
Le secrétaire parlementaire a soutenu que les projets de loi.
The parliamentary secretary argued that the bills in question were proposing new and distinct expenditures and that the accompanying coming into force provisions did not alter this fact. In support of this argument, he cited a Speaker's ruling from November 9, 1978, about clauses in bills which seek to elude the requirement for a royal recommendation. Accordingly, it was his contention that the question could not be put at third reading on Bill C-343. Moreover, with respect to Bills S-205 and S-229, which originated in the Senate, both should be removed from the order paper, since any bills appropriating public funds must originate in the House of Commons.
The member for Guelph argued on June 20, 2017, that Bill S-229 is in order and should be allowed to proceed. First, he contended that no procedural authority exists to remove Bill S-229 from the order paper. To do so, the chair would be relying exclusively on constitutional principles set out in sections 53 and 54 of the Constitution Act, which, in his view, is contrary to the principle that the chair does not rule on matters of constitutionality. He also contended that, even if a royal recommendation were needed, the chair should allow the bill to continue until the end of the debate at third reading, as is done for private members' bills first introduced in the House. Le député a ensuite fait valoir des arguments portant davantage.
The member then turned to more substantive arguments about the bill, claiming that the coming into force clause ensured that it did not appropriate any part of the public revenue, such as appropriations would have to be granted through subsequent legislation. He further contended that it was not a money bill, but, and I quote, merely contemplates the minister entering into an agreement, but does not directly involve any expenditure, unquote.
Wellington, on September 19, 2017, made a similar argument in relation to Bill C-344. In his view, it was clear that no money could be spent for the purposes set out in the bill unless and until such funds were appropriated by Parliament in a separate measure. He argued that the bill merely established the machinery under which some future expenditure might be made, and that for this reason it did not require a royal recommendation. As Speaker, I am mindful of my responsibility to provide members with the widest amount of latitude possible in bringing forward measures for consideration, as long as these conform to our rules and practices. Their proposals may take the form of either motions or bills. The Chair would only intervene to prevent consideration of such items when they are clearly defective in some procedural way. One of the most important tests when it comes to bills that authorize spending is that they must first be introduced in the House of Commons and must be accompanied by a royal recommendation prior to final adoption. The key question in relation to these three bills is whether or not they authorize any spending. That is to say, would their adoption result in public funds being appropriated for new and distinct purposes? The secrétaire parlementaire a.
The parliamentary secretary pointed out measures in each bill that he felt required a royal recommendation. Bill C-343 provides for the appointment of a federal ombudsman for victims of crime, with remuneration and associated expenses for the appointee, and the hiring and remuneration of the necessary staff. As the member for Perth Wellington mentioned in passing, this office already exists as a program within the Department of Justice, and the Ombudsman is appointed as a special advisor to the Minister of Justice, pursuant to the Public Service Employment Act. What Bill C-343 proposes, I would argue, is different, insofar as it seeks to establish the Ombudsman as a separate and independent office outside of the department. In such circumstances, a royal recommendation would be needed to properly implement the creation of this office and authorize the spending to this end.
Bill S-205 proposes the appointment of a new Inspector General of the Canadian Border Services Agency, the appointee's remuneration, and associated employment benefits. These provisions, if implemented, would require new and distinct spending not currently covered by existing appropriations. Bill S-229 seeks to authorize the designated minister to make regulations allowing for, among other things, the establishment of a funding program to enable notification centres and damage prevention organizations to exercise the functions assigned to them under this Act, potentially involving new expenditures not currently authorized. Accepting that certain clauses of each bill seem to involve potential spending for which a royal recommendation would ordinarily be required, the critical question is the impact of the coming into force clause. Les honorables députés de Guelph et de Perth Wellington.
The Honourable Member for Guelph and the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington cited certain authorities and precedents to justify why a royal recommendation is not required. Beauchen's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, at page 186, citation 613 reads, and I quote, "A bill which does not involve a direct expenditure but merely confers upon the government a power for the exercise of which public money will have to be voted by Parliament is not a money bill, and no royal recommendation is necessary as a condition precedent to its introduction," unquote. In the same publication, at page 185, citation 611, addresses the issue of Senate bills containing the clause which states that no money will be spent as long as the necessary parliamentary appropriation aren't secured. Specifically, it states, and I quote, "A bill from the Senate, certain clauses of which would necessitate some public expenditure, is in order if it is provided by a clause of the said bill that no such expenditure shall be made unless previously sanctioned by Parliament," unquote.
Explicitly provide that they cannot be brought into force until funds are appropriated by a subsequent Act of Parliament, which would have to be initiated in the House of Commons and be accompanied by a royal recommendation. The adoption of these bills, then, does not authorize the appropriation of any funds from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. They would establish a framework in law to establish the new offices proposed by C-343 and S-205, or to develop the system proposed by S-229. However, the Crown is in no way obligated to spend money for these purposes. If, in the future, Parliament granted the necessary funds for these purposes, it would be doing so in the full knowledge that it would allow these measures to come into force. Such a granting of funds would have to be done pursuant to our normal financial procedures. This being so, the financial prerogatives of the Crown and the privileges of the House of Commons are entirely respected. Il faut en outre reconnaître que la Chambre.
It must also be recognized that the House has not yet had to deal with bills providing for conditional spending in recent years. And certainly not since the significant changes to our practices surrounding private members' business in 1994.
Consideration, I'm of the view that a royal recommendation is not required, and that these three bills may continue along the usual legislative process. With that said, I believe it might be useful for the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to consider the matter of private members' bills, which contain what I would call, for lack of a better term, non-appropriation clauses. The House would likely welcome any views that the committee would have to offer on this subject. Je remercie les honorables députés de leur attention.
Thank you to the honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Government orders and government bills. Third reading of Bill C-49, Transportation Modernization Act. Ms. Le Boutillier, supported by Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Hadoop, moves that C-49, an act to amend the Transport Act and other acts respecting conveyances, as well as to make correlative amendments to other acts, now be read a third time and do pass. Debate.
Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I want to start by thanking all the members of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities for convening a week early before Parliament was scheduled to resume in order to allow for intensive study of Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. I'd also like to thank all of the witnesses who appeared before committee, along with the many other stakeholders who have shared their views. This includes the feedback provided by Canadians, industry stakeholders, provinces and territories, and Indigenous group as part of the government's extensive consultation process that was undertaken last year leading up to the announcement of Transportation 2030, our strategic plan for the future of transportation in Canada. Bien qu'il y a eu certaines divergences,
while there were some differences of opinion during the committee's proceedings, we also heard on a number of occasions how important this bill as a whole is for Canadians, the transportation system, and the economic prosperity of our country.
Il est important que ce projet de...
It is important for this bill to strike the right balance, which is why the committee adopted some important amendments in response to concerns that were raised during its in-depth study of the bill. This balance is a reflection of the collaboration that was achieved during the committee's study.
The Minister and I also was happy with the progress in the review of this bill and the extent of collaboration, which demonstrates the importance accorded by committee members to this bill. Madam Speaker, Bill C-49 promotes transparency, system efficiency and fairness. It's an important legislative step towards delivering on concrete measures in support of Transportation 2030, our government's vision for the long-term future of Canada's transportation system. Canada is a vast country with a very complex transportation network. It is therefore critical to ensure that our laws and regulations position our country to thrive as a high-performing economy that can respond to changing conditions and to Canadians' expectations when they travel. This proposed legislation aims to better provide a better experience for travelers and a transparent, fair, efficient, and safer freight rail system to facilitate trade and economic growth. In particular, the bill would strengthen air passenger rights, liberalize international ownership restrictions for Canadian air carriers to provide travelers with more choice and encourage greater competition, develop a transparent and predictable process for authorization of joint ventures between air carriers, improve access, transparency, efficiency, and sustainable long-term investment in the freight rail sector, and enhance the safety of transportation in Canada by requiring railways to install voice and video recorders in locomotives. Ensemble, ces initiatives...
Together, these proposed initiatives advance a strategic and integrated plan for the future of our country's transportation system. Madam Speaker, our government's focus on inclusive growth for the middle class, as well as a greater safety and security for Canadians, led to the introduction of some key amendments to the Canada Transportation Act in Bill 49, specific to the air traveler. What does this mean for Canadians?
Bill C-49 would mandate the Canadian Transportation Agency to develop, in collaboration with Transport Canada, a set of clear regulations to strengthen air passenger rights that would apply consistently to all carriers. The regulatory process would allow broad consultation with Canadians and industry stakeholders to develop world-leading regulations, which is what Canadians expect and deserve. Canadians and passengers travelling to, within, or from Canada would be provided with rights that address current irritants faced by air passengers. These rights would be easy to understand and uniform across all airlines and all flights, domestic and international. Canadians understand that in certain circumstances, airlines do not have full control over events such as weather, emergency and security incidents, or even medical emergencies. But even then, Canadians have a right to a certain level of protection when they travel. In other circumstances, when the carrier makes commercial decisions that may have an impact on the passenger, Canadians expect fair compensation for any inconvenience they experience. Should Bill C-49 receive royal assent, the Minister has received assurances from the agency that they are committed to establishing the regulations on air passenger rights as soon as possible. Bill C-49 specifies that the regulations would include provisions addressing passengers' most frequently experienced irritants, providing passengers with plain language information about carriers' obligations and how to seek compensation or file complaints, setting standards for the treatment of passengers in the case of denied boarding due to overbooking, delays, and cancellations, including compensation, standardizing compensation levels for lost or damaged baggage, establishing standards for the treatment of passengers in the case of tarmac delays over a certain period of time, seating children close to a parent or guardian at no extra charge, and requiring air carriers to develop standards for transporting musical instruments. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Minister has been clear that the regulations would include provisions ensuring that no Canadian is involuntarily removed from an aircraft due to overbooking after they have boarded. It has also been made clear that airlines will be expected to fulfill their obligations to the passenger, and in cases where a passenger cannot fly as a result of overbooking, the air carrier would be obligated to fulfill its contract with that passenger.
Intend to monitor the air passenger experience. This bill proposes that data would be required from all parties in the air sector. This data would not only allow for monitoring of compliance with the proposed air passenger rights framework, but would also inform any future policy or regulatory actions to ensure that the air travel experience to, within, and out of Canada is efficient and effective. Madam Speaker, Bill C-49 also proposes to increase the foreign investment limit from 25% to 49% for Canadian air carriers, with associated safeguards. No single international investor would be able to hold more than 25% of the voting shares of a Canadian air carrier, and no combination of international air carriers could own more than 25% of a Canadian carrier. The ownership restrictions at 25% would remain for specialty air services such as heli-logging, aerial photography, or firefighting. Liberalizing international ownership restrictions would allow Canadian air carriers, and this includes all passenger and cargo providers, access to more investment capital that they can use for innovation. We expect that this would bring more competition into the Canadian air sector, providing more choice for Canadians and generate benefits for airports and suppliers, including new jobs. En permettant des niveaux plus élevés.
By allowing higher levels of foreign investment, Canadians would have access to better connectivity and more frequent access to air travel. Madam Speaker, another improvement proposed in the bill is that it would allow the Minister of Transport, in consultation with the Commissioner of Competition, to consider applications for joint ventures between 2 or more air carriers. As it currently stands, joint ventures are only subject to review as collaborations between competitors under the Competition Act.
Joint ventures are an increasingly common practice in the global air transportation sector. They enable air carriers to coordinate functions, including scheduling, pricing, revenue management, marketing, and sales. This would benefit Canadian passengers, giving them access to more destinations without needing to book separate tickets on different carriers. This bill would open the process in Canada to both competitive and public interest considerations. This transparent and predictable assessment process would take into account the characteristics of the air transportation sector, as well as the wider public interest and competition factors. It is expected that this approach will lead to better connectivity, less process, and better overall passengers' experience. Au Canada et dans le monde entier,
in Canada and around the world, airports are investing large sums of money and resources to simplify and to improve the air travel experience for their passengers. Municipalities and businesses are also seeking new or additional passenger screening services as part of their economic development plans.
the proposed amendments to the Canadian Air Transportation Security Authority, CATSA, Act will create more flexible framework whereby industry stakeholders could enter into agreements with CATSA on a cost recovery basis. This flexibility would allow airports to increase screening services at their facilities, strengthen their competitiveness, and attract new commercial routes, which would enhance the traveler's experience without compromising aviation security. Madam Speaker, Bill C-49 also proposes significant measures to strengthen the safety of Canada's rail sector. Proposed amendments to the Railway Safety Act, which would mandate the installation of voice and video recorders and locomotives across Canada's railway industry, would provide a clear safety benefit and improve rail safety overall. Locomotive voice and video recorders would provide essential information to better understand the causes and contributing factors leading up to an incident or accident relating to human factors, which are often impossible to obtain by other means. The proposed regime does raise complex issues regarding employees' right to privacy. This is why the proposed framework carefully balances the safety benefits derived from locomotive voice and video recorders with the privacy rights of employees. This approach builds on 10 years of careful studies of technical and privacy-related implications and would address the Transportation Safety Board of Canada's recommendation in this regard. Madame le Président, le projet.
Madam Speaker, Bill C-49 advances historic measures to promote transparency, fair access, efficiency, and investment in the rail sector.
Major new data requirements for the railways on their service and performance would come into force more quickly. Railways would begin reporting specific service and performance metrics 180 days after royal assent rather than 1 year. As well, the amendments would require this data to be reported more quickly. Railways would be required to report their service and performance metrics 5 days after each reporting period, rather than the 14 days originally recommended. Finally, the Canadian Transportation Agency would have to publicly post that data within 2 days after receiving it, rather than the original 7 days. Together, these measures would ensure that shippers have access to more timely data, and Bill C-49 already provides the ability to require even more data if needed, underscoring our commitment to a more transparent rail system. Deuxièmement, les expéditeurs.
Second, captive shippers in British Columbia, Northern Alberta, and Northern Quebec in sectors such as forestry and mining would have better access to the proposed new long-haul interswitching remedy. These changes reflect both the spirit and the intent of this new remedy.
Les modifications du comité
The committee's amendments would still maintain a critical balance by minimizing congestion in the Quebec, Windsor, and Vancouver Kamloops corridors. Extensive congestion could ultimately slow down the rail system to everyone's detriment.
Another committee amendment reinforces that a railway's removal of an interchange for interswitching does not affect its service obligation towards a shipper. Railways would also be required to notify the agency of their intent to remove an interchange and provide more advance notice to shippers, 120 days rather than 60. These amendments speak to a concern we heard that interchanges could be closed without any recourse for shippers. Finally, a technical amendment made by the committee would allow the new majority shareholder ownership limit for Canadian National Railway to become effective upon royal assent. This amendment simplifies the process for Canadian National and would help ensure investment in a network that is critical to Canada's economic performance. Madam Speaker, Bill C-49 establishes the right conditions for our rail network for years to come. The amendments the committee has proposed will help advance our goal of a transparent, efficient, and safe Canadian freight rail system that meets the long-term needs of users and facilitates trade and economic growth. Le projet de loi C-49 porte également.
Bill C-49 also addresses marine-related infrastructure. The legislation proposes amendments to the Canada Marine Act that would allow Canada Port Authorities and their wholly owned subsidiaries access to loans and loan guarantees from the newly created Canada Infrastructure Bank. The bank will invest $5 billion for trade and transportation-related priorities. Allowing port authorities to access the bank would support investments in Canada's trade corridors and the infrastructure needed for our long-term economic growth and the creation of good, well-paying jobs for the middle class.
Change the Coasting Trade Act by allowing all ship owners to reposition their owned or leased containers between locations in Canada without a coasting trade license. Removing the licensing requirement for foreign vessels to reposition empty containers is expected to help improve the competitiveness of Canada's supply chain in support of Canada's exports and enhance the attractiveness of Canadian ports as gateways to the North American market. Madam Speaker, a strong and modern transportation system is fundamental to Canada's continued economic prosperity. All Canadians benefit from a competitive, reliable, and efficient transportation system. Le comité a proposé d'importants.
The committee has proposed important amendments to ensure the bill achieves a fair balance. Collaboration was achieved in finding solutions that would contribute towards modernizing our laws and regulations to position our transportation system for long-term growth and increased investment in Canada.
Included in Bill C-49 are designed to achieve tangible improvements to our national transportation system that will serve and benefit Canadians for decades to come. I'd like to thank the members of the committee again for working together to ensure that C-49 achieves a fair and balanced approach in fostering a more efficient and safer transportation system. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. I don't believe that the speech, however, will change how I will vote at third reading. We feel that the influence of big lobbies on this government is considerable. And I believe that there is in this bill, for example, with respect to campaign promises, I think the Liberals have sort of changed their focus. During the election campaign, they talked to consumers, but I think that this addresses big business. Now, I'll just deal with the Passenger Bill of Rights. In the 41st Parliament, the Liberals had voted for a bill, a New Democrat bill, which had a real ideas for a Passenger Bill of Rights. But now, there are new things in their bill which would lead to consultation and regulations, which would be changed easier than it would be to change a bill. So, Mr. Speaker, is this bill, C-49, showing that they're giving greater weight to big business than to consumers?
The Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and I'd really like to reassure him that we have found that balance, and I think that's what the committee worked so hard to do, to bring in witnesses that were going to tell both sides of the story and to make sure that we could actually come up with something that would work for everyone. We do need our businesses, our enterprises to thrive. And we also needed that our passengers and we need Canadians to be well served. And I think that this bill has found that balance and will work out for both equally well. Thank you.
And comments, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is meant to respond to a situation, a particular situation. Sometimes in air transport there can be two airlines that have to work together. There can be, let's say, they can share a given route, a given flight from one point to another. So it could be Air Canada and Delta Airlines, for example. Now, when airlines unite their efforts to work together, there is a commissioner who would have to see whether or not this reduces competition and doesn't increase prices for consumers. We feel it's the minister who, in the end, should have the power to say yes or no. This is in the interest of the public. And I'd like to know how they define public interest.
The Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And again, we see it similarly in that we need both. We need competition, but we also need a competition bureau that actually is part of the process. And I believe that that's what this legislation does. It involves the Competition Bureau right from the very beginning. The current process, the Competition Bureau isn't involved until near the end of the process. And what we said is that we want the Minister of Transport to be able to work with the Commissioner of Competition right from the very start to actually come up with ways that make sure that this, whatever is being proposed, actually will serve Canadians better. So it is a change in how the process itself was designed, but I think getting the Competition Bureau involved earlier in the process will actually be a positive step.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary on the excellent speech that she did. When we talk about C49 bringing transportation into 2030 and the future that's required. So within C49, clearly we've seen that it's an expansion of economic opportunities for the airlines, for our shippers, for our railways. So many of that was focusing on the economic side. I'd like to hear the Parliamentary Secretary elaborate a little bit more on the Passenger Bill of Rights, which we all know is extremely important as we move forward in more transportation challenges. Just how is that going to better protect the interest of Canadians at the airlines when they're flying and taking flights?
Mr. Secretary of Transport.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I think most of us have heard in the news, in the media, about some unfortunate incidences in the recent past, some of them in Canada, some elsewhere around the world, where passengers did not receive the kind of treatment that they deserve. And this is something that when we've gone out and talked to people, the idea of having a passenger bill of rights is something that is very important to Canadians. What we're getting when we went out and the consultation was saying, we want to make sure that when we make a contract with a transportation company, that transportation company actually fulfills that contract and actually treats us in the way we deserve to be treated. And I think by putting this in the regulation, by legislating right now in this bill, and then the details coming in the regulations that will follow, Canadians will have all the information they need, and they will get the protections that they deserve.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to the Parliamentary Secretary, I was carefully listening to her speech, and she presented this bill as a product of deep bipartisanship on all parties. But she must know that out of all the amendments that were proposed, the vast majority of them were voted down by the Liberal members of the committee. And the three amendments that were supported on the Conservative side dealt with dates being changed in the bill and actually had Liberal sub-amendments delivered on those amendments. So it's not so much a question, but I think it's not a question, it's more of a comment. It's to say that you can't present this bill as a product of cooperation between the two parties, because the vast majority of ideas that the members of the opposition heard from witnesses and tried to implement through amendments were not taken at later stages of the bill.
Our Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his observation and his question. And it's true, at committee, we heard from so many different witnesses. And the witnesses didn't always agree. And so they would come to the committee, and that's what we wanted. We wanted to make sure that we heard both sides of the story. And I think having such a complete witness list did allow us to actually have the kind of discussions we needed. Some of the amendments, we're always going to disagree. We're not always going to see things the same, but I think there was a very collaborative, consultative kind of spirit through the committee's work.
Comments? L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I tell people in my riding, when I talk to them, I tell them what an honour it is to be able to vote on their behalf in this House. But I'd like to ask my colleague, how can I play this role adequately when I'm asked to vote for C49, which is an omnibus bill that would amend 13 acts? I cannot adequately represent the citizens of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte by voting for an omnibus bill which will change 13 separate pieces of legislation. How can I vote for an omnibus bill that will change so many things in our society?
To the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And really what the aim of the bill is to end up with a safer, more secure, fully integrated, with a long-term strategic plan, a Canadian transportation system that serves everybody. And 90% of the bill does amend one act, and that's the Canadian Transportation Act. But we all know that often there might be enabling or supporting elements located in other pieces of legislation, and that's what that other 10% is. But everything in this act is aimed towards coming up with a better transportation system to serve Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, pleased to be joining this debate at this last stage of the bill, probably my last opportunity then to mention a few things. I did get a chance to stand once more to ask an actual question or maybe another comment to the Parliamentary Secretary. She used the word historic in her speech, and I think it'll be incumbent upon me just to point out that today is a historic day. It's the 500th year of the Great Reformation when Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the Wittenberg Cathedral. So I think I should mention that that is the true historic day that we have. This bill is interesting. It is an omnibus bill, but before I go into the nature of omnibus bills, I just want to mention that my riding, Calgary-Shepherd's, very honored to be representing residents there. One of the unique parts of the riding is on the north side, Ogden. The community of Ogden is there. It's where my constituency office is located. It's also the head office of one of Canada's major railways. It's called the Ogden Stockyards for a reason. It's because the CP has its headquarters there and actually moved its headquarters into Ogden, a community that was historically set up and named after CP's vice president at the time, Mr. I.G. Ogden. So there's a deep, deep relationship between the railroads and Calgary-Shepherd and the area that the riding finds itself in. They host an excellent, spectacular Legion Remembrance Day celebration commemorating all those who were members of the railroad, employees of the railroad and their family members who served in World War I, World War II. They actually serve a lunch to the community afterwards. It's a fantastic thing that they've started since they moved out into the area that they historically have had a relationship with. CP used to have its headquarters in downtown Calgary at the Gulf Towers, and that was moved back in 2012. So I think it's just, I should mention that before I begin to get the meat of the bill. Another interesting part is that they care so much about their history, they care and have such a deep relationship with the community. They actually moved earlier this year the 91-ton locomotive 29 from the downtown, and historically, if anybody's been to the Calgary Stampede, you would see this locomotive on TV as the parade route would pass by it. A 130-year-old locomotive that was moved, to commemorate their history. They moved it earlier in June to the area. So to the bill itself, because it deals so much with railroads, it deals with airlines and transportation. It is omnibus legislation. I don't think we can say that. The minister yesterday said that 90% of it deals with one facet of a bill, but then it goes on to amend so many other pieces of legislation, some of which really don't deal so much with safety as they deal with competition, as they deal with the relationship between a consumer and a producer of a good or a service provider. So when the minister yesterday said, 90% of it deals with one thing, 10% deals with everything else, therefore it is an omnibus bill. It's kind of like introducing an infrastructure bank in a budget implementation bill. That's what makes the budget implementation bill an omnibus bill. So they can't deny that it's another broken Liberal promise. I called it yesterday a trick-or-treat bill. It's offering something that supposedly will resolve an issue or a problem in the marketplace, a user experience problem, but it's actually not so much the treat for it, it is the trick. It's not going to solve it. It's not going to resolve the issues that they believe that it will. So the general opinion I've seen on this bill, just from editorialists and critics on passenger rights and on the service provided by different railroads, is that this piece of legislation won't meet the goals set out by the government. It might be a step in the right direction sometimes, but it's one step forward, two steps backwards. So like I had mentioned in my commentary to the Parliamentary Secretary, all the reasonable amendments put forward by Conservative members were voted down. and the 3 that were not were actually sub-amended by Liberal members, and I had actually put forward very similar ideas. They had heard from witnesses a very similar concept. They're actually changing 7 to 2 days, 1 year to 180 days. So these were highly technical date, numbers amendments that are being done in committee. It's not the type of work I've seen with other pieces of legislation, like there was a Senate private bill dealing with the Magnitsky Act, where far more back and forth was heard, and then substantive amendments were made then. And I know many members expect me to use this, so I do have one. I have a Yiddish proverb. I always have a Yiddish proverb. To every answer, you can find a new question. And that's where I want to lead off the rest of my intervention on this. The more I hear answers from the government and from various members on all sides, actually, the more questions I get about the goals of the bill and where is it going. Every answer, I have even more questions. So I have some rhetorical questions that I want to share with the House on this. You know, I read a May Globe editorial that called the bill a strange beast. And yesterday, I called it like the Demogorgon from Stranger Things, a show I highly recommend to all members of the House, not to your kids by any stretch, at least not the younger ones. And I think that the bill works at cross purposes, and that's something the editorialists mentioned as well, that the cost might be reduced on one end, but will go up on another end. So by increasing, hopefully, competition, which is a goal of this piece of legislation, I actually don't think it'll achieve that. They're hoping that more people will use the different services, and I'm talking about specifically air passengers. They're hoping that more people will be enticed to use airline services, that more people will choose to fly instead of drive. But in fact, security fees will be going up. So it's a disincentive. If at the end of the day, all the different actions you take, the total costs go up if you're an air passenger. And cost is only one point for passengers. There's also the whole user experience and accessibility, access in general, which is a point that we should always remember. I know that the bill talks about the higher max amount for foreign ownership being changed for Canadian Airlines, and although it is a step, I think, in the right direction, it's only one step. Higher equity stakes by themselves don't lead to more competition. And I think that's important to remember. Allowing international investors to own a bigger portion of current companies will not lead necessarily to more competition. That's a hope, a goal. It's you're hoping that that's what it'll induce. What you do need is to have a level playing field and allow an opportunity for new airlines, new joint ventures to come in. And I have much more to say about joint ventures because I think this bill gets that balance wrong. It puts the onus on the wrong person. More government involvement in the private sector, in business, I don't think is the correct way that we should be structuring the economy in general. And we see this too. New entrants will look at taxation. They'll look at a solid, stable business environment, something that we actually don't see in the future in Canada. In the fall economic statement, we saw that GDP growth is actually going down every single year thereafter. There's actually a gap between the very first budget that the Liberals tabled in the House and all future potential budgets that will come. So the GDP growth is juiced up for 1 year and then goes drastically down the next year. And today is Halloween, so I find those GDP growth numbers spooky. Joint ventures. There is a few provisions in this bill that directly affect how joint ventures will be agreed to. And it gives the Minister of Transportation a role in approving applications for airline joint ventures. Now, I by no means find this an elegant solution to have the Minister of Transportation be injected into a process between two independent companies, hopefully independent companies, trying to arrive at a negotiated agreement between themselves in order to provide a service to customers in Canada. I think injecting the Minister of Transportation into such a process is the wrong way to go. Outside of making sure that there'll be an increase in competition, which we have a competition bureau for, we shouldn't be involving more ministers in the Crown in business decisions. There shouldn't be less government involvement in the business sector and the private economy, not more involvement. The Government of Canada's answer has been, well, this will be good for business, this will be great. And again, that brings me back to Yiddish proverb. It begs more question then. If this is the solution, more government involvement will create more competition and be good for customers, then that begs the question, why politicize the process by putting a Minister of the Crown in a position where he or she has to be deciding on whether the joint venture can go forward. So again, back to my point, why inject the minister into a business decision? The exact reverse is being done in the energy infrastructure approval process, where everything's being delegated down to the National Energy Board. And we see the results of this, which is there's a complete paralysis in terms of going ahead with the construction, actually first with the approval of new projects. There's a lot of companies out there which are actually concerned about going forward with a new approval. So projects that they're still considering in shop within their offices haven't yet gone to the regulator to propose them. There's that concern now, like with these new rules that the NDB keeps creating, they're not going to be able to meet them, or the costs of meeting them will be far higher. That doesn't improve the business environment. That worsens the business environment. Leveling the field is far better. Reducing political involvement in it, but making sure that at the end of the day, when you do both of those things, that business certainty is provided for. And I don't think injecting the minister into joint venture provisions and allowing him or her to have a say over whether a joint venture can go ahead is the right one. And I talked about the amendments that, there were some amendments that were done, and that most of them were after having heard from the witnesses at the committee. But I really want to dispel the notion that this bill as it stands now was a product of bipartisanship or collaboration within the parties. I mean, although there is collaboration, I'm sure at the committee in terms of discussions back and forth and everything is cordial and collegial, there still has to be substantive differences between the opposition and the government. And there was on this issue. I think the opposition parties provided substantive amendments that could have been more seriously considered by the government caucus members to approve and change and amend the bill. Then you could say that this bill is truthfully the efforts of a collegial bipartisan effort, and the product is good. So what do passengers care about? Because I think that's the goal of the bill. At the end of the day, we're asking ourselves, what do passengers care about? What do producers care about when they're dealing with the railroads? So especially on air passengers, because it is becoming a service that more and more Canadians are using, cost, access, user experience, I think are the three most important things. Cost really comes down to the dollar amount. There's a lot of opportunity to shop out there on different websites. And also, I think something that everybody considers is how many points I'm going to get. We know that Canadians love their points, whether they're getting them from their MasterCard, their Visa, their Aeroplan, their Air Miles, whatever that is. People in this country like to collect points, and it goes into that total cost. Access, the ease of the travel, the convenience, the airport services, who can travel and how, I think is another consideration to give into it. And I know I choose my airlines based on my ability to sit with my kids. I got 3 young kids. I want to make sure that I don't have to rush to the airport early to get and assign a seat for them, so I can make sure they're all sitting with me, so other passengers can have an easier time traveling, and my time is made easier traveling as well. So I actually pick my airline based on who will give me the easiest time to deal with my 3 kids to make sure they can get through their experience. And at the end of the day, it's a total user experience. And Bill C-49 focuses only on user experience. And this is not just my point, but this is Massimo Bergamini, the president of the National Airlines Council of Canada, says that this bill focus is too much only on air carriers, and that the law fails to recognize the air travel experience, like I mentioned, and it doesn't start just at the check-in phase to baggage pickup. I think it's the total experience you get, and that's far more difficult, I think, to get right in one piece of legislation. And I think this piece that we have before the House doesn't quite achieve that point, because it doesn't really consider the end costs and that access component to it. Now, we shouldn't sacrifice our consumer or customer expectation. That's been a point raised by others, and I agree with that. But one of the things that we have is we're always purchasing different services and different products. Critics of the bill have said that passenger bill of rights is a band-aid solution. So again, to the point of the Yiddish proverb, more answers saying on the side of the government caucus, they say this will resolve these customer expectation issues, the service delivery issues. But it begs the question, why are we doing this then if critics are saying this is only a band-aid solution? So what is then the best remedy? And the best remedy is always more competition in the free market, which leads to more consumer choice. And solution is not more government, which a lot of this bill creates more government. By setting out expectations that the government will be able to deliver on some more fairness, will be able to police the airlines more effectively. And on the railway side, equally, the government will be more involved in setting prices, will be telling the railroads how to deal with their customers. On the passenger Bill of Rights, going through it, it actually has a section that says ministerial directions, that the minister may issue directions to the agency to make a regulation under paragraph 1G respecting any of the carrier's other obligations towards passengers. So this is after listing a whole series of obligations, and it says obligations in a very general term. The agency shall comply with these directions. So if in the future the minister decides that airlines have a new obligation they need to meet, and whatever that could be, providing a certain type of meal, or providing a certain type of seat, or providing a certain type of service beyond those enumerated above, then the minister can give that direction. And again, I think in a free market, we can shop around, and I think that would be the best way to go forward. I mean, and we already see this in the tech sector. We have apps on our iPads and on our phones, and when an app doesn't work, it doesn't deliver what we expect out of it, we delete it. We get rid of it. We move on. Whatever we sunk in terms of costs into it, we ignore it. Hopefully it was free. It's not always free. But then we move on. The same thing comes with smartphones. There is broad competition in terms of smartphones between all the different device providers and all the different software types. And people pick and choose which ones they want based on the services, the functionality, the cost, and the ease of use, really, and the ease of transferring sometimes to another device when it comes time for an upgrade. I think the same principle, the same concept should apply to airlines and the services that they're providing. If you're not satisfied with them, it's not just choosing between airlines necessarily, it's also choosing other modes of transportation. And depending on which part of the country that you live in, you will have different choices in terms of modes of transportation. If you live in the Windsor, Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa corridor, you will have more choices. And I've actually taken advantage of it. I have taken via rail before, and as a Westerner, it's quite the experience because we don't have that type of service levels. The distances are far, far greater in many ways. Well, I could have chosen to fly, but I chose not to. I wanted to experience Canada and the travel time that it would take using passenger rail. I've traveled throughout Europe using passenger rail as well, very, very convenient. And their government is, again, mixed involved in sometimes setting prices, but also involved in dealing mostly with disputes. There's a far more competition. So encouraging competition and new entrants is more than just, like I mentioned, equity stakes. It's regulatory environment, it's the fees, it's the taxes that new entrants will face. At the end of the day, it's about the ease of doing business. And I remember my time working at the Calgary Chamber of Commerce. People wouldn't come to us complaining about the taxes. They wouldn't come to us necessarily complaining about a very specific regulation, although it would happen. It was more about the total package, everything put together. How complicated is it for me as a business owner to comply with the regulation? And that applies for small business owners to medium to large business owners. And larger business owners, if they're publicly traded companies, they will be looking at the quarterly bottom line, and their executive team will be looking at how easy is it to comply with different rules, and do we have the people to do it? Can we meet the expectations both of our customers and then as well of our of the government, and then can we deal with our competitors? So I know that the equity stake issue has been used. Yes, Vancouver Jetlines has said that they want a higher equity amount for their specific case in order to capitalize the company, because airlines have cash flow crunches. They need large volumes of passengers in order to make ends meet, and routes are quite limited, the profitable routes. And so to have a new entrant come in, you need to be well capitalized in order to compete. So in their particular case, yes, it would be beneficial to them. Now, like I mentioned before, this Yiddish proverb I think about, that every answer we hear from the government caucus and from government members leads to more questions. So more generally, why is it that we continue to worry about foreign ownership in airlines? And I want to draw a parallel here, not a segue, but a parallel. We're not as worried about the devices that we use. They're not manufactured in Canada. Their operating systems are not made in Canada. Sometimes the data is not even stored in Canada. I don't hear vast amounts of complaining about that, because people like the service generally that they receive from their smartphone provider and from the different software that they use on it, whether it's operating software or it's business software or others that they use recreational one on it. We're not as concerned about where those components come from, where it's finally made. We care about the user experience and the cost at the end of the day, not where it's produced. So foreign ownership there is not as important. But on airlines, we could achieve far more if we provided far looser foreign ownership rules. And I know that in the legislation itself, the government goes into a lot of detail trying to change it. Airlines, I don't consider the commanding heights of the economy, it's been told. I know that they changed some of the definitions of what a Canadian means. So I know you've given me the signal, Madam Speaker. So my last point, this is the problem thus far. The answers I get from the government caucus members give me more and more questions. So the bill is incomplete. Its goals won't be met for air passengers, and amendments offered by my colleagues at committee would have vastly improved this proposed piece of legislation. Now, I'm going to continue to oppose this bill, and I hope that every answer that I give during the questions and comments that leads to even more questions, as I used in my Yiddish proverb to illustrate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. First, just a point, questions are absolutely a beautiful thing. They're fantastic. And we love asking questions because when we ask the questions, we get answers. And so it's an exploratory thing. And this bill, as a philosophy graduate, I think that questions are absolutely positive. And in this bill in particular, there's been excessive consultation. We have consulted and we asked tons of questions and got great answers, which is where this bill is coming from. So I would like to focus on one part of it that the member talked about, and that was passenger rights. Passenger rights for us are very important. We want to ensure that passengers are comfortable, reliable. I think we can all agree, we've heard horror stories with respect to passenger rights. So I'd like to ask the honourable member if he agrees that passenger rights are important, and does he have a problem in enhancing and protecting these rights, and that's exactly what this bill does.
The honourable member Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite. I know we spent quite a bit of time on the PROC committee during late-night debates. Of course, we support passenger rights, the concept, just like we support taxpayer rights, but we have a taxpayer bill of rights that's not enforceable. And we've risen in this House before to propose a motion, which I co-seconded, that would have given it teeth, actually give it teeth. And that's one of the problems with the bill is it enumerates passenger rights, but doesn't really provide a mechanism for true enforcement. Critics have called this a Band-Aid solution. At the end of the day, with more competition, you'll have more choice, and that's how passenger rights are secured. Consumer rights are secured through choice and through competition.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that the Minister of Transport doesn't appreciate our talking about Bill C-49 as an omnibus bill, but a demonstration of that fact is the variety of subjects on which I would like to question the member who has just spoken on this bill. Because I must limit myself, I'll refer to a part of his speech which deals with joint ventures, where clearly in C-49 the Competition Commissioner's authority has been diminished. Now, we saw what happened with Netflix and the Minister of Canadian Heritage. External influence on the government is clear. So my question is very simple. Can my honourable colleague tell me if it is just as easy to lobby a commissioner as the minister?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Trois-Rivières for his question. Yes, of course I agree with him that this is an omnibus bill, because we could put questions on a host of subjects. As I said in my proverb, each time we hear an answer, we have more questions with respect to the objective of this bill. Now, for the joint ventures and the way that the Competition Commissioner would work between the minister and the commissioner, of course it's more difficult to lobby with the commissioner because a commissioner is responsible for something very specific. But, well, first of all, it's difficult to get a meeting with the commissioner, and then there's the public service aspect. The commissioner doesn't have the authority to change legislation as the minister can. in favor of one or the other. So the member has put a very good question, and I think the member should put it to the government.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting in listening both yesterday and today, and the Conservatives are lining themselves up in a very clear position in opposition to the legislation. That's obvious. The other obvious thing is that they seem to disagree in terms of to what degree there was that sense of cooperation and on the Standing Committee. And I first must applaud all the Standing Committee members for the fine work that they did. Yes, not all amendments that were brought forward by opposition members were accepted, but I do believe it's noteworthy that I understand it was at least 6, which is 6 more than the last 4 years of the Harper government on any piece of legislation. So I do believe that there is a higher sense of cooperation on the standing committees. But my question specific for the member is that would he not agree that Canadians as a whole want to see something related to air passengers' rights? And whether you agree or disagree in terms of the details of the legislation, would the member not at least concur that this legislation enables something in which Canadians want to see, and that is air passenger rights?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for his intervention. He does many interventions, and I enjoy sparring with him in this chamber because I think it's one of the purposes of Parliament is exactly to disagree profoundly sometimes, and I would not construe cooperation as agreement at the committee stage. I think collegiality is an important factor in committee deliberations, but we shouldn't confuse that with agreement at the end of the day with the contents of a proposed piece of legislation returning to the House. I think to his greater point of what do Canadians want to see on passenger rights, I think more generally Canadians want to see good legislation that is complete, that will actually meet the goals set out by the government, a government fulfilling its promises instead of kind of ragging the puck endlessly and not achieving them. Legislation should achieve a specific goal and be written in such a way as to be able to enforceability of legislation is important. I think that's what Canadians want to see.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Clérable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to highlight the excellent speech made by my colleague. He has discussed how we discuss issues at committee, bring it to the House, and clearly we try to work with the government, as you can see, in a good environment in order to implement changes. But with C-49, a number of changes that were put forth by the opposition simply weren't kept by the government. And I would remind the House that we were brought back to the Hill a week early to have intensive meetings on Bill C-49. We had to look into all of this very quickly. And why was that? Because the government wanted to move too quickly. And yesterday, again, we saw a good example, time allocation, the government trying to prevent members who have comments to make on this issue from doing so. Now, C-49 makes so many changes, affects so many different sectors, that we should have taken the time we needed to consider it and to allow members, all members, to have an opportunity to speak to the many aspects of this omnibus bill. But the Liberal government doesn't seem to be complying with the promises it made during the election campaign.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, we saw yesterday time allocation, which was invoked on this bill, an omnibus bill, and my colleague is right. There are many parts of it that we could speak to. As I said earlier, we could have talked about the ministerial directives that can create new obligations towards passengers. In this legislation, we can see that every obligation is outlined for airline companies towards their passengers, and then we tell the minister, well, you can create new obligations without specifying the type of format they're going to be in, and then having to respect those directives. So not only the minister can create new obligations, but they can be forced on the airline industry without allowing us to come back to the House and letting MPs debate on whether or not that should be a new obligation or not. And as I said, Madam Speaker, every paragraph in this Act regarding specific obligations, I'm sure we could debate every single one to make sure that Canadians are in agreement with them, but we give the Minister all the power to decide on future obligations without having to come back and consult and confirm with the House that this is the direction that we want to go in. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to say that I am rising to enjoy my participation in the speech on Bill C-49. I am rising because I am interested and feeling privileged because as I represent transportation for my party, I'm the first one that is going to be able to speak, which is not the case for a lot of my colleagues, who are nonetheless directly affected by this bill. They will not have the opportunity to speak in this place because C-49 is under time allocation. That is the first serious problem. A bill, an omnibus bill, has been presented to us, even though it's not being called that. We could talk about a mammoth bill, because the Minister of Transportation says it's not an omnibus bill because it affects only legislation affecting transportation. Maybe we could describe it as an omnibus bill or a mammoth bill. Maybe we could talk about a Trojan horse. Because in that bill, there's a certain number of items that are being negotiated away. Everyone remembers their first Easter bunny, and when they bite into it, unfortunately, they bite into it and it's not very good, and disappointment is palpable. In C-49, there's a bit of that feeling, namely with the Passenger Bill of Rights, which I will come back to. In the speeches that we've heard from ministers, we have very often heard about this balance that will be achieved by the bill, C-49. Well, let me tell you, Madam Speaker, that is not at all the case. It's not because we heard many points of view, which is a good thing, that what the Liberals are suggesting to us is actually the balance we're aiming to strike. I would argue that it's the opposite. It's not a secret for anyone that I have a great deal of affection for my Conservative colleagues with whom I work and with whom I've worked on the Transport Committee. But I would say that our points of view rarely match up. It would be stunning for one of my Conservative colleagues to transfer to the NDP at the next election and vice versa. But if they and I have succeeded in going in the same direction with several amendments after hearing the same witnesses, after hearing the same opinions, it would seem to me that the Liberals, who present themselves as the extreme center, if the right and the left have managed to unite, how is it that the center refuses to hear it? There are serious questions to be asked about that. I recognize that the chair of the Transport Committee has had to use a lot of finesse in order to be able to get us to work together in a spirit of cooperation. But in the end, the results, unfortunately, were just not there. I cannot believe that all of the amendments proposed by one of the opposition parties was not up to the task. It seems that we now have a directive from up on high saying, here is the bill, and here's what it is, and we're not going to change it for reasons that are not raised by the witnesses we heard, but that go with the ministerial will that have particular prerogatives. And those are passably different from what was announced in the election campaign. In the election campaign, just to give you one example, the Liberals had committed to not changing the Coastal Act, 3 major changes in C-49 were presented. And as far as I know, Canadian companies affected by the Coasting Trade Act did not go to the Minister of Transport and say, you need to change the Coasting Trade Act in Canada. And so, we're meeting the needs of other interest groups. I've been raising questions since the beginning of our debates this morning. I'm raising the issue of the influence of lobbying on this government. It is more and more present, and it seems to always lead to the same result, which is to favor big business to the detriment of consumers. And so, in this debate subject to time allocation, we have nothing left but the debates in the House that allow us to shed some light and, if possible, to rectify a situation which, in a few hours, every member of this House, all 338, many, hundreds even, who will have not had time to express their opinion will have to say yes or no, whether they agree or not with the entire bill, which goes in every which way. As a democratic process, that's really not worth much. And when I look at the legislative track record of the Minister of Transport, I have to admit that in 2 years, I'm not particularly impressed. The high-frequency train that we've been talking about for decades has not moved forward by a single meter. The Navigable Waters Protection Act, the first law that was mentioned in the election campaign, the Liberals committed to changing the bad measure or all of the bad measures that had been adopted by the previous government. Well, we noticed that quite to the contrary. We're going exactly along the same lines. And the navigable waters protected are remaining the same in that annex, whereas many witnesses, if not the majority of them, were expecting nothing less than the repeal of that annex. But that's not where we are in terms of development of rail transportation, and that's not where we're at with C-49. And if maybe I could open an aside, because this omnibus bill, which encompasses everything to do with transportation, we could talk about what C-49 does not include. We had the opportunity at the Transportation Committee to study airline security, and there were many studies on railway security. One question came back systematically in both files as being equivalent and often source of many accidents, or rather incidents, because we don't ever want there to be an accident. We hope that it remains a modest incident, and that's the issue of fatigue. The fatigue of pilots and the fatigue of conductors. What does C-49 do to fight fatigue? To perhaps propose a new way of doing things with airline transportation or rail transportation. It seems that that is part of transportation as well. Well, I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, there's not a single word, not a single line in C-49 that deals with this major issue. Now, let's talk about a few dubious aspects of this bill. The first one that I want to focus on is security measures in airports, especially with respect to the potential development of regional airports. Security measures in large international airports throughout the country are fine. However, there are questions being raised, namely the cost and the costs that are directly linked to costs for the passenger. The former government, and it's clear that practices have not improved under Liberals, there's more money being collected for security. 636 million is the last number that Statistics Canada published. $636 million were collected and 550 were returned in security measures. That's about $100 million between the two. That goes where? in the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Clearly, it's being used to fund other measures. Once again, like with EI, where workers and employers pay and those funds are being used to do other things with it, in the case of security, airline security mainly, we are collecting in the pockets of passengers more money than what is being invested in our own security network. And besides that, as we're collecting millions, we tell regional airports who want to develop, sure, go ahead. But you're going to have to do it on a cost recovery basis. That means if you want to obtain CATSA services for a regional airport like in Trois-Rivières, it would be possible, but you'll have to take on the costs by yourselves. Curiously, C49 does not refer at all to an extraordinary report that I have here called Expanding Passenger Security Screening at Regional Airports. This report is signed by 9 port authorities in 3 Canadian provinces, Quebec, Ontario, and Alberta, where people are proposing measures other than those of cost recovery. And it would seem that even after having tabled their document and the conclusions of their research in June 2016, it's not very old, to Transport Canada, well, silence. We're still working on cost recovery basis. Let me give you an example of an airport like that of Trois-Rivières. In the beginning, the Trois-Rivières airport was very small, mostly used for leisure. People could take flight lessons, they could go parachuting, but really it was a tiny airport. The city decided, however, to develop those facilities in order to make it an important economic driver, and that went through many investments, namely by extending the landing strip, which now allows any large carrier to land in Trois-Rivières. We also invested in high-density traffic lights, which allow planes to land at any time of day or night, and we also diversified economic activity, which makes Trois-Rivières an important area for aeronautic activity. And a certain number of businesses in that sector have set themselves up there. There's a company that actually has to maintain some of Air Canada's planes in Trois-Rivières. And last year, through an investment of $500 million, we saw that the business doing so is expanding. The airport in Trois-Rivières distinguishes itself from its original vocation of leisure or recreational activity to now become an important sector of economic activity for business people who are traveling within Canada or internationally. We've also developed, in the last few years, potential partnerships with aviation companies that fly to the south. Market studies were done, and clearly, Trois-Rivières is not the heart of Quebec for nothing. We are its heart in a figurative sense, but also literally. If you want to take a chartered flight to go down south, and you have the choice between going to Trois-Rivières with traffic jams that last 5 to 6 minutes, or having to go to Montreal, the choice becomes pretty easy. Except that study, those possibilities, those agreements that had been negotiated with carriers fell apart. And why? Because CATSA security measures are not available for regional airports, other than through cost recovery, which is a total aberration. Because if an airport like Trois-Rivières or Sherbrooke or any other regional airport has to take on the costs of security measures all on its own, you'll understand that that would lead to a significant increase of airline tickets, and the market can't support it. There are other solutions that are brought forward in the report that I mentioned, namely that the amount that is collected for security measures be granted to security expenditures and aren't returned to the Consolidated Revenue Fund under the government's control. We could also look at the possibility that transportation costs be shared by all passengers that take a flight. Whether I take a flight to go down south from Trois-Rivières, Quebec, or Montreal, it's all the same business. And the same security services are offered, therefore the cost could be shared by all travelers annually instead of on the number of travelers going through a single particular airport. And so there are solutions that deserved to be heard, discussed, and raised. But C-49 dismisses all that, sweeps all that under the rug. One word on coasting trade. The Liberal government had committed in the election campaign to not changing the Coasting Trade Act. But there are three amendments, not one, not two, but three important changes which directly affect Canada's maritime industry. What are those three changes? First of all, the repositioning of containers. 2, transportation of bulk goods between Montreal and Halifax. And these are three important sectors of activity that belong to Canadian businesses, which are being offered to foreign businesses. We signed an economic agreement with Europe, and we can't forbid European companies from coming here to do dredging in the Saint Laurent River, but nobody was able to confirm that we had a reciprocal agreement and that Canadian companies would be able to bid on dredging activities in Europe. This is relatively unfair competition. The equipment and companies that conduct dredging in Europe work year-round. They are bigger, they're more competitive, maybe. They could more easily do the transatlantic trip and remain competitive in our waters, whereas the opposite is more difficult to envision. One has to go at least once, Mr. Speaker, to an organization like Le Foyer des Marins in Trois-Rivières to understand immediately, and through just a few meetings or through a few conversations, my knowledge of foreign languages is not infinite, but foreign companies come from all over the world, and one has to see the fundamental differences that exist between a foreign crew from somewhere, we're not going to name who, and the differences between the same crew and the same ship if it's coming from Canada. We're not talking about the same salaries, we're not talking about the same working conditions, and we're not talking about the same expenditures. As we're amending the Coasting Trade Act, we're talking about unfair competition conditions that are setting in, which nobody asked for.
Allow me to quote something for you. According to shipbuilders in the St. Lawrence, an agreement signed with the European Union created a breach in the Coastal Trading Act, and this because C49 has just made this breach even bigger. That's the first quote. Second quote, according to Maritime Magazine, the port authorities and rights of dredging, it's now up to the coastal trade, and it's up to decision makers to decide on the environmental impact of this. We need a domestic fleet that is strong and sound. I could also talk about the infrastructure bank. It's in C49 as well. They slipped that in. I could talk about joint ventures. I could talk about so many things. But I think it's been proved we're dealing with an omnibus bill, which is so disgraceful that it's disgraceful to ask all members to speak to vote with a yes or a no on this bill, which is a true omnibus bill. Now I will answer any questions with pleasure, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I'd like to make a couple questions and comments. The first is that he started in terms of talking about he was concerned because of time allocation used on this particular bill. And first question I would put to him is, if that's the case, if he's concerned that everybody didn't have the time to speak, why his party, the NDP, gave up spots yesterday in terms of speaking on this bill. And then secondly, just the comment about the statement was that he's concerned about lobbying big business, lobbying in favor of big business at the cost of consumers. And I'm quite curious about that, because C49 is actually about consumers. It's about establishing rights so that travelers can be ensured safe travel, comfortable travel. And so would he not agree that Bill C49 is an effort, and a very good one, to ensure that travelers are protected and made comfortable in their travel?
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I'll deal with passengers' rights. Mr. Speaker, this is a perfect example of the void in this bill. There is no passenger bill of rights. C49 proposes certain guidelines for a consultation that would be conducted by Transport Canada, which would then allow the minister to accept or not the recommendations made by Transport Canada. And when this is done, God knows when, it will be done through regulation. So there again, a much easier kind of thing to be undone by a minister than a bill which would have to come back to the House to be changed. So with respect to the bills that are protected, we're very far from that. Now, perhaps the member wasn't here in the last Parliament, but the Liberals voted in favour of a passenger Bill of Rights, the passenger Bill of Rights, tabled by New Democrats. And no one has ever shown us what was wrong in this bill that they throw out the baby with the bathwater. Now, if I could answer this as easily as I can on C49, and I've been working on this for months, I think my colleague needs more time than we have under time allocation.
For Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks here this morning. I certainly have appreciated working with him on committee. And later last week, in my remarks during report stage, I addressed an amendment supported by both the Conservative caucus members as well as the NDP members of the committee that would allow the first interchange point which the shipper is required to use in order to access LHI, to be in the reasonable direction of the shipper's destination. Now, this was an amendment that was recommended by numerous shippers when they provided testimony to the committee, and I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would like to comment on that amendment and why perhaps the members across the way did not support it.
Honorable Député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I remember her speech from last week, and I share the pleasure of working with her on the Transport Committee. Now, I will give her the same answer that she gave me in response to one of my questions. I would say it's very hard to understand the workings of the mind of Liberals. Now, as I said earlier, the Conservative members and New Democrat members are perceived as being at opposite each other. But so when they can agree on this particular interswitching measure, it seems to me that the centre has not the proper foundation. We're dealing with a bill which is eminently partisan and which serves the interests of lobbies, and the Liberals want to be well seen by these lobbies.
3 up. We'll try to get all 3 in. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's my first time to rise at the stage on C-49, and due to the time allocations applied, I was not able to have a chance to speak to the bill at all. I do want to say that I'm disappointed that so much has been lost in what is the potential for a Transportation Act. To give an overarching statement before I go to my quick question to the member, it's as though the Government of Canada decided for efficient transportation on our highways, we should figure out ways to attract capital investment to privatize sections of road and hope that people from other countries want to invest. To paraphrase, this is no way to run a railroad. À mon collègue de Trois-Rivières, je vais...
And to my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, I'd like to thank him for his efforts at emphasizing these various points, and I'd like to know if he wants to add any more points, because this is a priority issue for the security of our transport system. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention. Now, I wish that C-49, do I want it to do more? Well, we're already dealing with an omnibus bill, but very certainly C-49 could have done better, especially with respect to fatigue. A majority of witnesses, and independent witnesses, one might imagine that there were union representatives who came to talk about their employees' fatigue, but it was employers who talked about it, and perhaps they didn't think it was the most important thing. But when you have neutral witnesses, such as the TSB, when they talk about pilot fatigue, when we have this bill and when we don't deal with it, this problem of fatigue, even though many committees are already working on this to find a solution, how is it that the Minister of Transport is not sensitive to this issue of fatigue? Unfortunately, I don't yet have an answer. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for having clearly described the various shortcomings of this bill. This bill that he's called an omnibus bill, a mammoth bill, a Trojan horse of a bill. I don't have the time to really say everything I want on this bill. Now, it seems that the Liberals, who say they are the champions of keeping jobs here, but with the bit on cabotage or the coasting trade, and I'm thinking of Salaberry at Valleyfield, there are a lot of things, especially having to do with passenger rights, We saw things on video, passengers being pulled out of their seats because the companies have been overbooking. And that's still happening. It can, as far as I know, go on happening. So I'd like to ask my colleague if he could talk about the recommendations that the NDP made and which should have been accepted by the Liberals, the Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Salabedi-sur-Roi. It's a huge question, but in this magnificent maritime marine corridor, the Seaway, there are all kinds of communities who will be affected, who were not able to give their point of view. They were not given the opportunity to say what they think on a bill that will touch them, affect them directly. Now, as to the Passenger Bill of Rights, we New Democrats had very good ideas. We thought that C-49 should have included the Declaration of Rights that was put forward by the NDP, and then we would have a true Passenger Bill of Rights and not just some parameters for consultations.
In response, the Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
It's a pleasure working with my colleague on the Transportation Committee. In 2002, the United States had a form of a Passenger Bill of Rights, and in 2005, Europe did. So we're actually playing 15 years of catch-up to our counterparts. And I was wondering if my colleague could comment on the fact that in Canada, we're actually playing catch-up to our counterparts.
Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. It's a pleasure to work with him on committee, and he's just raised an essential point. When we talk about a Passenger Bill of Rights, we Canadians don't have to reinvent the wheel, since there are very relevant models, including the European Bill of Passenger Rights, which has been cited many times by witnesses. They say the European Passenger Bill of Rights is a good one. Use it.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the Minister of Transport presented his vision for the future of transportation in Canada, also referred to as Transportation 2030. This vision reflects thorough consultation with Canadians, stakeholders, provinces and territories, Indigenous groups and academics, and following the release of the Canada Transportation Act's review, final report, also known as the Emerson Report. Transportation 2030 is made up of a series of initiatives under 5 themes: the traveler, safe transportation, green and innovative transportation, waterways, coasts, and the north, and trade corridors to global markets. These themes encompass various modes of transport and allow the government to take a holistic approach in ensuring the transportation system is equipped to support our broader priorities. Canadian travelers and their experiences are top of mind for our government. During consultations conducted by the Minister of Transport, we asked Canadian travelers for their feedback, and they were clear. They want lower-cost air travel, more opportunities for leisure and business travel, and they want to see Canada become a more attractive travel destination for visitors. Canadians told us that they want long-term, sustainable competition, which will allow for the introduction of additional air services, improved air connectivity, and more choice. The government has listened, and it is committed to achieving tangible improvements to the traveler experience. As a result of the feedback we received, a number of proposals have been introduced in Bill C-49 to help improve the traveler experience. For example, the government intends to liberalize international ownership restrictions for Canadian air carriers. What does this mean for Canadian travelers? Allow me to briefly describe this initiative. The legislation proposes to liberalize international ownership restrictions from 25 to 49% for Canadian air carriers, with associated safeguards. For example, a single international investor would not be able to hold more than 25% of the voting interest of a Canadian air carrier, and no combination of international air carriers could own more than 25% of a Canadian carrier. The policy change would not apply to Canadian specialty air services such as aerial photography or firefighting, which would retain international ownership levels at 25%. Liberalizing international ownership restrictions means Canadian air carriers, and this includes all passenger and cargo providers, would have access to more investment capital that they can use for innovation. This would bring more competition into the Canadian air sector, providing more choice for Canadians and generating benefits for airports and suppliers, including...
Order. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce on a point of
We've
order.
lost quorum, Mr. Speaker. I think if you check, you'll find we've lost quorum.
Okay. Thank the honourable member for bringing this to attention, and I'll begin to count. Indeed, we do not have quorum, so I'll ask the bells be rung. Okay, quorum has been reconstituted, and we will carry on with the debate. And the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in the fall of 2016, the Minister of Transport exempted from the ownership restrictions of 25% to two companies that wanted to enter the Canadian market, supported by increased foreign investment. This decision is now permitting Enerjet and Jetlines to pursue their intention to create a low-cost carrier service to Canadians. By liberalizing the foreign investment provisions, Canadians will have more frequent access to air travel within Canada and from Canada to trans-border and international locations. Like most countries, Canada limits international ownership and control of domestic air carriers. As I mentioned, under the Canada Transportation Act, non-Canadians currently cannot possess more than 25% of the voting shares of a Canadian carrier. Additionally, Canadian air carriers must also be controlled by Canadians, which means they may not be subject to controlling influence by international investors. Limits on foreign ownership and control of air carriers are the norm around the world. For example, in the United States, the limit is 25%, while in Europe, the European Union, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand allow up to 49%, and Japan allows 33.3%. Limits vary depending on the circumstance of each region. However, Canada's current ownership limits may be acting as a barrier to new services and enhanced competition. Earlier, I mentioned that the two prospective ultra-low-cost carriers, Canada Jetlines and Enerjet, have already applied for and received exemptions to the current limits on international ownership from the Minister of Transport. This was granted because both companies successfully argued that under the current 25% limit, there is insufficient risk capital in the Canadian market to support the launch of new services. Reflecting on this reality and the Canada Transportation Act review recommendations, the government is proposing changes which would allow international investors to own up to 49% of the voting shares of Canadian air carriers by introducing legislation that would amend the Act and other relevant acts. As mentioned earlier, countries have different approaches to international ownership of air carriers, and our government wants to make sure that Canadian air carriers compete on a level and even playing field. To protect the competitiveness of our air sector and support connectivity, no single international investor or any combination of international air carriers would be allowed to own more than 25%. But how will this benefit Canadian travelers? The direct impact of higher levels of international investment is that Canadian air carriers would have access to a wider pool of risk capital. This would allow air carriers to be better funded and could allow new carriers, which are otherwise not able to find sufficient risk capital, to enter the Canadian market. New carriers, including ultra-low-cost carriers, offering extremely competitive prices, are expected to bring more competition into the entire Canadian air travel sector. This could in turn reduce the cost of air transportation and open new markets to Canadian consumers and shippers. Small markets currently underserved by existing carriers could also benefit from services by new carriers. For example, airports in smaller cities that currently offer services to a very limited number of destinations could benefit from the addition of new services, since we know that ultra-low-cost carriers use these smaller airports as their hubs. All of this could lead to more choice when purchasing an airline ticket, more travel destinations for all travelers, including those from smaller cities, and lower prices for Canadian travelers. Additionally, there could also be benefits for airports and suppliers, and the entire country as more jobs are added to the Canadian economy. Another improvement to the air travel sector in this bill is that it proposes a new transparent and predictable process for the authorization of joint ventures between air carriers, taking into account competition and wider public interest considerations. Joint ventures are a common practice in the global air transport sector. They enable two or more air carriers to coordinate functions on specific routes, including scheduling, pricing, revenue management, and marketing and sales. In Canada, air carrier joint ventures are currently examined from the perspective of possible harm to competition by the Competition Bureau under the Competition Act. Unlike many other countries, notably the United States, Canada's current approach does not allow for the consideration of the wider public interest benefits other than competition and economic impacts. Furthermore, the Bureau's review is not subject to specific timelines. This raises concerns that the current approach to assessing joint ventures may make Canadian carriers less attractive to global counterparts as joint venture partners, and may be limiting the ability of Canadian carriers to engage in this industry trend. The bill that is before you in this House proposes amendments that would allow the Minister to consider and approve air carrier joint ventures, taking into account competition considerations. On this latter concern, this Minister would work in close consultation with the Commissioner of Competition to ensure that he is properly informed regarding any concerns that he or she may have with regard to competition. Air carriers that would choose to have their proposed joint ventures assessed through the new process would be given clear timelines for an expected decision. Providing Canada's air carriers with such a tool would also benefit the air traveler. By joining up networks, air carriers could allow seamless travel to a wide range of destinations and reduce the duplication of functions. For Canadians, this could mean more seamless access to key global markets, easier inbound travel in support of tourism and business, as well as an increasing transiting traffic through our airports, thus increasing flight options. Globally, airports are making unprecedented investments in passenger screening to facilitate passenger travel and gain global economic advantages. Canada's largest airports have expressed an interest in making significant investments in passenger screening, either through additional workforce or technology innovation. And smaller airports have shown interest in obtaining access to screening services to promote local economic development. In the last 2 years alone, 10 small airports across Canada have requested screening services. The proposed amendments to the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority Act are important as they would create a more flexible framework to allow CATSA to provide these services on a cost recovery basis, which would in turn allow Canada to maintain an aviation system that is both secure and cost effective. In turn, this would support our efforts to maintain an aviation system that is both secure and cost-effective. It would also strengthen Canadian communities' competitiveness, and they attract new commercial routes. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not all the Transportation Modernization Act does. Bill C-49 proposes to mandate the Canadian Transportation Agency to develop, in partnership with Transport Canada, new regulations to enhance Canada's air passenger rights. These new rules would ensure air passenger rights are clear, consistent, and fair for both travelers and air carriers. When passengers purchase an airline ticket, they expect and deserve that the airline will fulfill its part of the transaction. When that agreement is not fulfilled, passengers deserve clear, transparent, and enforceable standards of treatment and compensation for such situations. Now, under this proposed legislation, Canadians would benefit from a uniform, predictable, and reasonable approach. The details of the new approach would be elaborated through the regulatory process that would include consultations with Canadians and the air stakeholders. My objective is to ensure that Canadians have a clear understanding of their rights as air travelers without negatively impacting on access to air services and cost of air travel for Canadians. Bill C-49 specifies that the regulations would include provisions regarding the following most frequently experienced irritants: providing passengers with plain language information about carriers' obligation and how to seek compensation or file complaints, setting standards for the treatment of passengers in the case of overbooking, delays, and cancellations, including compensation, standardizing compensation levels for lost or damaged baggage, establishing standards for the treatment of passengers in the case of tarmac delays over a certain period of time, seating children close to a parent or guardian at no extra charge, and requiring air carriers to develop standards for transporting musical instruments. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has been clear that he intends for the regulations to include provisions ensuring that no Canadian is involuntarily removed from an aircraft due to overbooking after they have boarded. The Minister has issued a challenge to Canada's air carriers on this matter, and that of seating arrangements for minors, that they move to strengthen air practices even before new passenger rights are finalized. This bill also proposes that data could be required from all parties in the air sector to be able to monitor the air traveler experience, including compliance with the proposed passenger rights approach. This data would also inform any future policy or regulatory actions that would be taken by the Minister of Transport to ensure the air traveler experience to, within, and out of Canada is efficient and effective. To finish, let me underscore that the experience of Canadian air travelers is of greater priority for the Government of Canada. We know that it is also a priority for Canadians. This is why we have proposed to increase international ownership restrictions for Canadian carriers. It's why we're proposing new rules on joint ventures that would help create greater efficiencies and more choices for Canadian travelers. It's why we're proposing some modest changes to the provisions of CATSA screening services that should help air passengers and transit through airports more quickly. And finally, it's why we're creating a legislative framework so Canadians can finally benefit from an air traveler's Bill of Rights. Mr. Speaker, once these new measures are in place, it could help lower prices, support increased competition among air carriers, and provide more choice to Canadians when it comes to purchasing a ticket, and improve service and connectivity for all Canadians and Canadian travelers. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, coastal communities rely on jobs in the transportation industry, especially in shipping. During the last election campaign, the Liberal Party promised not to change the Coastal Trade Act. Yet this bill allows foreign registered vessels to compete unfairly with Canadian ship owners. We're requesting that Canadian registered vessels continue to have preferential access to government contracts, carriage of goods by container, and repositioning of empty containers. In addition, this government did not consult the stakeholders affected by this measure. So why is the government going back on its word and now opening the door to unfair competition by foreign registered vessels?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and I can assure the honourable colleague that anything that this government does is taking into account Canadians, and we surely don't intend to have any change affect Canadians in a detrimental way. But at the same time, we have to recognize that we do operate in a global economy, in a global market space, which is why we shouldn't be very protectionist. We should actually work with foreign investors to actually increase our economy and benefit all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
I'd like to ask the honourable member, we've had a lot of debate in this House already on this bill, which seems to be, and in fact manifestly is, an omnibus bill, amending 13 different pieces of legislation. At the same time, the much vaunted expression to the Canadian people was that this was going to solve a lot of passenger issues, that this was going to be the passenger Bill of Rights, and yet there's very little in the bill that is about passengers. So I'm wondering whether the honourable member could give his perspective and why he is supporting this piece of legislation when it doesn't do what it said it's going to do and has all this impact on 13 other pieces of legislation.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I find it quite curious to have that charge, knowing as the previous government was notorious for using omnibus bills. Now, if you look at what we're putting forward, it's all dealing with one piece of legislation. 90% of it's dealing with one piece of legislation. So, having said that, I'm quite confident that this bill is going to help Canadians, and especially with the aspect of air passenger rights. We're 15 years behind Europe and 15 years behind the United States and 12 years behind Europe. So it's about time we put something forward that Canadians can rely on. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Allons la députée de Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
The honourable member for his very comprehensive speech. I know he's worked very hard on Transportation Committee for the last couple of years, and it certainly is showing. Could the honourable member comment on how this bill affects the overall strategic plan with respect to the minister's comments on Transportation 2030?
Honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The approach is looking forward to 2030, and the approach has been to look at the entire transportation system holistically. As it is quite vast, it's quite intricate, and I applaud the minister for the work that he's done and all the consultations that he's taken with stakeholders and Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, listening to a debate where the Conservatives accuse the Liberals of introducing omnibus bills is a little bit rich because, of course, the previous government, the Harper government, introduced omnibus bills to such an extent that Canadians became actually quite engaged and enraged about it. But that's no excuse, nor does it excuse the current government from doing the same thing, and they are doing that here. The Liberals stood in this House along with the New Democrats and criticized the previous government for introducing omnibus bills, and here they introduce a bill in one bill that amends 13 different acts and is by every single measure an omnibus bill. But my question is about Canadians, not about what we're doing in this House here. And that is, I'd like the member to explain why his Liberal colleagues voted against an NDP amendment that would have, among other things, required airlines to reimburse passengers for the full price of a ticket when a flight is cancelled. It would seem to me that that would be a very logical and reasonable request of airlines. Why did the Liberals not support that NDP amendment?
Good question.
Honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you for the question. I do apologize. I wasn't here in the House when the government was here. But just speaking to the first part of your question, you can't compartmentalize such a vast transportation system. And when this is dealing 90% with one act, I don't see how this is omnibus. To the second part of your question, we work quite collaboratively in the committee, and specific amendments, perhaps if rejected, could be due to duplication. It could be for a various number of reasons, but there's no malice there. We actually work really well together. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
I think when David Emerson did the review of the Act many years ago and put forward his report, Vision for Transportation in this country, obviously this bill falls well short of his vision. Specifically, though, the government on the Bill of Rights for passengers, they leave it to regulation. Virtually everything is left to regulation instead of putting it actually in the bill, in the law, so the Canadians know, Canadian members of Parliament know what they're voting on. Why did the government fail to put these penalties that would provide support to passengers in the Act instead of leaving it to the department to do by regulation.
Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Once again, I'd like to thank the new member of our committee for the question. This, quite frankly, just leaves a lot of flexibility. Going forward, everything will be stipulated in the legislation, but the important thing is to actually get the ball going now. As I said, we're playing catch-up with our counterparts in Europe and the United States. So once we get this in place, everything else will be stipulated in the legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, as stated earlier, this government ran on a platform that they weren't going to be ramming through omnibus bills through this House. Mr. Speaker, they're putting 13 acts together in one bill, and they say that 90% of it is covered in one act. So why didn't they separate the one act and put forward that piece of legislation separately? When you look at what they're putting forward in this bill, they're talking about joint ventures between airlines, passenger bill of rights, protecting the marine industry through transportation, which they haven't done. This bill is jam-packed with so many different issues that need to be debated separately. So I asked the member, he pointed out that the Conservative government rammed through omnibus bills. They opposed them during the campaign, yet they're doing it themselves. So I'd like to hear from the member explain why this government is ramming through omnibus bills, and if he thinks it's, what is the threshold is the question I'd like to know. Is it 15 acts? Is it 20 acts? 25 acts? What is the threshold for this government in ramming through omnibus bills?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you. I completely disagree. We're not ramming through anything. When you have such a vast, intricate system, you can't compartmentalize it. You need to look at it holistically. Otherwise, you'd be duplicating the work we're doing here, which doesn't make sense. Now, like I said, we're playing catch-up, especially when it comes to air passenger bill of rights. We're over a decade behind. So I think that speaks for itself. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, the Honourable Member is trying to justify an omnibus bill. This is a bill that deals with grain transportation, video recorder and voice recorders in trains, Coastal Trade Act, port infrastructure, joint ventures between airlines, passenger bill of rights. I mean, other than the common thread of transportation, these are all extremely separate and discrete areas of legislation that all warrant specific debate in this House. And so I really don't accept his defense of why this is a justified omnibus bill. But my question is about the coastal trade. We know that the previous government pursued negotiations with the European Union for CETA, and one of those concessions we gave European shippers is that they can actually have European-flagged vessels ply internal Canadian waterways between Halifax and Montreal and move empty containers and take loaded containers back and forth and dredge, and Canada got no reciprocal right to do so in internal European waterways. Can my honourable friend justify that?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you for the question. I don't think this is a matter of justification. There are nuances when you're dealing in a global market space, and this government will and has acted in the best interest of Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me say that I'm going to share my time with the member for Beauport-Limoilou, who I am eager to hear from on this issue. I would also like to thank the Minister of the Shadow Cabinet for Transportation, who has done excellent work on the C-49 file. I had the opportunity to work with her on this file, and I know that she has worked very hard on this issue. I also want to thank Patrick, my parliamentary intern through the internship program that we have on the Hill, for helping me to develop the speech. He's aware of the scope of this bill. This bill has a significant scope. It's going to amend 13 different laws and will have significant impact on air transport, maritime transport, and rail transportation. It's going to affect the way that ships and planes cross our country. This is an omnibus bill. The Liberal government had promised in 2015 to change the standing orders to prevent the introduction of omnibus bills. That was a promise that was made over and over again. In their election platform, the Liberals said that we will not use any legislative subterfuge to hide from parliamentary review. We are going to end this anti-democratic practice by amending the standing orders. That was a very practical commitment to make during an election campaign, but evidently it's much more practical to ignore it. What's even more interesting is that the same minister that is sponsoring the omnibus bill we're debating today has already criticized the use of these types of political maneuvers. In a motion that the Minister of Transportation tabled when he was the leader of the Liberals in 2012, he suggested that the intent of omnibus bills could force MPs to enter into conflict on their own principles when there are several elements to vote upon in one piece of legislation. That's a point of view, you will understand, that's very different from the one that the minister and his government have adopted through Bill C-49. Why did they change their minds? Where are their principles now that they have taken power? And let's not forget that this is not the only political strategy that the Liberal government is using to avoid the House's democratic procedures. It's using not only the omnibus format, it also decided to use time allocation to cut down on debate on many proposals. The list of changes of the government's changes remains extensive, but the period of debate has been seriously shortened. This government that likes to talk about its open and transparent ways is a government that claims to be listening, but in practice, after having observed them and lived with them, worked with them, it's clearly not the case. A bill that transforms our transportation system and weakens legislative protection of farmers and shippers, that makes changes that are not entirely supported. The decision made yesterday to use time allocation, well, I have to say that it didn't really surprise me. I'm sure it didn't surprise members of other opposition parties in this House, and surely it did not surprise all Canadians who've been listening for weeks to the Liberal government that is trying to defend a tax reform and decisions of its Minister of Finance during question period. What's becoming clear, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians are losing their trust in the moral compass of this government. This is an unexpected consequence for the Liberals. What's not clear, however, is the bill that we are currently discussing. After months of committees, debates, and study of this bill, we're still missing a lot of details and explanations. To talk about C-49, the Liberal government said that the measures it was going to outline would set up a new passenger Bill of Rights, would free up restrictions for Canadian airlines, would allow the Minister of Transportation to approve joint ventures, would update transportation of goods in Canada, would require railway companies to install locomotive video and voice recorders, would require large railway companies to provide information on tariffs, change the Maritime Act or Marine Act, all that in one same bill. Whether we're for or against some measures, it's impossible. There are things that we like, and if there are things we don't like in the same bill, it's impossible to vote for the bill in its entirety. It's a fundamental lack of respect and clarity. One of the examples of the Passenger Bill of Rights promised by the Liberal government. They've been bragging that it is a document that protects the rights of travelers, but when we look closely at it, I don't know if that's the case. We know almost nothing about this charter. We don't know what it's going to look like or what penalties could be applied to airline companies. And the Transportation Safety Bureau is going to have to make decisions. It is the Bureau that's going to decide on the content of the document, will outline the details, and those details are going to affect our airline passengers and companies in Canada. How can we intelligently discuss a passenger Bill of Rights without having all the information we need to discuss it? How can we avoid any other unintended consequences, because it seems to be the new trademark of this government, unintended consequences when we don't have the details of their proposals? There was the tax reform and the unexpected consequences for farmers, small and medium business owners. Let us recall the attacks of this government against the poorest people and the withdrawal of tax credits for people with disabilities. How to go and cooperate and find solutions on a bill in these kinds of circumstances. We are not the only ones who are objecting. We cannot support measures that aren't clear. The government is asking us to trust it blindly. And I have to admit, honestly, that it would be irresponsible of us to do so. Let's talk about the proposals in this bill. According to C-49, airport authorities and their subsidiaries would have access to loans and loan guarantees from the Infrastructure Bank of Canada. Let us recall that the bank doesn't actually exist yet. This measure makes no sense. According to the bill, port authorities would be allowed to access to a loan from an infrastructure bank for a bank that's going to be created in the future. We're giving the authorization now to do things with something that doesn't actually exist yet. What a great opportunity for the Liberal government to create even more unexpected consequences. With a new bank that has not yet been approved by Parliament and is going to cost taxpayers billions. If we continue to consider the effects of this bill on other sectors, there's other examples of lack of clarity. For shippers who use railways, this bill proposes a new interswitching fee, which according to the government will be reestablished every year. It will take into account infrastructure needs for the entire rail network. But we lack information on the application of this tariff in the bill, as well as most shippers, organizations, and producers groups. They need to be careful, and I understand them when it comes to long-distance interswitching. Like us, they don't really know how it's going to affect them. Shippers like Greg Sherwood reminds us that the devil is always in the details. He said that every word counts. That's what he told to the Manitoba newspaper, The Cooperator. He wasn't sure of the exact effect of the government's proposals. We're going to vote on this today. And why are we voting on this? Because we have to vote on the entire omnibus bill. We can't continue to study this little part of it. The government has decided to put it in a giant bill, which means we can't go any further on studying this aspect of it. We tried to rectify the vague nature of this bill, but the Liberals voted against these changes, even the administrative ones. It's obvious that they don't understand the consequences of these actions, and it's going to lead to more unintended consequences. Two big railway companies in Canada are worried about the impact of these new regulations, especially on investment in railway systems in Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's a strange decision, said the President of CN, given that there's a renegotiation going on and we're not going to be aware of the impact of NAFTA on these changes. So why would we allow American companies to get further involved in Canada? That's another question that's not being answered. Questions linked to transport are of vital importance. We all know it here in Canada. Bill C-49 is an omnibus bill that forces us to take a stand on measures that might have seemed acceptable, but we can't support them because there are unacceptable proposals in this bill. That's why I cannot support Bill C-49, Mr. Speaker. There are too many unintended consequences that we can already see coming. I would like to thank again Patrick, my intern, for having helped me to develop this speech, and I'm ready to take my colleagues' questions. Thank you.
Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned a number of times the term unintended consequences, and I think he's probably heard that term from our side. The Minister of Finance has used that term repeatedly in the last couple of months, And that is why we engaged in the level of consultation that we did. And that's why this side of the House, the Liberals, think it is so important that we engage in wholesome consultation to ensure that we don't have unintended consequences. So just as we engaged in consultation with respect to C-49, we did the same in finance with the tax changes. And as a result of that consultation, we made substantial changes. And I'm proud of that because we're listening to exactly do what the member's addressing, which is to avoid unintended consequences. So I just want to make that point before I put the question to him. The member did say that he did, and I appreciate his honesty, he did say that he liked certain parts of this bill. And I appreciate that honesty. I think it's fantastic when we in this House can talk about positive things that we agree on both sides. I wonder if the member could at least mention one or two things of this bill that he likes.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, an unintended consequences of presenting an omnibus bill like the one we have before us means that I can't answer my colleague's question because I'm being asked to vote on a whole host of measures, some which are positive, some which are negative, of course, and unfortunately because they cannot look at this as a whole because they're trying to force this down our throats. It's going to lead to unintended consequences like the tax reform, which was an unprecedented attack on farmers and SMEs. When people are ready to manage and take power, they consult, but they don't really consult. They're trying to force decisions down the throats of Canadians. And of course, we end up with unintended consequences. And that means that we cannot make the best decisions here in this place because the government is preventing us from doing so. Questions and comments?
Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government signed CETA with the European Union, and under that agreement, ships registered in an EU member country will be permitted to perform dredging operations, carry goods by container, and reposition empty containers in Canada, while Canadian vessels will not receive reciprocal treatment by EU countries. In my riding and in my community, in coastal communities like mine, in Port Alberni or Tofino or Ucluelet or Hornby Island or Denman Island or French Creek, these jobs are really important and local knowledge is really important. I wonder if the member's concerned about the impact that opening up the Coastal Trade Act will have on jobs in Canada's marine industry and in his community.
The member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Evidently, Mr. Speaker, the riding of Mégantic-L'Érable is very far from the coast, but we can very much understand the concerns of citizens who live close to the coasts, who see the measures in C-49, and I am convinced there are many people from the riding of my colleague who would have liked to testify. I'm convinced there are many people from my colleague's riding who would have liked us to take more time to talk about this situation, which is highly problematic, especially for people who live on the coasts and who are affected by these types of problems. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the way that the Minister of Transport chose to present the measures that are going to affect people in my colleague's riding are such that we will not be able to take the time required to look at all the consequences. And what that's going to do, Mr. Speaker, is it's just going to lead to unintended consequences. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The member for Mégantic-L'Érable mentioned all of the unintended effects. We can't be sure of anything because in committee, I think the member is part of the Transportation Committee. He was at the time. I don't know if it's still the case. Maybe he saw the bill in an earlier form. What happened at committee? All the amendments proposed by the opposition, the Conservatives or the NDP, were completely rejected. It seems that there was not a great deal of cooperation when it came to this bill. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that it's an open secret that very few amendments were accepted by the Liberal government. And indeed, I was part of the Transportation Committee when we started to talk about Bill C-49. For the government, this is a bill that was very urgent. It needed to be passed quickly. They've even used a time allocation motion. They passed it yesterday to move things along even more quickly. But what's worse is that in a single week, all of the testimony on C-49 was condensed, which was enough. There were people who came to testify all week, and unfortunately, many of the comments that we heard for a week on the committee are not in the final version the version that we have before us, presented by the government. We're told that the consultation's been done and that we're working on it in committee, and in the end, what remains is essentially a useless exercise. It was just a way of moving the bills forward in the form that the Liberals wanted it. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor today. First of all, I would like to talk about the 60 seniors in my riding who went through a tragedy on Sunday night. There was a fire in Beauport in a retirement home. It was a major fire, and all the seniors had to go out in the middle of the night, were put on buses. I would like to thank the Municipality of Quebec for sending those buses as quickly as they did. My thoughts are with them and their families. I hope that they all have families that can take them in. I visited that residence twice since I was elected, and these are people who are elderly more so than in other retirement homes, and so my thoughts are with them in this difficult time. I would like to talk about the concerns that I have with regards to this government, which is constantly insisting that it's working in liberal interests or the interests or multinational corporations or for other particular interests, whether it be for the tax increases they announced this summer for small and medium businesses, as well as the crisis at this time going on in terms of conflict of interest with the Minister of Finance, the shares he should have sold 2 years ago, the $20 million that he has in his family company, Morneau Chapelle. And yesterday we found out that 5 other ministers from this government probably used the same technique as the Minister of Finance, which meant that they did not sell their shares, nor did they put them in a blind trust. We're going to ask again who those ministers are. And I'm starting to raise serious questions about the behavior of this government. The Prime Minister is supposed to ensure that his government is acting in accordance with the law and is not using all kinds of loopholes to avoid respecting the spirit of the Conflict of Interest Act. This worries me a great deal. When I tell you that this government is working not for the Canadian people but for multinational corporations, there was a great example this morning in an article from Radio-Canada in which we found out that the government and Minister Joly recently, their government met Amazon 99 times in the last 12 months and Google 37 times, Netflix 16 times, and a few months later, 5 meetings with the Minister of Canadian Heritage, a few months before she announced her controversial agreement with Netflix. At Disque, and I was at their gala on Sunday night to represent the Conservative Party, met the minister only once. The Quebec Association of Québécois Production only met the minister a handful of times, and it gives a poor impression of this government. It seems to be giving all of its attention to multinational organizations and not to Canadian ones. When it comes to Bill C-49, Mr. Speaker, the government, ever since we've started to talk about this bill, has insisted that it wants to emphasize security. It wants to emphasize railway security, maritime security, as well as airline security. I think that security, especially railway security, is important too, but most of their bill does not touch on that. I'll tell you what I've done for railway security since I've been elected. I've met representatives of CN because trains go through Limoilou, and there are services for port facilities in my riding, and there's services to the Quebec train station. It was great to be able to meet the police officers for CN who ensure security on the railway, who answered all of my questions, responded to all of my concerns, and concerns that were raised by different citizens in my riding. Both of the stations, why often trains stay there for a few days, the speed at which they travel, all important issues. But if security were so important when it came to railway, air, and maritime security, why did the committee discussion constantly reject amendments proposed by the official opposition? These amendments were intended to improve security as well as other competitive aspects of the bill. This is an omnibus bill. There are changes made to 13 different pieces of legislation, and it applies to 3 main forms of transportation in Canada and even the world. The majority of this bill does not affect security, even though the parliamentary secretary did most of his speech on security, or rather safety for transportation. It is a shame.
Now, last night, just by chance, I was doing some reading before I went to sleep. It had to do with parliamentary procedure, and it described what happens in the various legislatures in Canada, including the federal Parliament. And some academics pointed to the fact that in a study over the last 30 years, they noted that in the last 20 years that there was more and more use of time allocation and omnibus bills. And these omnibus bills were often based on the argument that they were more effective and that Canadians would see the House working more efficiently. But the last few years, this recurrent use of omnibus bills has not led to more bills being passed in this House, no matter what the government claims. So the academic in question said that we had to allow Parliament to follow its natural course and to look at bills separately. And this bill, C-49, should have been divided in various bills, and then people could have better understood the various details that the government wants to amend, as raised by my colleague, the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. There are 5 particular things in this bill that I'd like to deal with, which have got my attention more than others. First of all, joint ventures. Now, there can be joint ventures with air carriers, and this bill would allow for a bigger role for the transport minister. A greater role because, for example, if you have Delta Airlines and Air Canada, and they each have their own routes and flights, for example, from Toronto to Atlanta, they could, for reasons of productivity, for other reasons of rationalization, they could decide that they would join forces for this route for all the reasons I've mentioned. Now, usually when 2 air carriers decide to go for a joint venture, they need the approval of the Competition Bureau. What we see in this bill is that the Transport Minister, thank you, Mr. Speaker, the Transport Minister will have far greater influence because he is the one, in the end, who will decide, rather than the Competition Commissioner. He'll decide on what carriers can go forward with this kind of joint venture. The Minister says he will act in the public interest, but these Liberal parliamentarians have not been able to define what that public interest would be. Second, the new fees and costs that will go with security. The Minister of Transport talked about the problem of the Trudeau Airport, where there are these very long waiting lines because of security. And they said, we're going to make sure that there are more doors and more of these security points, but they will allow airports to levy additional fees. And that this will be passed on to consumers. So the bill is saying at the outset that consumers will see their plane tickets become more expensive. Every time the Liberals want to solve a problem, and here it's waiting lines for security, their way of dealing with the problem is to increase costs for Canadians. With climate change, they create a carbon tax. They have their deficit, and they're cutting tax credits for public transport and other things. The third thing, and I'll end with that, Mr. Speaker, is that they want to change the present legislation in order to allow international companies to go through to conduct cabotage, which is unfair for our people because here in Canada we have very attractive salaries, whereas these international companies pay their crews the lowest rate. So this is very unfair competition for our people. So this should not have been presented in an omnibus bill. We should have been able to analyze every part of this bill according to its worth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know we've had a couple of members from the opposition talk about the size of the legislation and how relevant it is. And I would have to say that I adamantly disagree. I've been in opposition for many years and very much familiar with what omnibus bills look like, and this is not one of those bills, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that deals with our transportation industry. Canadians understand and appreciate just how important that industry is, whether it's the shipping of cargo through our ports, the shipping of cargo and passengers on our rail system or in our airlines. In fact, Mr. Speaker, within this legislation you will have yet another campaign commitment to provide passenger Bill of Rights or dealing with the issue with respect to passengers on airlines is in fact being dealt with. And my question to the member is, would he not at the very least acknowledge that whether it's in legislation or regulation, at least now for the first time, we actually are moving forward on having and protecting airline passengers through this legislation?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Charter of Rights for Canadians, travelers, there is this kind of pattern with the Liberals since 40 years. It's a paradigm of always increasing the rights of people to create and enhance a judicial relation between people, between individuals and companies, between individuals and the state. I think that we should let the market regulate problems between the citizens and companies. If people are not satisfied with the services given by a given company, you can certainly count on them to stop using these services. And again, the Liberal government wants to implement this kind of relationship of judicial protagonism. And I would say, though, will they introduce protection for bilingualism touching Air Canada in this Charter of Rights for consumers?
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, especially because today is Halloween and C-49 is a real tale of horror.
Speaker, not only because of the rudely imposed time allocation, which the Liberals opposed so passionately in their days as the third party in this House, not only because it is a monster of an omnibus bill, but because the contents of this omnibus bill have nothing in common piece by piece, except for the fact that they involve one way or another the word transport. The government has made much of the fact that there are 6 amendments proposed by the opposition, but I would like to ask my colleague whether 6 amendments on a bill this large represent anything of significance.
The honourable member for Beauport, Limoilou.
Amendment coming from the official opposition, that's for sure. But probably that if in committee as well as in the debate in the House of Commons here, if the bill would have been separated naturally as it should be, because it touches on very large different sectors of activity in Canada, we would probably have, 30 amendments perhaps. And that's probably what the Liberal government didn't want to see coming up in this House of this great House of Commons. It's us opposing and debating to introduce dozens and dozens of amendments, because we would have been able in committee to analyze way much in details each component of this bill. It's very sad. And concerning the omnibus bill, I mean, us in this side of the House, we have never had any trouble with this. We assume it. But they always said during the campaign they would never go to this kind of practice, which doesn't change much actually in fastening the process of the House of Commons or increasing the number of bills that goes forward. I would say also, why do they give us like 4 or 5 days to debate a so important bill when they could have not last week passed 3 days to oversee Bill C-24 that changed the title for Minister of State to Minister, a bill completely ridiculous that has nothing, that doesn't give anything more to Canadians, because that's what we should do here. It's give something more to Canadians. This Bill C-24 aimed to give something more to ministers, give something more to the government benches, and that's ridiculous. I mean, we should spend more days on serious bill and stop joking around in this House, which they do.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise in the House today to speak to this bill, Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. C'est toujours un plaisir de me lever.
It's always a pleasure for me to stand in this House and speak on behalf of my constituents in Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
To the Minister of Transport, the Prime Minister states that his overarching goal is to ensure that Canada's transportation system supports the government's agenda for economic growth and job creation. Now, to carry out that mandate, it's essential to look ahead, and today I would like to reflect on that by focusing on some of the key amendments in Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act, that will help ensure that our transportation system can continue to help build this country for future generations. In particular, it's essential that our transportation system be fluid in its operation and responsive in meeting the needs of our society and our economy. To meet these goals, we need to lay the groundwork for a transportation system that will be safe and secure, a transportation system that will be innovative and green, and a transportation system that will be adaptable to changing trade flows and sensitive to the needs of the traveler. Following a comprehensive consultation process with Canadians, industry stakeholders, provinces, territories, Indigenous groups, we have established a foundation to realize these goals through Transportation 2030, the government's strategic plan for the future of transportation in Canada. For this government, the transport portfolio is critical to economic growth. Transportation in Canada must continue to be a single, interconnected system that drives the Canadian economy. In February of last year, the Minister of Transport tabled the report of the Review of Canada Transportation Act, also known as the CTA Review, which was led by the Honourable David Emerson. It had been 15 years since the last such review. The review report looked ahead to examine how to position our transportation system to continue to support Canada's international competitiveness, trade, and prosperity. As Mr. Emerson noted, our transportation system is the connective tissue that binds us together as a nation, that enables us to participate in the global economy and helps us to ensure our economic and social well-being. The review pointed towards many of the goals to which we need to aspire in building the transportation system of the future.
We, as a country, must take the long view. We must develop a long-term vision of Canada's transportation system that is focused on the future, on the outcomes of what we want to achieve. Better growth, more competition, and better service. When we mention economic potential, we must remember that we can have the best quality products in the world, but it won't matter if we lack in efficient ways to get those goods to international markets. Improving our trade corridors is a key requirement in building our future transportation system. That is why Bill C-49 focuses on promoting transparency, system efficiency, and fairness. The bill proposes legislative amendments that would better meet the needs and service expectations of Canadian travelers and shippers, while creating a safer and more innovative transportation system that will position Canada to capitalize on global opportunities and thrive on a higher performing economy. In particular, C-49 recognizes that a reliable freight rail network is critical to Canada's success as a trading nation. Many of our commodities, from minerals to forest products to grain, depend on rail to move to markets both in Canada and abroad. Canada already enjoys a very efficient rail system with the world's lowest rates. C-49 would sustain this by addressing pressures in the system so that it can continue to meet the needs of users and the economy over the long term. There's no clearer example of the importance of our freight rail network than the Prairie provinces. Each year, over $280 billion of goods move through our freight rail system throughout Canada. It is the backbone of our export trade, allowing goods to move efficiently throughout the country and to our export markets. Bill C-49 builds on our already strong freight rail system by safeguarding its continued reliability and efficiency. Bill C-49 seeks to create a more competitive environment for shippers and producers by introducing long-haul interswitching, a new mechanism which would be available to all captive shippers in Canada across all sectors. Long-haul interswitching will allow shippers access to competing railways at rates and at service terms that are set by the Canadian Transportation Agency. This measure will allow for better options for service while improving system efficiency. It will ensure that shippers across industries will be able to bring their products to market. Mr. Speaker, there has been much discussion on the planned sunset of extending interswitching mechanism that was created in 2014 with the passing of the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act. This system only applied to captive grain shippers within the Prairie provinces. In the year prior to the Act's implementation, there was a record prairie grain crop, which was immediately followed by a devastating winter. This Act was introduced to address this unique situation and conditions in the grain handling and transportation system at the time. These no longer exist. It is important to emphasize the temporary nature of the previous legislation. Bill C-49 replaces this temporary provision with a stronger and permanent mechanism which will apply across various sectors, including the grain sector and various regions in Canada. It will apply to a much larger distance of 1,200 kilometers or more, far greater than the 160 kilometers of the previous Act. It is critical that this new mechanism applies to all commodities over a much larger distance throughout this great country. At committee, changes were adopted to the exclusion zones, opening the interswitch mechanism to captive shippers in northern Quebec, opening the interswitch mechanism to captive shippers in British Columbia, as well as Alberta, favorably impacting the mining and forestry industries in those regions. By extending the interswitch system, we are strengthening multiple industries while still supporting the grain industry. It is also important to note the stronger benefits and protections that Bill C-49 provides to prairie grain shippers and farmers. These include the ability for shippers to seek reciprocal financial penalties in their service agreements with railways. These include better defining what adequate and suitable rail service actually mean, and improved access to final offer arbitration. C-49 better defines adequate and suitable rail service. Previously, within the Canada Transportation Act, the term adequate and suitable was not defined and had been the subject of various definitions over time. By better defining the term and providing better clarity to both shippers and rail companies, we reduce the potential for service disputes, which can be both costly and disruptive to both parties. It is also important to balance both the shipper's service entitlements while taking into consideration the railway's broader obligations across the network. The Act provides strong new affirmation that railways must provide shippers with the highest level of service that they reasonably can provide within the circumstances. Factors for the Canadian Transportation Agency's use in assessing what is reasonable will also be identified. These would include the service that the shipper requires, the railway's obligations under the Canada Transportation Act, and the operational requirements of both the railway and the shipper, amongst others. The Act also addresses penalties for delays, which currently are one-sided. While railways can impose penalties on shippers for delays currently, shippers are not able to impose penalties on the railways unless the railway agrees to this as part of a confidential contract. This causes inequity between the rail lines and the shippers. Reciprocal penalties will ensure that the responsibility of efficient and timely movement of goods will be shared between the shippers and the rail companies. With Bill C-49, shippers will be able to pursue reciprocal financial penalties through the service level agreement process under the CTA. The process allows a shipper to obtain an agreement on service through CTA arbitration when negotiations with the rail company fail. The CTA arbitrator will ensure that the penalties both balance the interests of the shipper and the railway and encourage efficient movement of goods. This is of vital importance to grain farmers on the prairies and was one of the big asks of stakeholders in the period leading to the tabling of this bill. The bill also increases transparency by increasing the amount of information that is publicly available concerning the performance of the rail transportation supply chain. Of note is that Bill C-49 requires that railways provide a report assessing their ability to meet their grain movement obligations prior to the start of the crop year. The state of the year's crop and forecasts for the upcoming winter will be reviewed annually. This ensures that should a similar scenario occur, like the one seen in 2013, 2014, that a contingency plan can be put in place by the railways to ensure the movement of grains. In addition, railways will need to report service, performance, and rate metrics publicly. This bill requires railways to provide service and performance information on a weekly basis to the Canadian Transportation Agency, who in turn will make this information public by publishing it on their website. Rate data will be required from the railways as well as to Transport Canada. The rate data will be used by the agency to help calculate long-haul interswitching rates. It is important that this information is available in a timely manner to ensure the efficiency of the supply chain. Bill C-49 will encourage the long-term growth of the freight rail system by encouraging investments. It will change the provisions respecting the maximum revenue entitlement regime by making adjustments to incentivize hopper car investments and reforming the MRE methodology. These reforms will better reflect individual railway investments and encourage investments by all supply chain partners. One only has to think of Lac Mégantic, where people are still recovering from the tragedy that took the lives of 47 residents in 2013. This and other events like the derailment of the Gogama remind me that the most crucial thing the Minister of Transport can do is to keep the people who use our transportation system safe. Mr. Speaker, nothing else is as important. Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act, would further this goal. It would do this by implementing in-cab video and voice recorders, commonly referred to as LVVR, as recommended by the CTA Review Panel and the Transportation Safety Board. These recorders would further strengthen rail safety by providing objective data about crew actions leading up to and during a rail accident. This technology would also provide companies with an additional safety tool for analyzing trends identified through their safety management system. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the transportation system of the future needs to better meet the needs of travelers who seek greater choice and convenience at a reasonable cost. For example, passenger traffic at Toronto Pearson Airport has almost doubled in the past 3 decades and marked its 40 millionth passenger in 2015, a record for the airport. Just cast your mind ahead to 2030, when Toronto Pearson forecasts it will serve some 66 million passengers per year. That's a lot of people to manage, and our airports need to be up to the task. Along with connections, we must also consider the air traveler experience and the need for new tools to assist consumers. The traveler needs to know how decisions are made when flights don't go as planned and what recourse they have. That is the very reason that Bill C-49 proposes the creation of new regulations to enhance Canada's air passenger rights, ensuring that they are clear, ensuring that they are consistent, and ensuring they are fair to both travelers and to air carriers. The Canadian Transportation Agency would be mandated to develop, in consultation with Transport Canada, these new regulations and would consult Canadians and stakeholders should royal assent be given. The overriding objective of this new approach is to ensure that Canadians and anyone traveling to, from, or anyone traveling within Canada understand their rights as air travelers without negatively impacting on access to air services and the cost of air travel for Canadians. The simple fact we must address for all travelers is this. Canadians are spending more on transportation in all forms. In the past 30 years, household spending on transportation has more than tripled to 16% of their expenditures, second only to shelter. Our government's vision for the Canadian traveler experience is one where we have the more integrated and seamless connections between air, between rail and transit to reduce the overwhelming reliance on the automobile. These are some big issues, and sorting through the implications of what I have just talked about is a tall order that requires many conversations with Canadians. The CTA review started this engagement. The report is a comprehensive source of independent advice to government. As I said earlier, I see transportation as essential to drive this country's economic growth and future prosperity for all Canadians. We must also design and manage the transportation system so that we continue to protect passengers, we continue to protect communities, and we continue to protect our environment. I challenge all of us to think about how we can achieve all of these goals so that we can develop a transportation system that is even more safe, more efficient, and more green, and which supports both our economy and our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his comments. Mr. Speaker, in my remarks last week during report stage, I addressed an amendment which was made by numerous stakeholders during the testimony that we heard, and it was supported by both the Conservative and NDP members of the committee to allow that the first interchange point, which the shipper is required to use in order to access LHI, to be in the reasonable direction of the shipper's destination. Now, this amendment would have brought some practicality to this new regime that the Liberal government has introduced. This amendment, if passed, would have meant that shippers would not have to send their product potentially hundreds of kilometers in the wrong direction to reach their nearest interchange point. And I'm wondering if the member would comment on that and why he believes that his colleagues on the committee would not have wanted to support that very practical amendment.
The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll do my best. Unfortunately, I was not at committee. I don't sit on the standing committee. But I do know, however, that the Conservatives were able to move 9 amendments. Not all of them were adopted. I understand 6 of the 9 were approved by both parties. However, I don't have the precise information as to why that was not brought forward. But I hazard a guess that not every amendment. Amendments are judged on the merits of the arguments they're making. And I believe that there's a good reason not to approve that, rational, logical reason. But 6 of 9 amendments were approved. They can't all be approved, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I think we all agree that we need clear measures to discourage airlines from overbooking and forcibly removing passengers from aircraft. The NDP introduced a bill in the last Parliament that clearly set out the steps needed to establish a passenger bill of rights that does just that. We put forward amendments with concrete proposals in this bill that when a flight is cancelled, that an airline must offer passengers the choice between a full refund and rerouting under comparable conditions. Or if the airline doesn't comply with this, they'd pay $1,000 in compensation to every passenger in addition to the refund. Or if an aircraft is held on the ground for more than an hour, the airline must provide passengers with adequate food and drinking water and other refreshments for each additional hour during the airline failing to comply to do this. They must pay each passenger $100 compensation. Seems very reasonable, and we're hearing from Canadians. They've got concerns. We look at Europe, where they've got good regulations. They've got a cancellation rate of 0.4%. It's 4 times lower than flights are subject to in Canada. The government has turned a blind eye to testimony they heard and findings of studies on this issue. And in fact, the government has ignored the call to actually study these issues. I asked my friend, my colleague from St. Boniface and St. Vital, why the government is choosing not to study these concerns, not to support Canadians' requests and backing travelers in the air industry so that we can be more competitive, treat our Canadians with respect like they do in Europe.
The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
I thank the honourable member for the question. I think the minister has been quite clear. We are committed to a passenger bill of rights, and that's something that's going to happen. The discussions will occur. I mean, the key to this whole bill, I believe, is achieving a balance between the passengers, between the airlines, between the carriers, and there is some flexibility built into it, but the key is achieving a balance. And Mr. Speaker, our minister has been crystal clear on every occasion I have heard him speak that we will be moving forward on a balanced, responsible, and fair passenger bill of rights.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from St. Boniface, St. Vital, for his intervention, which was really interesting for me to hear because there's been so much comment about various aspects of it. But I think I want to just ask about the larger aspect of this bill with regard to some comments that my friend made. And those of us who live in dense urban areas, you know, in the Toronto area, you could probably have endless discussions about the air traffic at Pearson, or in my case, one of the busiest rail junctions in North America, which is what's known as the Bayview Junction. But the bill also, with interswitching and so on, addresses issues, to my mind, that affect the vast areas of our country, even the smaller regions. And I wonder if my friend would add a little more discussion to the notion that this bill is addressing serious problems in less populated areas of the country, which are also in dire need of good transportation legislation.
Honourable Member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. One of the more popular, at least in Western Canada, initiatives that's coming forward is the whole initiative of long-haul interchanging. We are replacing what is currently a 160-kilometre interchange with a long-haul interchange, something that can go upwards of 1,200 kilometres or more for shippers who need to get their goods to market. It's something that's very popular in Western Canada with the grain shippers there, but it's also we are expanding beyond simple grain shippers. We are operating it. We are expanding it to other industries such as mining, such as forestry, and this initiative will allow for increased competition and has been welcomed by shippers across Canada, especially popular with grain shippers in Western Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to make a point of clarification. In his answer to one of our colleagues, the member stated that members of the opposition were allowed to move 9 amendments. To be clear, members of the opposition have the opportunity to move as many amendments as they would like to a bill, and in fact the NDP and the Conservative members moved over 30 amendments, which actually was a boiling down of over 100 amendments that stakeholders had introduced during their testimony. And so I would also just state that the amendments that were accepted by the Liberal members happened to be duplicate amendments that both the Conservatives and the Liberal members put together. And so, in fact, what this member would like to represent as a very magnanimous approach to amendments in committee is actually false.
Honourable Member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I at no time, of course, as elected officials, we know we can move as many amendments as we like, both at committee, in the House, and it's a cornerstone of our democratic system. What I meant to say is not every amendment that's moved has merit. Not every amendment that moves has the support of all political parties. And I like to think that an amendment is based on the merit that it does have and is judged accordingly. Our party has always believed that through committee you can make an existing bill stronger, you can make an existing bill fairer, and that's how the system is supposed to work. And I commend the honourable member and her party for bringing forward amendments that were reasonable and were supported by all parties, and hopefully that will continue through the debate on this bill.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, quick question for the member from St. Boniface, St. Vital. I asked him earlier, but I'll ask him again. Can the member explain why his Liberal colleagues and himself voted against the NDP amendment that would have, among other things, required airlines to reimburse the full price of a ticket when a flight is cancelled? It's a simple question. It's about protecting consumers and respecting air travelers. Just a simple question, why?
Honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Mr. Speaker, as a first-time member of Parliament, as a parliamentarian who does not sit on that committee, I believe what he's referencing is something that was brought along in the previous term. Nevertheless, we wholeheartedly support the spirit of a passenger's Bill of Rights. Our minister, on every occasion I have heard him speak on this issue, has come out 100% for a passenger's Bill of Rights. We are fully committed to it. We are going to consult. We are going to make sure it's fair, it's transparent, and that it benefits all Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and speak to C49 today, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Yorkton Melville. Now, we have before us what is very clearly an omnibus bill. It is a transportation bill that deals with many different kinds of pieces of legislation. Frankly, it's more involved, more complex, deals with more different topics perhaps than the 95 Theses. And if the government wants indulgence today, they're not going to get it from the opposition. Now, if I can just continue pontificating on this a little bit, I think what we're seeing is the government's total unwillingness to take their past commitments with respect to omnibus legislation seriously. They had promised in the past, or they had criticized the previous government for covering a range of different topics in the same legislation and in the same bills. And in fact, this was allegedly a big part of their push for changes to the standing orders. They said, well, we've got to change the standing orders because we have this big problem of governments bringing forward omnibus bills, and we need a solution to that. Well, the simple solution, if they thought it was such a problem, would be that they could simply not propose omnibus bills. And yet, in so many different areas, whether it's C46, a bill that covers a range of very different kinds of proposals on the issue of impaired driving, whether it's a transportation bill, whether it's budget bills that they've brought forward, there's a real abundance of what clearly are omnibus bills, even by their own definition. They've said that an omnibus bill is a bill where members might want to vote for some parts of it but oppose other parts of it. Again, there's no credibility. We see that really their policies, their platform, in the spirit of the season, really, it's ghosted. There's nothing but a ghost left of the commitments that the government had made with respect to omnibus legislation. Now, if I can talk specifically about some of these, the different pieces of the legislation of this bill that they brought forward. First of all, much of the discussion for members of the government has been about this alleged Passengers' Bill of Rights. I'm sorry to report to members, Mr. Speaker, this is more trick than treat, because the Passenger Bill of Rights that they've talked about, it's skeletal at best. It's legislation that really puts in place that there will be asking others to eventually develop this framework, but the House is in no position to actually evaluate the substance of it. We are expected to, to consider the idea of theoretically a passenger bill of rights that somebody else might develop without any kind of clarity on the structure that would have or how that would be approached or operationalized in practice. So, again, more trick than treat, even if passengers were expecting something more substantive than that. Of course, as members of Parliament, we fly often. We could probably all share stories of different less than ideal experiences we've had with air travel. But it behooves the government, I think, to be more clear about what they're talking about when they bring these kinds of measures before us. Again, I think this is the idea for them to check a box in terms of something that they wanted to say that they had done, but really lacking in meat. Now, there's many different provisions of this bill that come from lots of different directions. Another issue that I wanted to address is the issue of joint ventures. So this is the issue where if different airlines want to propose a joint venture for a route, at present the process is that this is reviewed and ruled on by the Competition Commissioner. And this is, of course, appropriate. The Competition Commissioner evaluating what is the impact on competition if we have, for instance, the introduction of a joint venture. Because when you have a joint venture in place, that can have a negative impact on competition because you have, again, entities, companies working together, so there is less of a kind of competition that can be beneficial to consumers. Of course, as a party that believes in the importance of functioning free markets, our caucus is very concerned with ensuring that there is as much competition as well, because we recognize that if you want to get good outcomes for consumers, yes, there's a place for regulation, but the best way to get to that end is if you have robust competition, you're going to have good outcomes for consumers, because consumers can drive through the market the kinds of treatment and services that they want by choosing between the different available options. Now, unfortunately, this omnibus bill makes some changes to the framework in place for joint ventures. What it does is it gives authority, instead of to the Competition Commissioner, to the Minister for making those decisions. And in that context, he has fairly wide discretion to make these determinations on the basis of public interest criteria. Now, the public interest is the sort of concept that everybody is in favor of, but the devil is often in the details, because when the minister has wide discretion to make a determination on the basis of widespread of a concept of public interest, really that gives, in this case of him, the ability to do what he wants with respect to these joint ventures, and he may well be subject to influences and questions which are not in the public interest. Of course, we've had regularly concerns raised in this House about ministers who find themselves in conflicts of interest, and when we have, in fact, cases of ministers that have been able to circumvent the law with respect to blind trusts, then we should, I think, legitimately be raising concerns about the minister taking authority which had previously been authority that was exercised through the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. One other issue that I want to address is with respect to interswitching for rail. And just the issues that I've addressed in the short space of my speech today again underlines the breadth of transportation measures that are in this bill, and I think that should be concerning to members. But the existing framework, the previous government brought in something that was called extended interswitching, which allowed for the use of other companies' rail lines, and that would be done on a sort of cost-plus framework. So the rates would vary depending on the costs that were in place to the company, but it was fundamentally a competitive framework because there wasn't a fixed rate across the board for interswitching. Rather, there was a framework that was cost-plus, so it encouraged still some degree of flexibility and competition. But the long-haul interswitching provisions the government has in place in this bill do not encourage competition, because the way in which the rate is structured for that interswitching, it's a rate that is based on average rate, so it's the same rate that would be charged across different companies. So really it reduces the pressure for competition vis-a-vis different cases of interswitching. And again, as I said before, our view is that competition is important, that facilitating competition in the transportation sector and other sectors is beneficial for consumers. It leads to choice. It also leads to innovation. Now, if I could just say in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, when we asked the minister about this during time allocation earlier, he said, well, I don't think we should be hearing more opposition speeches because they keep talking about the carbon tax. So since the minister doesn't want us to talk about carbon tax, I think we actually have a duty to talk about the carbon tax in this context. Of course, the government doesn't want to talk about how negatively they are impacting the transportation industry by trying to impose a carbon tax, literally a tax on everything, and they are compelling provinces in a way I think is profoundly disrespectful to provincial jurisdiction. They're trying to compel provinces to impose this carbon tax, and I had the pleasure of presenting a petition for my constituents on this yesterday. Many of my constituents are very concerned about the negative impact on the transportation sector, on the energy sector, on other sectors associated with this piece of with the carbon tax. So to summarize, we have in front of us an omnibus bill. Again, the Liberal government showing disregard for their commitments. There are some specific things that I take issue with. The most publicized element, the Air Passenger Bill of Rights, is not at all clear, and we would be much better off encouraging competition to help consumers have the flexibility to drive improvements in quality and innovation themselves. But they're in the process of taking choice away from consumers, talking about an air passenger bill of rights that is not clear or defined in any way. And of course, they're proceeding with other measures that are very harmful for the transportation industry, such as the carbon tax. On that basis, we oppose this bill.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's interesting. The member across the way wants to focus on what I believe is one of those issues in which it clearly demonstrates just how out of touch the Conservative Party is with Canadians. You know, he talks about the issue of the carbon tax and the detriment it will have on the industry as a whole. Yet it's fairly well accepted, and we have 80% of the population today already participating in a price on carbon. And yet we have the Conservative Party, no matter what the issue of debate might be inside the chamber, want to focus their attention on an issue which, quite frankly, is not overly relevant to the bill itself. And my question to my colleague across the way is that within the legislation, and this is really important, we have yet another election platform commitment that's being fulfilled in terms of protecting air passengers. Within this legislation, it is going to enable that to take place. Would the member across the way not agree that that is a good thing for Canadians? This is something that they've been wanting, Mr. Speaker, and that is something that's being delivered in good part through this legislation, and we not at the very least acknowledge that that aspect of the legislation is good.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say, first of all, with respect to the carbon tax, I gave a 10-minute speech on this bad piece of legislation. I spent about 60 seconds on the carbon tax. Clearly, it's a sore point for the member, but that's why I feel it's important for me to bring it up, not only because it's a point where the government clearly is embarrassed to talk about their agenda to impose new taxes on Canadians, but also because it's very important to my constituents, and that's what I was elected precisely to do, is to bring the concerns of my constituents to this House. We will continue to oppose the government's agenda with respect to imposing new taxes at every turn, including the carbon tax, but at every turn imposing new taxes on Canadians. Now, I spoke about the Air Passenger Bill of Rights, and in the spirit of the season, I would say they may think it's a promise kept, but the devil is in the details. This Passenger Bill of Rights is a phantom. It's very skeletal. It's more trick than treat. Members will observe, if they look at the legislation, that it doesn't at all create a Passenger Bill of Rights, simply a framework to ask somebody else to create a Passenger Bill of Rights.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. La députée de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Léragh. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As usual, I love to hear my colleague make his comments, his speeches. I'm persuaded that with all the experience he's acquired over the last few years here in this House, he can recognize a government tactic when he sees one. C-49 seems to me, Mr. Speaker, to be the perfect example of the way that the Liberal government is trying to manage the affairs of the country. We'll try to present a bill that deals with every aspect that we talked about during a committee meeting since we've started working. We'll throw it all together. We'll put several aspects together to make sure that the opposition can't support one and not the other. We'll use subterfuge to prevent members from being able to express themselves on every aspect of the bill and voting properly, and that way we'll be able to walk out with our heads held up high before Canadians. And we know we're going to end up with unintended consequences, but it's not a big deal. Canadians are used to seeing us govern like this. What does my colleague think of that, Mr. Speaker?
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Mr. the President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I agree absolutely. The government has presented a bill with a lot of different elements. The opposition doesn't have the opportunity to discuss all the details because the government has ended the debate twice, before and after committee stage. It is not fair. It is not respecting parliamentary procedure.
We're going to resuming debate and the honourable member for Yorkton Melville, but I will let her know that there will need to interrupt shortly before 2 o'clock for the usual statements by members. Of course, she'll have the remaining time when the House gets back to debate on the motion that's before the House. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and speak to Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. This bill actually amends a number of different bills, 13, I believe, in fact, with many significant changes being more than just technical in nature. My focus will be on the issues around grain transportation, as this portion of the bill is of great concern to those who farm in my riding of Yorkton Melville and ship their products from Saskatchewan to multiple destinations by rail. I look at this omnibus bill and wonder what the rationale was for creating such complex legislation when it could have been more effective on many levels to split C-49 into rail shipping, rail safety, air, and marine to target consultation to expedite the best legislation for each. My colleague representing Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, and Transport Shadow Minister put forward such a motion in response to the Liberal member from Niagara Centre, who raised the idea of expediting the passage of this bill in order to provide grain farmers a greater amount of certainty as they negotiate contracts for future shipping seasons. It is telling, Mr. Speaker, that the member did not have the support of his Liberal Transport Minister or his colleagues, as the Liberal vote was unanimously against splitting the bill. The Minister of Transport's silence and inaction on critical and time-sensitive transport issues over the past 2 years, especially on rail transport, has fueled uncertainty with both shippers and the railroads as they negotiate shipping rates for the coming season. The previous Conservative government introduced Bill C-30, which gave Canadian Transport Agency the power to allow shippers access to regulated interswitching up to 160 kilometres, mandated that CN and CP both haul at least 500 tons of grain per week, and introduced a new definition for adequate and suitable service levels. With this extension, the number of primary grain elevators with access to more than one railroad with the extended interswitching limits increased from 48 to 261. These measures were met with universal support from the shipping community because even if they didn't use interswitching, they could use it as a tool to increase their negotiating position with the railways, as the shipper knew exactly how much the interswitch portion of the haul would cost them. At the same time, the Conservative government had announced that the Canada Transport Act statutory review would be expedited and began a year early in order to provide long-term solutions to the grain backlog of the 2013-14 shipping season and other problems in the transport sector within Canada. Mr. Speaker, I understand that my time is up for now, so I'll continue on after question period. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville will have seven minutes remaining in her time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. But now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, when justice is made to stumble into cold, unheated homes at 5 o'clock in the morning, when the reasons of state start to march at 5 o'clock in the morning, some people have scars at 5 o'clock in the morning. There are some who have started to shiver at 5 o'clock in the morning. That is what Gérald Godin wrote about the dark night of October 16th, 1970, where Pierre Elliott Trudeau imposed war measures and arrested 500 innocent people in front of their families. People like Gérald Godin, a humanist and a symbol of open and modern Quebec, and people like Pauline Julien, Gaston Miron. Can you imagine? It's as if he were to arrest Leonard Cohen. Michel Chartrand, the defender of widows and orphans, was in prison for 4 months. 500 people were imprisoned without any reason for having loved their own people. I remember October 1970.
Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize St. Thomas More Catholic Secondary School in my riding's We Scare Hunger campaign. We Scare Hunger is an amazing initiative where students from St. Thomas More, as well as students from across the city, will be collecting canned goods tonight for the local neighbor-to-neighbor food bank. We Scare Hunger is an initiative that started over 18 years ago with 20 students from St. Thomas More and now has grown into one of the largest initiatives led by students in the country. Tonight, over 850 students from St. Thomas More alone will be out knocking on doors in order to help those most in need. This year's ambitious goal, 100,000 pounds of canned goods.
Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate the students and staff at STM as well as all the high schools across my ambitious city of Hamilton as they carry out this fantastic initiative. I believe that STM will reach their goal in raising 100,000 pounds of canned goods tonight and indeed scare hunger. Go Knights, go!
Bravo. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, mass literacy and the separation of church and state are both products of the Great Reformation. In fact, it is impossible to understand modern history without an understanding of the impact of the Reformation. 500 years ago today, a young man named Martin Luther nailed 95 theses to the church door at Wittenberg, Germany. This set off a series of events that changed the spiritual, theological, and political trajectory of the Western world. Critical to the Reformation was the conviction that nothing could compel an individual to violate their conscience. Central to the Reformation are the 5 solas of salvation: sola scriptura, by scripture alone; sola fide, by faith alone; sola gratias, by grace alone; sola Christus, Christ alone; sola Deo Gloria, to the glory of God alone. Sola scriptura led to the improvement of literacy rates, which came from the idea that everyone should be able to read the Bible. It resulted in the translation of the Bible into nearly every language around the globe. Today we commemorate 500 years of Reformation and proclaim Sola Deo Gloria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Niwako makuntik tanse, numayaya tane, awapam tikuk. Some politicians have skeletons, others bodies. Today is a very special, scary day. Today is Halloween, but it's also the birthday of my son, Jacob Joseph Willett. He is 11 years old today. Jacob, I miss you very much. I love you also. I'm very sorry that I'm often absent. But your mother and I are always thinking of you. Please continue working hard, smiling, helping others, keeping a positive attitude, giving everything you have to the task at hand. Remember that we love you, and also your brothers and sisters, Xavier Gabriel, Edward Riel, Julian James, and Abigail Rose. Also, Mr. Speaker, congratulations to the people who have made Winnipeg a safe place in our inner city to trick-or-treat on Halloween. Organizations like Mama Way, Ayo, and Meet Me at the Bell Tower have made an incredible difference in our inner city. Thank you to Michael Champagne, Chris Clacchio, Grace Scott, Samuel Trout, Mark Wright, Mary Jane Daniels, Fred Flett, Shirley Bear, Wayne Roberts, Chickadee Richards. You are our heroes. You are Winnipeg.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
In early September, my wife was admitted to hospital due to significant and serious concerns with her pregnancy. For the next 6 weeks, the hospital became a second home to our family. This was a difficult and scary time, but we made it through because the dedication, love, and compassion shown by the entire staff of the hospital, the doctors, the nurses, and of course, the lovely people who brought in the meals. And so, Mr. Speaker, I stand here to express my personal and everlasting gratitude to the men and women who helped our family. I don't think any of us can quite truly appreciate the national treasure we have that is our public health care system until we need it. Because of this system and the people who worked so hard to care for my wife, my family was able to celebrate and welcome the birth of our baby girl, Isla, 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
Honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about Bill 62, which was recently passed in the Quebec legislature. We know that diversity is one of our country's greatest strengths. Unfortunately, too often we are forced to repeat this statement. I share concerns that as those highlighted in the Ottawa Citizen by Suzanne Deorge and Fatia Warsam of City for All Women Initiative. We need to ensure that all rules across the whole country unite Canadians instead of creating an us and them. As the Prime Minister has said on numerous occasions, we do not believe that the government should be telling people what they can and cannot wear. Canadians rightfully expect that their government will take the necessary steps within its power to ensure that everyone's rights are protected under the Charter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2017 marks a significant milestone for our country, for Canada. This year we celebrate our 150th anniversary since Confederation. And what better way to commemorate this occasion than to recognize the amazing contributions made to our country by outstanding Canadians who give of their time, their talent, and their resources in order to positively impact others and make our nation great. The Community Builders Volunteer Awards were created in order to recognize and celebrate the many volunteers in the Lethbridge riding who give back by going above and beyond, day in and day out. On October 20th, I had the honor of recognizing and celebrating 18 amazing individuals, not-for-profit organizations, and businesses for their remarkable contributions to our community. The place I call home would not be the same without these individuals. Today, in the House of Commons, I take this moment to formally recognize and honor those women and men of my riding who were granted the Community Builders Volunteer Award. Thank you.
L'Honorable Député Gatineau.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last few days, I've had the pleasure of announcing two exciting projects for Gatineau. First, we're going to start renovations on the Terrasse de la Chaudière complex, which is the federal government building where the most public servants work. And with the support of my colleague for Hull-Aylmer, we're taking advantage of the opportunity to enhance the public spaces inside and outside of that complex for our community and for the 6,000 public servants who work there every day. This morning, I also announced the construction of a second complex for the Preservation Centre of Library and Archives Canada. This is a $400 million project that will create quality jobs and will help house some of our country's treasured historical artifacts. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is hard at work for Gatineau and to ensure that we are present in the Outaouais region and Quebec. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, there are some initiatives that really deserve recognition. I had the great pleasure of presiding for the second consecutive year over the swearing-in ceremony for a government made up of 6th grade students at Jean Nicolet School in Montreal North. Under the leadership of their teacher, Caroline Francois, 20 students ran a campaign and elected 7 ministers to form a student government. During their campaign, they managed to convince their electors. These young people learned about the democratic process and about managing group dynamics. And this inspiring initiative allowed them to be fully involved in school activities. I wish a successful term to these aspiring leaders, and I would like to congratulate the school officials who have been leading this activity in my riding of Bourassa for the last 8 years. Congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Mr. Speaker, the highlight this fall in Huron-Bruce was found in Walton, Ontario, playing host to 76,000 people for the 100th International Plowing Match. Thank you to Jack and Joe Ryan, the entire Ryan family, surrounding neighbors who made it such a great venue. Congratulations to Jackie Bishop on being named the first female chair of the plowing match in that 100-year history. Congratulations, Jackie. Thank you to the thousands of volunteers, the sponsors, exhibitors, musical entertainment, the County of Huron, Huron East, and all the surrounding municipalities. Special thank you to the Plowing Association. What a fantastic, great event, Mr. Speaker. We're proud of our rural roots in Huron-Bruce and southwestern Ontario. This was a fantastic plowing match, and I just want to sincerely thank all the people involved. What a tremendous show we put on.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, as we conclude Women's History Month, let us pay tribute to the trailblazing women who have shaped our country and way of life. Today, I would like to highlight some of the organizations and the women behind them in Brampton West that bring positive change for the women in our community. Lady Ballers Camp is an organization that develops girls-centered programs which encourages physical, emotional, and educational development. Led by Toyo Ajibalade, this camp has touched the lives of hundreds of young girls. Hope 24/7 is an organization that assists victims of sexual and domestic violence. Laura Zelny, the CEO of Hope 24/7, has been a tireless advocate in her pursuit of ensuring that these essential services are available for all women who are in need. I want to encourage young women across Canada to follow the footsteps of these inspiring women and claim your place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations to students for taking actions against poverty. The students at Confederation Secondary School in Valcarran have come together to collect funds to provide food, clothing, laundry services, and public transit to their peers. They surpassed their goal in one night by collecting over $3,900. Truly amazing. They caught a secondaire.
For the 17th year in a row, students at Franco Cité Secondary School collected a huge amount of money to benefit the local food bank. And other secondary students organized a Thanksgiving food drive and collected over 20,000 pounds of food to be distributed to the West Nipissing Food Bank.
To have fresh food on the table and clothing on their back. Merci au personnel enseignant.
Thank you to the teaching staff and the parents who supported these young people in their project.
And students for caring for the community. Miigwech, merci.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, today we welcome the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Vladimir Grossman, to Canada. This being his first visit to Canada, Prime Minister Grossman will be meeting with policymakers and business leaders to discuss and improve upon existing projects and new partnerships between Canada and Ukraine. Our previous Conservative government initiated many economic, diplomatic, and security agreements to the benefit of both our nations. The strong historical and cultural links between Ukraine and Canada were strengthened by Conservative initiatives such as the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, the Bilateral Defence Cooperation Agreement, and more than $100 million in aid to promote economic growth, democracy, and humanitarian assistance. Canada still has much to offer Ukraine. Conservatives have called on the government to restore RadarSat imagery, to add Ukraine to the automatic firearms country control list, and provide them with the lethal defensive equipment they have requested. We continue to call on the Liberals to work with Prime Minister Grossman to continue Canada's legacy of unequivocal support for Ukraine.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this past August 24th, Canadian soldiers marched in Ukraine's Independence Day parade, carrying the Canadian flag in downtown Kyiv. A clear message to Ukrainians that Canada and NATO stands with them during this time of Russian military invasion and daily aggressions. The liberal democratic West faces a global hybrid war against our foundational values and a rules-based international order. Ukraine's largely volunteer army is in a hot conflict in the Donbass, fighting Kremlin soldiers and proxies. Defending Ukraine's territorial integrity, these brave soldiers are a living shield for NATO and the West. Through Operation Unifier, Canada has trained 5,500 Ukrainian soldiers. Let us make sure these brave men and women are properly trained and equipped to deter further aggressions. Today on the Hill, we welcome Prime Minister Volodymyr Groysman, and we extend to him a heartfelt greeting of Slava Ukraini и Slava Kanadi.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I rise today in solidarity with the Oromo people being persecuted by their own government in Ethiopia. Popular protests began in earnest against the government's master plan in November 2015. The plan seeks to dispossess Oromo people of their land in order to expand Ethiopia's capital city, Addis Ababa. The plan followed on the heels of a number of development projects which had already displaced many Oromo farmers over the past decade. The government has disregarded the Oromo people's right to peaceful assembly, using brutal force against its own people to quell protests across Oromia. The number of arbitrary arrests and untimely deaths continues to rise for Oromia's farmers, opposition politicians, academics, journalists, and students, among others. I urge the Canadian government to respond to this situation, voice Canada's concerns for the Oromo people in Ethiopia, and work with our allies in the international community to create consequences for the Ethiopian government's violation of its citizens' human rights.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past few weeks, it's come to our attention that the Liberal government has been unfairly raising taxes on Canadians suffering from diabetes. I'm now hearing reports that the government is also targeting Canadians with mental health illnesses. Living with disease or disability is not easy. The government shouldn't be making it even more difficult by forcing these Canadians to pay even more to deal or treat with their various conditions. As the Shadow Minister for Youth, Sports and Persons with Disabilities, I want to make it absolutely clear to those suffering from disease or disabilities the Conservative Party is listening to you and we are fighting on your behalf. We will not let this government turn their backs on you. We will not be silent. We will stand beside you and with you to undo these injustices.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, this year's celebrations for Women's History Month have once again underscored the immense contribution of women and girls throughout our country's history. Each day this month, stories were shared of trailblazing women and girls who embody the spirit of this year's theme, Claim Your Place. Leurs histoires ont stimulé.
Their stories led to dynamic engagement and dialogue among Canadians. On October 11th, we celebrated the International Day of the Girl, reaffirming our leadership role in defending the rights of girls and gender equality on the international stage.
1 week later, Mr. Speaker, we honored Persons Day and the 5 women who fought tirelessly to have women legally recognized as persons in Canada. And as Women's History Month draws to a close, Mr. Speaker, let's channel this powerful momentum and rededicate our efforts to empowering women and girls here in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the finance minister secretly managed his shares in Morneau Chapelle using a numbered company for 2 years. And he introduced legislation on pensions that would benefit him personally. Former House law clerk says that this was a huge error in judgment. Does the Prime Minister agree? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as is the case in almost all situations for ministers and members, the Finance Minister worked with the Ethics Commissioner and in order to ensure that everything was by the book. He also set up a screen to protect against any conflicts. The Leader of the Opposition did the same, so did the former Minister Denis Lebel, and many people on both sides of the House have done similar things. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Law Clerk of the House of Commons is astounded that the Prime Minister, Finance Minister, thought he was complying with the spirit of the Conflict of Interest Act by holding assets through numbered companies. And at the same time that he was introducing pension legislation, he owned a company whose business is pensions. The former law clerk says that the Finance Minister, quote, should have known better. Yeah. We agree completely. Does the Prime Minister?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, everyone in this House works with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner to ensure that their personal dispositions are in line with the rules in place. I can assure everyone that the Finance Minister followed that advice, and I am certain, absolutely certain, that the Leader of the Official Opposition also followed the advice of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner in accordance to his own personal tax dispositions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The key difference here, Mr. Speaker, is that I disclosed everything to the Ethics pas d'une députée.
We're not talking about a backbencher. We're talking about the finance minister, one of the most important ministers in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, when did the Prime Minister learn that the finance minister was involved in this conflict of interest? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we work with the Ethics Commissioner. We respect her decisions and her advice. But the fact is, it's not surprising to see the Conservatives attacking the Commissioner, because for 10 years in government, they attacked the Chief Electoral Officer, the Information Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner. They eliminated positions in science. They continually attacked the institutions that preserve our democracy.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Just can't be trusted. He hid an offshore company from Canadians for 2 years. Yeah. He secretly managed his Morneau Chappelle stocks in an Alberta numbered company. And he tabled legislation that could benefit him personally. The finance minister still owns another 5 numbered companies that are unaccounted for. When will the Prime Minister order the finance minister to disclose what he's holding in those numbered companies?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians and indeed all members opposite know that the finance minister worked with the ethics commissioner and followed her advice. What is not surprising, Mr. Speaker, is to see the Conservatives yet again attacking the integrity and the work of an officer of Parliament. For 10 years in government, they attacked the Information Commissioner, they attacked the Official Languages Commissioner, they attacked the Privacy Commissioner, they took potshots at Supreme Court justices, attacked Elections Canada every step of the way. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives need to respect the institutions that defend Parliament.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This Liberal government needs to respect Canadians who are demanding transparency. Only a Liberal would think that it's a petty attack to ask a finance minister who has responsibility to regulate and legislate the economy to disclose what he owns in his numbered corporations. With the Conflict of Interest Commissioner herself. This has to do with the finance minister who has withheld information from Canadians. When will the Prime Minister order his finance minister to come clean?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it's all a bit rich coming from the Conservative Party who spent 10 years attacking and dismantling the institutions that protected our Parliament. They are the only government in the history...
Order. I would ask the Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Hope and others not to be heckling, not to be talking when someone else has the floor. Order. We don't call attention to the presence or absence of somebody. But I can assure members he did heckle. The Honourable Prime Minister. Floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this Conservative Party is the only one in the history of the entire Canada, Parliament of Canada, to be held in contempt of Parliament as a sitting Prime Minister, as a sitting government. The members opposite have shown no respect for transparency and openness. That's why Canadians elected a better government 2 years ago. That's why we continue to raise the bar on transparency and openness despite their attacks.
Some folks disappear like a ghost on Halloween, it seems like.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
My problem with this defense, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that when Liberals campaigned, they said, vote for us, we're nothing like the Conservatives, and now they're saying, don't blame us, we're doing what they did before.
Yesterday, my colleague for Skeena-Bulkley Valley got a motion passed at committee to invite the Ethics Commissioner to appear and recommend changes to the Conflict of Interest Act in order to get rid of loopholes. The motion was passed last week. The Liberals voted against it. Everyone agrees the loophole is problematic. When is the Prime Minister going to exercise some common sense and get rid of it? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I respect the independence of committees, and I'm glad the committee in question will be studying the legislation governing conflicts of interest and the ethics commissioner. I think that's a good thing. It'll be good to hear what parliamentarians have to say about it. That's part of how this place works. We're always looking for ways to improve, but we on this side of the House have always shown openness, transparency, and respect for Canadians.
Edmonton Strathcona. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that multiple ministers are benefiting from a loophole in the Conflict of Interest Act, and the Ethics Commissioner has been calling for this loophole to be closed since 2013. For a government that held itself to such a high ethical standard, why is this Prime Minister refusing to do the right thing? Take the Ethics Commissioner's advice and close the loophole.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say that this information has been available for a long time on the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner's website, where indeed 2 ministers had controlled assets held indirectly. The Finance Minister has announced that he is moving forward, going above and beyond what was originally asked. And in the case of the other minister, those assets were divested 18 months ago.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, confusing response. Try this one. Leading into next week's climate meeting in Bonn, the United Nations is raising concerns with the growing emissions cap. They've called for deeper action by all nations. The Environment Commission has reported that this government is failing to even meet Stephen Harper's targets. Whoa. Given the UN's concerns and reports that Canadian methane emissions may be double those forecast, will the Prime Minister commit today to more substantial cuts to our greenhouse gas emissions?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect leadership from this government that both builds and grows the economy while protecting the environment. Indeed, Canadians know that's the only way forward, where the Conservatives are very clear that they don't care about protecting the environment, and the economy suffered as a result, and the NDP don't particularly care about the economy at all, it seems, with their approach. What we have demonstrated is a responsible pan-Canadian framework and a real plan to reduce emissions, unlike any previous government of any political stripe in this country.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski Neigette Témiscouata Basque. Mr. Speaker, the facts are there. Mr. Speaker, the Environment Commissioner confirmed it a few weeks ago in her report, and now the UN's Environment Chief is sounding the alarm over greenhouse gas reductions. The Liberals adopted the wishy-washy Stephen Harper targets, and clearly they won't even meet those targets by 2020, let alone the Paris targets. Canadians deserve a genuine plan to combat climate change. When is this government going to show us that plan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, both the Conservatives and the NDP want to force a false choice on us between the environment and the economy. We Liberals and all Canadians know that these are not mutually exclusive. The only way to build a better future for our children and grandchildren is to protect both the environment and economic growth at the same time. That's why we're moving ahead with a plan, a Canada-wide plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including carbon pricing, including protecting our oceans, including investing in the middle class and economic growth for everyone, because that's what Canadians want. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister for months went around calling small business owners, farmers, and everybody who creates jobs in our regions tax cheats under his tax reform. Today we learn the Finance Minister himself found loopholes that he is exploiting for his own personal gain. In order to facilitate the Ethics Commissioner's current investigation of the Finance Minister, could he tell us what assets he's hiding in numbered company 2254165? The Honourable Finance Minister.
All of my assets have been fully disclosed to the Ethics Commissioner. That is absolutely clear, and saying it many times won't actually change the fact. The question for me, though, is for the 21 members on the other side of the House who have private corporations, whether they've in fact taken the same approach. For example, whether the member from Chatham-Kent, for example, has disclosed what's in 782-615 Ontario Incorporated, or what's in 241-2420 Ontario Incorporated, or for example, whether the member from Niagara Falls has disclosed what's in 114.
Député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Order. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you the difference between members on this side of the House and the Finance Minister. One, on our side, no one hid a villa in France. Two, no one took 2 years to disclose a scandalous situation involving their assets. Third, no one benefited personally. So back to the main question. Can the Finance Minister tell us what he's hiding in numbered company 2070689 and 2254165? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I have been working with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that she knows exactly what my personal situation is, and in light of that, she gave me some recommendations about how to handle a situation to avoid a conflict of interest. That's very important. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why members opposite are interested in my situation. It's because they know it's important to continue the discussion about Canadians' financial position. That's what's important.
The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, as Executive Chairman of Morneau Shepell, the Minister of Finance advocated for policies that he later implemented when he became the Minister of Finance. Only when he got caught did these policies that benefited his shares come to light. Only when he got caught did he meet the Ethics Commissioner. Only when he got caught did he agree to sell his shares because of the conflict. If the minister won't disclose the contents of his other mysteriously numbered companies, maybe he can tell us what's in 1446977 Ontario East, so we know that he's not in conflict yet again.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've confirmed in this House before, I've reported all of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner. 100% of my assets. I hold no controlled assets whatsoever in any of my holdings or the holdings of my family. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is rather than focusing on my finances, it would be nice if the members opposite were focused on the finances of Canadians. That's what we're focused on. We are focused, for the member from Milton, we're focused on her constituents and the situation that they have, helping them with an increase with the Canada Child Benefit, for example, helping them with an increase in the working income tax benefit, so they're better off.
Order. I don't think the House needs to hear from members who haven't got the floor on a constant basis when someone is asking or answering a question. So I'd ask members to try to restrain themselves. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we did this summer when we brought to light the fact that small businesses in Canada and their owners were being called tax cheats by this Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, for 2 full years, this minister drove the economic policy that benefited not only his personal wealth, but also the wealth of his friends and his family. Who knows how many other policies that this minister was part of and implemented that directly benefit his holdings? When will the minister quit his game of hide-and-seek, come clean and tell this House what are the contents of numbered companies 1446977 and 2135042?
What are you hiding? Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what do we know right now? We know that 21 members on the other side of the House.
Order. Most members in all parties are able to sit through a question period without reacting to things I don't like to hear. And that's bound to happen around here. So members I know can behave in a restrained manner, can control themselves, and so I encourage them to do so. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
What we know is that 21 members on the other side of the House have private corporations. We also know that the members on the other side of the House argued vociferously against the changes that we wanted to make sure that our tax system was fair. So while we were working on behalf of Canadians, working to make sure that we could lower small business rates on small businesses across this country, they were focused on the advantages that 1.7% of those privately incorporated individuals might have. While they protect their interests, we will protect the interests of Canadians.
I've asked members a few times. Order. I know members would sooner be trick-or-treating, but we need to get on with things. Order. The honourable member for Carleton.
The minister wants to know what's in my company. I'm one of the 21 he just listed. It's a rental property.
Hey,
how hard was that? What is in 2254165 Ontario Inc.?
I know members want to hear another question, probably from the same member, so they'll want to be quiet so that we hear the answer to that question if they want to hear the next one. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, all of my assets are disclosed and none of my assets are controlled assets. It's important to make sure that we disclose everything to the Ethics Commission. And what I would like to know, again, as I said, whether that is actually happening on the other side of the House. Whether the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge has disclosed everything in 638-484 Alberta Limited, or whether the member from Fort McMurray has disclosed everything in 615-783 Alberta Limited at DDK Holdings. These are questions that are quite interesting. But I will say, for me, what's more important is that we actually think about what's going on for the constituents in those ridings, whether they are actually seeing the advantages that we're trying.
The honourable member for Carleton.
While the minister was speaking, I had an opportunity to confirm with the 21 members in the caucus to which he referred, and they have all confirmed that none of them own stocks in a company that they regulate. Only the finance minister has that distinction. So can he just tell us, what is he holding in 2254165 Ontario Inc.?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can only assume that the continuing obsession with my personal finances is because the members on the opposite side don't want to think about what's actually happening for their own constituents. Because if they went out and knocked on doors, what they would find out is that 450,000 plus people have jobs that didn't have jobs 2 years ago. They'd find that we have the lowest rate of unemployment in a decade. They'd find that our economy is doing well. The people in their ridings are actually finding themselves in a better situation for them and their families. That's what we're going to continue to focus on, Mr. Speaker. That's what we were elected to do.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
We now know that Netflix is not the only digital giant from Silicon Valley getting special treatment. Google, 37 meetings. Microsoft, 35 meetings. Amazon, almost 100. Microsoft hired a former Liberal Party director, and worse, the Heritage Minister's own chief of staff used to work for Google. Not only is the Canadian industry playing by a different set of rules, where's their FaceTime with the minister? Simple question. When will the minister get to work for Canadian companies instead of just American ones?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, we have the chance to have great creators in this country, and we need to stand for them. While Canadians have access to these platforms, and they are part of our everyday lives, we need to be able to present the point of view of creators when discussing with these platforms, and that's exactly what we did. That being said, I must tell my colleague that we had the chance to meet with artists across the country, hear from 30,000 Canadians, and we've had more meetings with the Writers Guild, with the CMPA, with CIMA, and in generally with ACTRA than any other platforms. Thank you.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, there's a veritable hotbed of lobbying financed by Silicon Valley's multinational corporations. With Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Netflix, we can see why the Heritage Minister keeps talking about a business model for our culture. and why she has no time to reply to the Quebec Minister of Culture, who's been calling and waiting for a month for her to reply. It's pathetic. Microsoft hired a former Liberal Party director, and the Heritage Minister hired a former Google exec as Chief of Staff. The Honourable Heritage Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is referring to a coalition, and I had the opportunity to meet with them multiple times, as well as with other stakeholders, and even last Sunday, where I was at the DISC Gala with my colleague. I met with industry stakeholders there, but it's important to go ahead with a digital reform because instead of burying our heads in the sand, we have digital platforms that are part of our everyday lives, and it's part of our job to consult our creators and on the evolution of these platforms. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner is raising new concerns about the Finance Minister's conflict of interest, and Canadians have lost confidence in him. It's because he hid his Morneau Shepell shares in a numbered company in Alberta, and he failed to disclose his offshore corporation in France. And Canadians are wondering just how many more assets and then how many more conflicts of interest is he hiding in his other numbered companies. So I ask the Finance Minister, what assets is he hiding in 225-4165 Ontario Incorporated?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can do this bingo game too. So 615-783 Alberta, 782-615 Ontario, 114-9976 Ontario. Or, Mr. Speaker, I could actually focus on the important numbers. 300,000 children lifted out of poverty. 9% small business tax rate as opposed to 11% when the previous members were in power. Or maybe we could think about the fact that we've got 450,000 new jobs. Or perhaps the 3.7% in growth in the economy over the last year. These are the kind of numbers that matter, Mr. Speaker. They're the numbers that matter to Canadians.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, it's shocking that the Finance Minister cannot see the difference between a Member of Parliament and a Member of Cabinet who owned pension shares and advocated for and introduced Bill C-27, which was pension reform legislation. It's a completely different story. He's the one in the conflict of interest. No one on this side has introduced legislation that puts us in a conflict of interest. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Finance Minister come clean, tell Canadians what else he's hiding in 2070689 Ontario Limited?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what's really shocking is that the members opposite don't really understand how it works in this country. What we do is we have an approach to the
Order. 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 I'm sure members understand that they need to hear the answers, and that I need to hear the answers. And we need some order. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor. Order. Order.
338 members of this House, for the ministers of this government, for the ministers of the previous government, for the ministers of the governments before that. We work with the Ethics Commissioner to disclose all of our assets, as I've done. We get recommendations from the Ethics Commissioner on how we can ensure that we don't have conflicts of interest, which I did. And then we follow the recommendations of the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that we actually execute on an ongoing basis without conflicts of interest, which is what I did. That's
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
No, our government works.
That's right.
And so this is why we are in deep problem now. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, do you know why Canadians are interested in knowing what the Finance Minister's assets are? Because it's the Finance Minister. He's the Finance Minister. That's all there is to it. He's at the center of all tax measures. Every time he makes a decision, he's in a conflict of interest when he still owns these shares, and he has companies that we don't know what holdings they have. Could he tell us what's in company 1446977 Ontario Inc.? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I will continue to appreciate important numbers important to Canadians, like the fact that 300,000 children have been lifted out of poverty, like the fact that our economic growth rate is the highest in the G7, like the fact that our unemployment rate is lower than it's been in a decade. Those are the numbers that are important to Canadians and to us as a government. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. This government has posted a deficit that's twice as big as what they promised in the election campaign. This minister was caught red-handed. That's what he did with his shares and his private companies, and that's what he's doing now with his numbered companies. So another question, Mr. Speaker. Could the finance minister tell us what he's got in numbered company 213-5042 Ontario Inc.? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, the same question gets the same answer. It's very important to us to think about how to improve Canadians' situations. That's our goal. It's a very important goal. Luckily for Canadians, we're in a very good economic situation. We have explained that we now have the highest economic growth rate in a decade. We have the lowest unemployment rate in a decade. It's very important to us right now and for the future of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As this government lobbies the Senate to pass Bill S3, Indigenous women and the Feminist Alliance are calling again on the Liberals to accept a Senate amendment to end all sex discrimination. This amendment, similar to one proposed by my NDP colleague, but voted down by the Liberals on National Indigenous Peoples Day, of all days, it would fully remove sex discrimination from the Indian Act. Now, why wouldn't the feminist Prime Minister, whose most important relationship is with Indigenous peoples, remove all sex discrimination from the Indian Act?
Yeah. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to ensuring gender equity for all women in Canada. We are committed to ensuring that adequate time for a meaningful debate of Bill S3, particularly in the context of the new court deadline of December 22nd. Our government is committed to working with First Nations communities, impacted individuals, experts, and parliamentarians to remove all sex discrimination from registration provisions within the Indian Act.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, legal discrimination against women is unacceptable in 2017 unless apparently they're Indigenous women, because colonial Ottawa still maintains the power to decide who has Indigenous rights in this country, and they've disenfranchised thousands of women. So now the courts have ordered a remedy, and what a sight. Our feminist Prime Minister saying he needs more time to consult. Come on, they've had 150 years of time to obstruct the rights of Indigenous women. Time's up. Will the Prime Minister amend Bill S3 and end sex discrimination against Indigenous women once and for all? Yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite knows, we are the first government ever in the history of Canada to make all efforts possible to eliminate sex discrimination for women within the Indian Act. That is our intention, that is our commitment, and we are working with First Nations, with individuals, with Canadians to ensure that we remove all sex discrimination from the registration provisions of the Indian Act, and that is a commitment that we stand by as a government.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have watched in horror as hundreds of thousands of Rohingya people have been forced from their homes and murdered in Myanmar over recent months in what is being described as ethnic cleansing.
Last week, the government announced major initiatives to help end the violence in the region. Can the Minister of International Development give us an update on additional measures being taken that will help Canadians help the Rohingya people? The Honourable Minister of International Development.
My colleague from Scarborough Rouge Park for his involvement in this important issue.
Our government remains deeply concerned by the crimes against humanity committed against the Rohingya. That is why I just launched the Myanmar Crisis Relief Fund, a matching fund.
For every dollar donated by Canadians by the 28th of November, the government will provide an equal amount to support the efforts of our humanitarian partners on the ground. And I would invite all Canadians to be generous and to go on to the website MyanmarCrisisCanada.ca.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the minister continues to insist that she's made no changes to the policies that govern the disability tax credit. Of course, we have letters that prove that's not right. But the most convincing proof is that 80% of those with type 1 diabetes that used to be approved for the credit are now being denied. Who told the minister to raise taxes on those suffering from type 1 diabetes?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, no changes were made to the eligibility criteria for disability tax credits and for diabetics. The concerns raised by groups are important ones, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that for 10 years, the previous Conservative government cut in scientific research. Our government invested $41 million in diabetes research, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work with our partners in order to make sure that diabetes disappears from Canada one day.
Sarnia-Lambton, order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that we've seen the new documents, and 80% of applicants for the disability tax credit were approved before May of this year, and now that same 80% that were approved are being denied. The Revenue Minister continues to say that Canadians will get the disability tax credits they deserve. So my question is, does she think that people with type 1 diabetes deserve the disability tax credit? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat once again that no changes were made to the eligibility criteria for the disability tax credit. The criteria are the same. People receive credits and benefits that they are entitled to. We are working with our partners. We have invested in research, $41 million. We have simplified the forms for the disability tax credit. We have hired clinical nurses. The work is being done, Mr. Speaker, just like the people have asked us to do.
Monsieur le Président, contrairement à ce qu'a dit le ministre des Finances plus tôt, on sait très bien comment le gouvernement libéral fonctionne. La ministre du Revenu national doit trouver de l'argent pour payer les déficits des libéraux. Malheureusement pour les Canadiens, elle prend son mandat au cœur. Elle a choisi de prendre l'argent dans ses poches.
Apparently we didn't hear the interpretation, so perhaps people can tell me if it's working. It's working. Fine. Go ahead, the Honourable Member from Mégantic-Larab. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the Minister of Finance said earlier, we know perfectly well how the Liberal government works. The Minister of Revenue has to find money to pay down the government's out-of-control deficits, and unfortunately for Canadians, she takes her mandate to heart. She chose to take money out of the pocket of the most vulnerable, those suffering from diabetes, mental illness, and other disabilities. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, rather than defend ministers who hide their family fortune, just like in a Dynasty episode, we will always stand up for the most vulnerable of our society. What side is the minister on? Will she, yes or no, put an end to this attack on the most vulnerable? The Minister of National Revenue. I am very proud, as a former social worker, to be able to say that I have always stood up for the weakest and the most underprivileged. Mr. Speaker, I have good news for my colleagues opposite. Total approvals for tax credits for mental health tax credits have achieved record numbers and did so last year. We provided tax credits. We make mental health support more accessible. We have simplified the forms. We have hired clinical nurses. We are working with our partners. That's what we promised to do, and that's what we'll continue to do.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday in question period, the Revenue Minister continued to pat herself on the back by saying our government is fully committed to ensuring that everyone receives the tax credits to which they're entitled. Well, these words are cold comfort for those that suffer from type 1 diabetes, mental illness, or autism who are suddenly being denied disability tax credits, all because these Liberals need more money to fund their out-of-control spending. is denying the disability tax credit on a massive scale this minister's idea of ensuring that all Canadians get tax credits to which they're entitled.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians must receive tax credits they are entitled to, and I would invite my colleagues opposite to stop misleading the public. We invested in research for diabetes, $41 million. We invested in mental health, $5 billion, Mr. Speaker. That will reach 500,000 young people aged 25 years or less. We've simplified the application forms. We've hired clinical nurses, Mr. Speaker. We're working with our partners, and we'll continue to do so, just as we promised.
For Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, reports from the Globe and Mail state this government is failing to track workplace fatalities in Canada. It is critical that the Liberals lead in collecting data to support evidence-based interventions in dangerous work to protect Canadian workers. Does the government know how many worker fatalities there have been in Canada this year? Of course not, because they don't have the information. Will the Liberal government work with us, take leadership, and collect data to keep Canadian workers safe and alive?
Honourable Minister of Employment and Labour.
Mr. Speaker, we agree with the member opposite that it's tragic whenever a worker loses their life in the workplace. And that's why we're taking action to make sure that the health and safety of workers, Canadian workers, is first and foremost in what we do. Everyone has the right to a safe workplace, a healthy working environment. In Budget 2017, we announced new compliance and enforcement tools that include new administrative monetary penalties and the authority to publicly name violators. And we're also currently working with provinces and territories to harmonize occupational health and safety regulations. We agree data is important. We'll move forward. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Chambly. Mr. Speaker, after the troubling revelations of harassment within CSIS, it is now the turn of Correctional Services Canada to be at the centre of a scandal in the Edmonton prison. The assaults and threats suffered by correctional officers are unacceptable.
CSC has suspended the offending individuals, but my question to the Minister is this. Can he ensure us that such behaviour is not happening in other federal establishments, and will he undertake investigations to make absolutely certain that it isn't?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable gentleman knows, the situation at the Edmonton Institution is under investigation by a number of agencies, including the police, and accordingly the commentary with respect to that particular situation needs to be careful to avoid any interference with the investigation. But I want to assure him absolutely that the concern that he has expressed is shared by the government, and I have asked the Commissioner of the Correctional Service to ensure that this problem is contained and goes no further.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Canada's immigration system should be compassionate, safe and fair, but this Prime Minister ignored for months the desperate pleas of genocide survivors. He has no plan to support the integration of tens of thousands of refugees. He's refused to close the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement, instead prioritizing those who've entered Canada illegally. He's also created massive wait times for everyone else who's trying to enter Canada by playing by the rules. How can the Prime Minister bring in 300,000 more people while having no plan to fix the mess that he's created?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of a mess that is being created, the party opposite brought a grand total of 3 Yazidi refugees out of genocide. We have brought almost 800 survivors of Daesh to Canada. Mr. Speaker, the party opposite gutted settlement services for newcomers. We are investing more than $1 billion in settlement services, Mr. Speaker. The party opposite gutted health care for refugees, the most vulnerable people in the world. Mr. Speaker, we will take note.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Doesn't know his history.
This government often forgets that immigration isn't about numbers, it's about people. Last May, I met with Mirabel. She entered Canada.
Order. This time I need to hear the question. Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill has the floor.
Mr.
Order.
Speaker, last week I met with Mirabel, and she's watching this today. She entered Canada as a live-in caregiver and has played by the rules. And all she knows is that every time this Prime Minister prioritizes a person who has illegally crossed the border, her application to bring her kids here seems to drop to the bottom of the list. And that is not fair. So is the Prime Minister going to fix a system that he broke, or is he going to continue to let Mirabel and everyone else like her pay for his arrogance?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I am so happy that the member opposite has finally found a priority in reducing backlogs. We inherited a system under that party where we were waiting for 24 months for citizenship. We cut that down to 12 months. Under their party, when they were in power, spouses were taking 48 months to be reunited. We now have a new standard of 12 months. We eliminated 20,000 cases from the spousal backlog. That means 20,000 spouses are now reunited because of our efforts. I'm so proud that she has finally joined us in enthusiastically embracing and reducing.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the minister is wrong to attack my colleague. There are illegal asylum seekers crossing the Quebec border, but their resources have been cut on the front lines, and so border agents have no time to do their work. The government is going to be bringing 300 new Canadians, yes, but what are they going to do to help our border officials?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we faced an extraordinary situation in the summer, but I'm proud of the fact that our agencies responded. We were able to move around resources to make sure that we respond to the pressure points. We made sure that we dramatically improved processing times for work permits so that asylum seekers can support themselves and eliminate pressure on provincial health and social programs. We have established a task force to make sure that we collaborate across all levels of government. Our response has been efficient and making sure that we move forward together. Thank you.
Well, member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, as tomorrow begins a month-long awareness campaign on the impacts of diabetes on Canadians, I stand in this House today to acknowledge and recognize the profound impact this disease has on patients and their families. In addition to supporting programs which prevent diabetes, including healthy eating and physical activity, can the Minister of Health please inform us how our government is supporting the researchers who are tirelessly working to find new treatments and hopefully a cure for this disease?
Great question. Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Brampton South for her question and for her tireless advocacy on this issue as she chairs the All-Party Caucus on Diabetes. Our government recognizes the impact that diabetes has on the health of patients, and that is why we are making investments in research, prevention, and early detection of diabetes. In 2015-2016 alone, the Canadian Institute for Health Research invested over $41 million in diabetes research. Tomorrow is the beginning of Diabetes Awareness Month, and we will continue to work hard to support people living with diabetes.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, she should be restoring the tax credit for diabetics. Mr. Speaker, this past Friday in Abbotsford, within a 10-hour period, 10 hours, 5 different residents died of opioid overdoses. And this kind of tragedy is playing out in hundreds of communities across our country. Yet the federal government's silence on this health crisis has been deafening. No response, no strategy, no plan. No emergency. When will the minister wake up and realize Canadians are dying on her watch? When will she act?
Yeah. Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that we are in a public health crisis, and we're responding in a way that's comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and also evidence-based. We recently announced $7.5 million that will enhance the development of evidence-based practices that can be used by those dealing with the crisis on the ground. This builds on our investment in Budget 2017 and many actions to date. We will continue to bring forward evidence-based solutions to help save lives and turn the tide of this national public health crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate opted out of the Phoenix pay system to find another service provider.
But trying to fix the Phoenix boondoggle with even more contracting out is like the Prime Minister trying to fix his government's lack of vision by putting on fake glasses. And this government will fail to meet collective bargaining deadlines because of Phoenix. Rather than spooking our struggling senators and delaying collective bargaining with actual public servants, will the Liberal government rebuild a publicly administered payroll system for all federal employees?
Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me assure everyone that resolving this issue is my top priority. People deserve to be paid properly and on time. When the previous government irresponsibly treated pay modernization as a cost-cutting measure instead of the complex, enterprise-wide business transformation that it was, it set the project up to fail and exposed it to enormous risk. Mr. Speaker, we are taking the steps that the previous government did not take. We are improving governance, putting in place business processes and training, addressing technological challenges, providing emergency support to workers, and working with partners, in particular public sector unions. While we didn't create this problem, Mr. Speaker, we are fixing it.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Order, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased to learn that our government will be increasing funding for the Athlete Assistance Program. This is especially important as we have 100 days to go before the Olympic Games and 128 days before the Pyeongchang Paralympic Games in South Korea, where we hope our athletes will be the best they can be. What can the minister tell us about how increasing this program will have an impact on our elite Canadian athletes, like many athletes in Laurentides-Labelle? The Honourable Minister.
I would like to thank the member from Laurentides-Labelle for his question. Our government is committed to seeing our carded athletes succeed at the highest level. That's why I'm very pleased that we are investing $25 million over the next 5 years in our athletes. This will allow us to put $265 more a month in these athletes' pockets. This will allow them to pay for rent and food so they can concentrate on their athletics. This is their first raise in 14 long years. Our government is committed to seeing them succeed in Pyeongchang and beyond. We're committed to our athletes.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are always rolling out the red carpet for foreign lobbyists who continue to influence this government's decisions and disregard the interests of our homegrown businesses. 99 meetings with Amazon, 37 with Google, 16 with Netflix, when we know that these companies are insisting on changes to our copyright and our broadcasting legislation. We're starting to wonder if the Minister of Heritage is simply the puppet of American internet giants. Why is it that the minister is letting American businesses rewrite our laws? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, rather than avoid the problem like the previous government did, we decided to be proactive and deal with this issue, protect our culture, promote our culture in a digital age. And that's why it's important to be able to listen to the point of view of our artists and our creators about digital platforms so that our culture can flourish on these platforms. I would also like to tell my colleague that contrary to the previous government, we are also meeting many stakeholders of the cultural sector. We have discussions with them. We have had discussions with dozens of stakeholders in this sector.
De Pierre Boucher de Pétrade, Verchères.
Je ne sais pas comment on fait pour protéger notre culture sans garantie pour le contenu francophone, mais bon. Monsieur le Président, le ministre des Finances dépose un projet de loi sur les régimes de retraite alors que son entreprise gère des régimes de retraite.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear. Please, can we hear the interpretation? It's now working. I'd ask the member to start over. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance tabled a pension bill, even though his company manages pension funds. Morneau Shepell manages Bombardier's pension fund, but still negotiates a $372 million loan. The same minister tabled tax reforms that will make taxes higher for businesses, but included a grandfather clause for himself. Something is not working. If the minister lacks the necessary judgment to withdraw from discussions when his own personal interests are at stake, he should simply withdraw from the cabinet. The Honourable Minister of Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Unfortunately, I do not agree with my colleague.
Aerospace sector will continue to engage with Bombardier, Mr. Speaker, and the suppliers. This is so important to our economy, Mr. Speaker. We'll make sure that we invest in research and development. We'll make sure we defend the sector when it's being attacked by companies in the U.S., Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to support the workers in the aerospace sector.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, what we have here is the same old sponsorship party, the same old liberal culture where everything is possible, everything is permitted. Every answer this government gives the public makes them a little more cynical, and it just sickens the whole world of politics. We need a new Gomery Commission. Will someone in this government acknowledge that being a shareholder in a human resources company like Morneau Shepell and tabling a bill on pension funds is called a conflict of interest? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I worked with the Ethics Commission in order to make sure that there was no conflict of interest. I think it's important for Canadians to be able to retire with dignity. That is very important. It's a very important goal for us, and that's why we have improved our retirement system for all Canadians. That is why we enhanced the guaranteed income supplement for seniors. We will continue to improve the lives of seniors in our society. That is an important goal for us.
Comme il est 15h10.
It being 3:10 p.m., pursuant to an order adopted previously, the House will now proceed to the deferred recorded division on Bill C-46 at third reading stage. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Baines, moved that Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenté, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. El Gabra.
Mr. El Gabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Medicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jevnesky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Duboul.
Mr. Duboul.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Hungary.
Mr. Hernandez Hungary.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Monsieur Dirio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elielson.
Mr. Elielson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massavignon-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Métis, Madame
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Cloud, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
M. Nassif.
M. Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Town.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sanish Golf Island.
Ms. May Sanish Golf Island.
Mr. Tutu. Tous qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Here.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rake.
Ms. Rake.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Ms. McLeod. Thompson, Kamsu.
Mrs. Block.
Caribou. Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Ober.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmont, Sudden Gary.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, Southern Gary.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diak.
Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Ms. Cousy.
Ms. Cusey.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Yeas pour 186, 186. Nays contre 126, 126.
I declare the motion carried.
This bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act.
Order. I encourage colleagues to take their conversations into the lobbies because they are, of course, important conversations, and I ask my colleagues to assist me with the usual shh. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville will, I'm sure, appreciate members who are not going to be listening to the debate, taking their conversations to the lobby. But the honourable member for Yorkton Melville has 7 minutes remaining in her speech. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the fall of 2016 of the Liberal mandate, the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities undertook a study of C30 and held a number of meetings on the merits of these measures and whether they should be allowed to sunset. The vast majority of the testimony heard was supportive of maintaining the 160-kilometre regulated interswitching limit. That's why the committee's first recommendation was the following, and I quote, that the Canadian Transport Agency retain the flexibility provided under the Canada Transportation Act by the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act to set interswitching distances up to 160 kilometres in order to maintain a more competitive operating environment for rail shippers with direct access to only one railway company. This government ignored the committee's main recommendation. Basically, what the government is proposing with this new legislation is replacing 160-kilometre extended interswitching with the creation of a new long-haul interswitching on hauls of up to 12,000 kilometres, or up to 50% of the length of the entire haul. Shippers would be charged the regulated interswitching rate for the first 30 kilometres of the haul, and then a Canada Transportation Agency determined rate, which would be determined on a case-by-case basis based on the price of a similar haul for the remainder of the distance to the interswitch point. Shippers will not only be able to switches will only be able to interswitch at the first available interswitch point within the zone. What the government has done is effectively taken a little-used existing remedy called a competitive line rate and renamed it long-haul interswitching. Mr. Speaker, when C30 was first introduced, there was universal support among shippers for the extending interswitching. The recommendation from stakeholders was to retain the interswitching distances up to 160 kilometres in order to maintain a more competitive operating environment for rail shippers with direct access to only one rail company. Again, the Liberals went through the motions of appearing to consult, and once again, well, deaf ears prevailed. To make up lost time and opportunity, the Transport Committee began special hearings on C49 in the week prior to the House's return from its summer recess. A total of 44 hours of testimony from dozens of stakeholders and expert witnesses was heard in each of the sectors touched by C49. Briefs and letters consisting of thousands of pages of data with over 100 suggested technical amendments, 100 suggested technical amendments from those whose lives and livelihoods will be affected by this bill are also on record. From these incredible witnesses, there was unanimous agreement that Bill C49 was a good start, and that if their suggested amendments were made, the bill would actually accomplish its stated objectives. After only giving 2 weeks to review this mountain of information, the Liberal members of the Transport Committee defeated over 24 reasonable technical amendments. Again, these amendments were suggested by a wide range of stakeholders and experts and were written to make the Act a workable solution for all involved. Once again, the Liberals have skewed a definition of consultation. Sorry, that was interesting. A Freudian slip, right. Have a skewed definition of consultation. In other words, pretend to listen, then blah, blah, blah. And prove again that it's only a buzzword that they used to get elected. With the introduction of long-haul interswitching, the Liberals sought to create their own solution to a problem which had already been addressed with a reasonable Conservative solution. In the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act, the previous Conservative government had created a regime of extended interswitching that works so well in the prairie provinces. Shippers of all kinds from across Canada requested that it be extended to the entire country. Instead, the Liberals are committed to their complicated, inefficient long-haul interswitching regime that has such poor conception and so many exceptions that will be basically useless to many shippers. For example, a minor technical amendment proposed by both Conservative and NDP members of committee would have changed the wording of the provision to allow the first interchange point to be in the reasonable direction of the shipper's destination. Madam Speaker, under the legislation as it is, shippers may have to send their products potentially hundreds of kilometres in the wrong direction to reach the nearest interchange point, increasing their costs. Madam Speaker, and what happened to this very reasonable amendment? The Liberals defeated it. Advice, recommendations, even from the most competent, experienced, concerned Canadians in regards to extended shipping lines, Canadians have been ignored by this Liberal government. The laudable, credible efforts of Canadians to contribute in meaningful ways to improve the weaknesses in this Liberal legislation have fallen again on the deaf ears of this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
And comments? The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville, is it? No, sorry,
Thank
London
you,
North.
Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask the member around Transportation 2030. And what the member's thoughts in terms of improving our system, modernizing our system, bringing safety, reliability, making it cleaner, more efficient. What the member has to say about that, so that we can have our competitiveness. Madam Speaker, we want to ensure that Canada has a competitive transportation system, but safety being paramount. I say to the member, does the member not want to see an improvement, a modernization of our transportation system to ensure that economic benefit is there, as well as the safety being paramount for our citizens?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. As I've stated in regards to the interswitching, this government already had a really good recommendation. That was to continue on with what was already in place that the people of the prairies saw as very valuable. And as a matter of fact, shippers across this country said that they would like to see that in place for them. This new approach is complicating things to the point where they have to probably send their products in the opposite direction from which they need to send it. A simple recommendation to fix that was denied by this government. To me, that's not putting the interests of our shippers first.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate a number of the comments from the member, but you know, when we take a look at the legislation, when I was sitting in opposition, we had a serious problem out west on the prairies in regards to getting wheat to market. And many farmers felt frustrated in terms of the government of the day. The Harper government was not responding to legislative changes that are necessary in order to provide additional assurances of service to those farmers. And the best example I could give is when we had piles of wheat in the prairies, we had empty ships on the coast, and we had a Harper government doing nothing to address the issue. My comment to the member is, would she not at the very least acknowledge that the government is moving forward on some important issues that will have a positive impact for our farmers out west and, in fact, farmers in general?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, many shippers feel that the new approach with the long-haul interswitching created by C49 is merely a renamed version of current competitive line rates and is hardly used. There must be reasons for why that system is hardly used. And this new long-haul interswitching rate will be more difficult to use for shippers and will not serve also as a useful tool in negotiations with the railroad, which C30 did, which was highly appreciated by our farmers to the point where they said to the sitting government they did not want to see a change there. They wanted to see that good policy continue on. I might also add that there's another issue with this long-hauling interswitching remedy, and that is that it will increase U.S. railroad access to Canadian traffic at regulated rates without reciprocity. As NAFTA is being renegotiated, it's unwise for Canada to be giving up this negotiating chip before negotiations on NAFTA have even gotten to where they need to be on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable friend. It has been an issue, and I know that she represents a riding in the prairies. I represent a riding on the coast, and we have a real problem of connectivity to get grain from the fields to container ships to get out of the Port of Vancouver. I asked my colleague if she wouldn't agree that Transport Canada could do more to better coordinate the shipment of grain by rail to connect with the large container ships when they reach our west coast.
The honourable member for Yorkville Melville.
My friend and colleague for the question. I know that this is a deep concern for her and her riding, in the fact that there are a lot of ships that come in and pick up a certain amount of grain, but based on coding and whatnot, they have to wait for the next amount to come in that they need to fill their ship with, and this is causing issues on the coast. Clearly, Canada has a lot, I think, to do to improve the way that we network internationally. However, the first step in that is doing everything we can to ensure that our products that are landlocked on the prairies get to those ports in a timely manner.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
Now, member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act, is poorly named. In a number of ways, it's a backward step. The government announced its passenger Bill of Rights and all kinds of nice measures, but not only are there no such measures, but there's nothing to improve our safety and security in this bill. C-49 was an opportunity that the government missed to truly modernize the legislation to meet the concerns of Canadians, including those from Lac-Mégantic, who are still waiting for their bypass. This is a mammoth bill and is problematic in a number of ways. Unfortunately, once again, as usual, the government is presenting us with a bill that is far too voluminous to be studied effectively. And since in the Bloc Québécois there aren't enough of us here, we don't have the same rights as the members from the three big parties. We can't sit on committees and ask questions of the experts who testify and debate this, and we can't debate this bill in the House. This is our only opportunity, really, here and now, to have an impact on this legislation that affects a number of pieces of other legislation. The Competition Bureau, for example, C-49 gives the minister the power to allow airlines to get around the Competition Bureau as the minister sees fit. Let's just put it plainly, this makes no sense. The government is preparing to politicize a process that is currently judicial. From now on, lobbyists will visit the minister's office to try to get the green light to go ahead with projects that will actually diminish competition. Perhaps in exchange for buying tickets to a fundraiser cocktail? How can the minister claim this is good for passengers? Everyone in the House understands that the government wants to avoid the situation we saw in 2011 and 2012 when Air Canada and United Continental wanted to coordinate their activities with 19 code-shared transborder flights. The Competition Bureau determined that for 14 of those flight routes, Air Canada would hold far too much of the market share, and that would have been detrimental to competition. The Bureau ruled that a quasi-monopoly on certain flight connections would lead to increased airfares for passengers. And for some connections, like Montreal-Washington and Montreal-Houston, Air Canada and United Continental would have held 100% of the market together, and passengers would have ended up paying through higher airfares. The Competition Bureau said that if the situation changed, the decision could be reassessed, and that makes sense. It's only fair, especially even though this decision was not well received by Air Canada. It was the right decision for passengers and for other companies, other airlines, and the Competition Bureau undertook to reassess the situation if anything changed. So no problem there. So why does the government want to politicize something that was not politicized? Why give the minister the power to go around the Competition Bureau? What's the point of having a Competition Bureau and a competition tribunal if the government simply gives itself the power to bypass it as it sees fit? We understand that with the Liberals, the interests of passengers come behind those of big companies and party cronies like Air Canada. Now, on the topic of foreign ownership, another problem with C-49 is that it would change the maximum foreign ownership limit in airlines from 25 to 49%, although a single individual or company could not hold more than 25% of the voting shares. The purpose is to bring greater cash flow to airlines and to promote the emergence of low-cost carriers without allowing foreign takeovers. That looks all right at first, but this opens the door to government intervention, and this could profoundly change the industry in the future. And what will be next? The next time a company like Air Canada is on the verge of bankruptcy, is the government going to allow foreign ownership? We already know that the government has not enforced its own legislation when Air Canada decided to sell off Avios. They changed the legislation. It was all announced just before Easter. I remember it was very upsetting. So you'll understand that we're hardly reassured when we see this type of thing in an omnibus bill. The same thing with marine transportation and cabotage rules. The bill is a significant backward step for this industry. Registered ships, foreign registered ships, will be able to reposition their empty containers, whereas today only Canadian ships can do that. Congratulations. We're going to lose a lot of great jobs here. Those will be replaced by offshore cheap labor. There'll be fewer jobs here. It'll lead to lower standards, and there'll be greater risk of accidents. One very concerning thing about C-49 has to do with shipping on the St. Lawrence River. European Union registered ships will be able to transport bulk products between Montreal and Halifax. This is part of the Canada-Europe trade deal, and so our shippers will no longer be the only ones using the St. Lawrence River. This is a concern, a major concern to us.
You have to be an expert to be able to navigate the waters of the St. Lawrence River. So we're not just talking about jobs that are threatened. We're talking about our communities as well. And the pilot's role is very important, because when a ship enters the St. Lawrence, it poses a risk to the environment, to safety, and at times there may be a decision, for example, to not let a ship enter the river. Madam Speaker, there are serious problems in the bill. When you have, for example, foreign vessels that come in and they have a job to do and they don't feel that they need to take into account the safety and the security of the environment, that poses an increased risk for us. It shouldn't be allowed. So we have to be vigilant. And we have to condemn these kinds of practices because we're exposing ourselves to serious risks. Now, there are many parts of this omnibus bill. I don't have time to speak about all of them, but I do want to draw your attention to another element, and that's the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Once again, in Bill C-59, we see that the federal government is withdrawing from funding services that fall under its jurisdiction. For example, ports. What is going to happen is that there's going to be less maintenance, more costs. The taxpayers are going to end up having to pay the costs. So profits will basically be privatized, whereas the costs are going to be nationalized in a sense. Once again, it's simply the friends of the government who are benefiting. There are many other reasons why the Bloc Québécois will vote against this omnibus bill. I can't list them all because of a lack of time. But this bill does not reflect Quebecers' concerns. We said from the outset we were hoping that there would be something done that would reflect, for example, the needs of Lac Mégantic. Nothing was done. Once again, everything is being shoved into one big mammoth bill. And what that means is that we'll never be able to give it due consideration. And so that is a very unfortunate approach to take. Again, the minister is being given the power to circumvent the Competition Bureau. That's not a step forward. This is once again a withdrawal on the behalf of the government for the benefit of the private sector. And where our jobs are being sacrificed, the safety of the St. Lawrence River is being sacrificed, and we in the Bloc Québécois will not be voting in favor of this bill. It is a big disappointment to us.
The honourable member for London North Centre. Oops, sorry. Mississauga East Cooksville. Sorry, I had it right the first time.
And I thank the member for his speech as he was talking to Bill C-49. You know, the member, I'm sure, travels often by plane, by rail, and when we get into a plane, we want to know that if there's always continuous improvement and they're always looking after our safety and that it is paramount. And within a plane, you've got voice recorders in the cockpit, you've got data that's being collected. All of that is put in place. That is not happening today, Madam Speaker, when it comes to rail safety. So we want to ensure that we've seen some really tragic incidents that have taken place over this past year, years prior. And, you know, the former government, I think, shirked their responsibility in terms of addressing that safety. What we want to make sure now is that that safety is there and that we can look at that continuous improvement and bringing in making sure that that data is captured, that the voice is captured in the cockpit, that we can then use that to improve our systems. So really bringing safety and the modernization and innovation together to ensure that those passengers are safe as they would be in a plane. And we know we don't want to see any kind of incidents happen with our planes. The same thing with our rail safety. I say to the member, does the member feel that this is a good thing? That this would help his community, his citizens?
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Mississauga for his question. I would just remind him that I use bicycles more than the train or the plane. And it's thanks to the city of Joliette that I can do that. Now, here's what I think is unfortunate. And that's what the Liberal government has done, like it has done in this case and in all files. And as my colleague is saying again here, it's all very well to tout the merits of safety of rail, for example, and other sectors. But when it comes to what they're going to do in practice, there's very little in the budget. And we feel that in Bill C-49, there is really too little being done when it comes to rail safety. So, yes, a black box and a video recorder, yes, perhaps that can increase safety. But we in Lac-Mégantic just saw what happened when a company itself had to take care of a maintenance plan, had to do all the monitoring. This is what happens when you leave something up to the private sector. You have oil-filled cars that don't meet the standards, pressure being put on employees, and that way you have all the ingredients for a tragedy. So really, Madam Speaker, this would have been a beautiful opportunity in order to make sure that a tragedy like that never happened again. The people of Lac-Mégantic need a bypass track. It's not happening here. So here all we're getting is a sort of a black box for trains that will continue. And I think the government's living on another planet. So we agree with the principles, but what we disagree with is what's actually being done. I'm sorry, but you can't get things done just through a communications plan.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I disagree with the member across the way when he tries to give the impression that very little is in fact being done, when in fact we have a minister who has indicated on a number of occasions in terms of that commitment to safety. We have, within 2 years, legislation that has been brought forward that deals with the issue of safety. He might not necessarily, he might have wanted to see a lot more done in that area, but I can tell the member, sitting in opposition for a number of years, the Harper government didn't do anything in regards to it. The Harper government didn't give it the attention that was necessary. And I'm a bit surprised that the member would not recognize that at the very, very least, we are moving in the right direction. There's always room for improvement. In fact, we saw that in the Standing Committee, where there were a number of opposition amendments that were even accepted and incorporated into the legislation. I guess my question to the member is that would he not agree that the actions of the government to date are far greater than what we had witnessed in the previous 10 years under the Harper government? And yes, there is some room for improvement, but at least we have a minister that has currently said that this is of the utmost importance, and we will continue to do what we can to ensure that our railways are safe.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Quebec, between high school and university, there are colleges, cégeps they're called, and you have to take a philosophy class. And you learn what sophistry is in those classes. It's all very well to condemn what the previous government did. However, you can't justify what you're doing because a previous government did worse. So, yes, perhaps it's all very well to put a black box in and it's a step in the right direction. But I was just talking about the Lac Mégantic tragedy. And there remains a lot to be done. This is urgent. My colleague, the parliamentary secretaries, said that it's a step in the right direction. However, there are many steps backward in this bill, in this mammoth bill. In terms of the Saint Laurent River, I'm sorry, it's a step backwards. In terms of the Competition Bureau and air travel, I said this earlier. Why is the minister being given political power to be able to skip over an analysis? I think that exposes him to lobbyists. It's too much pressure to put on the minister. So I think what we have to think more about consumers and about rates for consumers. So when it comes to this bill, perhaps there's a step in the right direction, but it is clearly insufficient.
Comments, questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member across the way made reference to air travel. And of course, we know within the legislation, we will see the minister being enabled to actually provide something that's important to all Canadians throughout every region of our country, and that is that sense that there's going to be more accountability from airlines as a direct result of this legislation enabling the minister to put into place air passenger rights. That is perceived, I believe, at least from the constituents in which I represent, as a very strong thing. And then actually it's a part of the election platform that we put forward to Canadians. It's another thing in which was committed and something in which is being fulfilled. And I would ask my friend across the way, would he not agree that the constituents in which he too represents would be pleased to know at least we're getting forward momentum once again dealing with a very important sensitive issue of providing and ensuring that airline services that are being provided are in fact being held more accountable. At least the opportunity is there today by government after this legislation passes, and then opposition can hold government accountable, the minister accountable, if they feel that the minister has in fact dropped the ball once we put in the regulation.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We wanted the passengers' Charter of Rights. We wanted passengers' rights to be guaranteed, but with some real content, not just the sprinkling of rights that's in this bill. I mean, this doesn't even meet the lowest standard possible. So we have this nice agreement between the government and the airlines, but it's almost as if the airlines were bossing the government around. So it's almost as if they were saying, okay, well, fine, we'll do this. You know, it won't be too bothersome for us. And it's almost like the government is caving in to the lobbyists at the expense of the consumers. So we need much more, we need much stronger measures, as there are in other countries, including in the United States. Once again, Madam Speaker, it's all very well in terms of the speech they're giving about a Charter of Rights, but then we end up with this omnibus bill, and it's very disappointing.
Prise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Red Deer, Mountain View. Monsieur le Président, le projet de...
Madam Speaker, C-49 has several legislative flaws.
There's a whole bunch of random ideas tossed together to make one large omnibus bill. Obviously, the Transport Minister looked around his department and asked who had anything that they wanted to place into legislation. He took a list of requests, put them together into this bill, and that's what we've got. And besides having some loose connections to transportation, there's little common amongst these items in this bill. One component of the bill outlines a passenger's Bill of Rights, but there's nothing concrete, no detail outlined in the bill to truly protect passengers. And the reception of this bill by rights advocates, passenger rights advocates, has been the political equivalent of standing for 3 hours on the tarmac in a hot summer's day. It's really, really terrible. That is because the Liberal government has proposed a passenger's Bill of Rights that fails to actually do much for passengers. However, the one thing it does do is allow the Minister of Transport and the Canadian Transportation Agency to set monetary compensation to passengers on their own, with no oversight. Yet again, another constant theme of this Liberal government. Now, Madam Speaker, we all know that the last thing Canadians want is Liberals having an easier time on spending their tax dollars. So along those lines, there's more. The Liberals have also suggested possible increases to the cost of airport security charges. Les libéraux...
As I said, the Liberals have also allowed for possible increased costs for airport security charges. And to top it all off, the minister has given himself the power to approve or deny projects between airline companies, which reduces the role of the Competition Bureau that is arm's length and non-partisan.
Liberal government has placed more power in the hands of their minister and less power and control in the hands of Canadians, where it rightfully belongs. Not to be outdone by other omnibus bills, this government has also decided to tackle the issue of grain shipping by rail.
I am certain that the prairie producers, just like those in the riding of the member for Brandon-Souris,
members that represent grain farmers, were delighted when they heard the Liberals were going to tackle this grain shipping issue, I'm sure. As part of the previous Conservative government that supported the Marketing Freedom for Grain Farmers Act, I can tell you greater opportunities were provided for grain farmers, and that's not what the Liberals are focused on. So, Madam Speaker, what have they done? Well, they proposed major changes to shipping policies that had been introduced by a former great Minister of Agriculture and a member of this House, the Honourable Jerry Ritz, and the very capable Minister of Transport at that time, the member for Milton now. Now, by changing the interswitch rate, the Liberal government will make it more difficult for shippers and farmers. We will also see increased use by American railroads without reciprocal rights for Canadians. Again, I'm not sure what the logic of that is. Last I checked, the Canadian government should be putting Canadians first. One hopes this is not the Liberal negotiating strategy for NAFTA, literally giving the farm away. The Liberals could and should keep the Conservative policy in place. Policies that were designed by people who actually have experience in this area, who are or who have worked with grain farmers. But instead, they have chosen to side with big industry and making life far more difficult for shippers and farmers. Now, another part of this omnibus bill, and as I said, this is just a laundry list of things, is that a proposal for the railways to have locomotive voice and video recorders. This has already been mentioned here in this House today. And I do believe this initiative is designed to help prevent further rail accidents. But again, this is another item where simply it's been added to the list and this legislation has not been thoroughly thought out. There is not a person in this chamber, Madam Speaker, who does not want to improve rail safety. We want our railways to be as safe as possible. As a former Minister of Labour, I understand the call for locomotive voice and video recorders, the LVVR, to be installed. But as I said, I don't think that this legislation has been thoroughly thought through. First, Transport Canada just launched a review of the Rail Safety Act in May. Why would we not wait until that review comes back before moving forward? Further, the public has not seen the analysis of the privacy aspect of this initiative. Regulations mandate that airline cockpit voice recorders keep only a record of the last 2 hours of a flight. Thus far, all that we've heard is that an entire transport trip would be recorded with respect to rail. The minister needs to clarify this, and fairness is important. And as I've mentioned before, Madam Speaker, details are important, and the details of this legislation simply don't exist. There have also been concerns raised about the use of this data. The legislation states that it will only be used for Transportation Safety Board accident investigations and for rail corporations to be informed for their safety management systems. But there are concerns that there will be no limit on the LVVR usage in the legislation and that the rail industry may use it for employee discipline beyond the intended purpose. This initiative clearly needs to be better thought out and, quite frankly, clarified. Workers need to know what's happening, and the rail industry needs to understand as well. Now, Madam Speaker, if all of these loose ends do not demonstrate the weakness and concerns of this omnibus bill, I've decided to save the best for last. In one of the two marine-related clauses, the minister is proposing to amend the Canada Marine Act to allow port authorities and their wholly owned subsidiaries to receive loans and loan guarantees from the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, I've had some strong views on this bank. First of all, it seems like it's just another classic example of an ill-thought-out component of a Liberal omnibus bill. Despite calls from every party and every sector in Canada to separate the Canada Infrastructure Bank out of the Omnibus Bill C-44, the Liberals ignored everyone and rushed ahead with this flawed initiative. Even the Bible of the Liberal elites, the Toronto Star, demanded further parliamentary review. This $35 billion slush fund, as the Star says, should not be railroaded through Parliament as a mere footnote in a 300-page omnibus budget bill. The only people in Canada that seem to have been in a rush for this infrastructure bank being created and the legislation passed were those that used their connections with the Liberal Party to make a few more dollars. Now, Madam Speaker, the infrastructure bank has been a boondoggle from day one. The budget in 2017 revealed that $1 billion of lapped infrastructure funding from 2016 will not be reallocated until fiscal year 22-23. If that's not bad enough, we learned that $15 billion will be taken away from community infrastructure projects in order to finance the infrastructure bank. Municipal leaders in my riding and others across the country, particularly small communities like my own, are wondering why they never seem to benefit from this Liberal government. I do wonder if part of that is that the Minister of Transport comes from a large urban area and the Minister of Infrastructure comes from a large urban area, and they just don't seem to understand that small communities like Collingwood or Alliston or others across the country actually need help as well. You know, small municipalities may never benefit from this infrastructure bank because even if they scrap together all the money for a large proposal, they'll be competing with the minister's approval. So while folks like the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport Minister live in large cities, small-town Canada will actually not be making a placeholder. They have no place in the Liberal Infrastructure Fund. If the clear favoritism of big cities over the rest by the Liberals is not clear enough, the governance of the Infrastructure Bank is so vague and open-ended that we can see a governance scandal on the horizon. Let's start with the mandate of the bank. What mandate, you say? That's correct. There doesn't seem to be a clear one. The mandate of the Canada Infrastructure Bank is so vague, we're not sure what it's actually supposed to target, and there's no policy directing the bank's investments thus far.
Nor are there criteria to determine if the bank has made investments that will benefit Canadians, or if this was just a big waste of money and resources.
It will also certainly be the latter. as the bank duplicates the work of the Peace 3 Canada Fund, a completely independent Crown corporation. Now, alarm bells have also been rung about the bank and its potential for political interference, and there is good reason for this. Final sign-off on the project will be in the hands of the minister, and we know that this is a flawed initiative. We've learned that foreign companies are able to apply for it. Now, let's say that a Chinese donor for the Liberal Party applies to the bank and receives $100 million as a loan, and the project goes bust. Who's on the tab for that? Canadian taxpayers. People in my riding and yours, Madam Speaker. So like Bill C-44, C-49 is another example of a poorly thought-out omnibus bill. It will do little to improve transportation. Thank you very much. I'll be opposing this bill, as will be my colleagues here on this side of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga, Cooksville, Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Simcoe Gray for her remarks. And I say to the member, when we look at this vast country that we have with a pretty small population, and what we've seen are a lot of monopolies and oligopolies when it comes to transportation, with our rail systems, with our airlines, we have few. And what that has caused is a lot of concern, a lot of challenges, a lot of difficulties for our shippers. So, we hear from the farmers, and the member should look at the experts, listen to the experts, listen to the science in terms of modernizing our system, making a better transportation system. So I listened to the University of Saskatchewan professor, James Nolan, and here's what he had to say, that this is good news for our grain shippers. In quotes, the bill is surprisingly pro-shipper. Shippers have got a fair number of concessions they wanted. The government, this is to meet the requirements that they require, so that they have some ability to, when they only have one transport company in their area or two, that they are able to negotiate, able to move away from that, maybe that primary carrier, and be able to have someone else, some other carrier, take care of their needs. That has not been possible, and that has been a challenge for farmers. So I say again, listening to the experts and to the member for Simcoe Gray, does she not agree that bringing more competition through C-49 will help our industry, will help our farmers, will help businesses be able to compete in what we find, again, in our country, a transportation system that we have very, very few players in, Madam Speaker?
Our member for Simcoe Gray.
Well, I thank the member opposite for his question, but let's be very clear. We had a former Minister of Agriculture in this House who put forward a bill in 2011, which was the Fairness in Marketing for Grain Farmers. It was overwhelmingly supported by grain farmers and those that support them in what they are doing throughout Western Canada. You know, Madam Speaker, there's a reason why there's a lot of Conservative members on the prairies. It's because we actually support grain farmers and the people that support them. This legislation does not do that. And I look forward to the Liberals going back to what we put in place in 2011.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Simcoe Gray for her speech. She mentioned near the start about how uncomfortable it was to sit on a hot tarmac for hours, and then she spent a lot of time in the rest of her speech talking about all the good things, as she said, that the previous government did. But I just wanted to ask her, why in 9 years of government did the Conservatives not bring in a passenger Bill of Rights when it's clearly what Canadians want to see?
The honourable member for Simcoe Gray.
Last I checked, we're debating Bill C-49, and it does nothing for passengers. You know, I was very clear, as I said in my remarks, this is a hodgepodge of a whole number of ideas, but not a lot of detail. The devil is in the details for these, and passenger advocates have been very clear that this actually doesn't cut it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga, East Cookville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, when we look at our country, you know what has been a big boom is we're getting a lot more tourists coming to Canada. And the Tourism Association of Canada, they have lauded this bill because what it does is brings the safety, that assurance, that those that are coming from outside and domestic tourism within Canada, they have the ability to get on our rail system, to get in our planes and feel safe. The member from Simcoe Grey, for her party, for 10 years didn't do anything. They shirked that responsibility. They left that aside. Madam Speaker, I say to the member, why did they not do anything for 10 years on something that's so important to the safety of our citizens and our travellers?
Answer from the member from Simcoe Grey.
Sure. The member began by talking about individuals actually being able to come to this country for tourism. Jacking up the fees for security and making it actually more expensive to enter the country and more expensive for passengers isn't the way to increase tourism. We're about creating jobs on this side of the House. That means not increasing fees.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and today I'm pleased to take part in the debate for Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. This Liberal omnibus bill was substantially amend 13 different acts and have a profound effect on 3 major modes of transportation: rail, air, and water. These are big changes, Madam Speaker, and it doesn't look like the Liberals are changing the rules for the better. C-49 is the first legislative response to the 2016 Canada Transportation Act review. So while we welcome the commitment to a modernized and safer transportation strategy, we're concerned that the proposed changes will have costly unintended consequences. Madam Speaker, I would like to discuss all of the complicated sets of changes from Bill C-49. Such an undertaking would be impossible given the time constraints of this debate. So today, I'd like to particularly talk about the changes to rail transportation and what this means for our Canadian farmers and producers. Our biggest concern on the changes to rail transportation has to do with the changes to long-haul interswitching that this bill makes in replacing the provisions introduced by the previous Conservative government with Bill C-30. Bill C-30, or the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act, extended interswitching distances to 160 kilometres. Those provisions expired on August 1st. While new interswitching provisions were anticipated, this bill is far from meeting its objective of improving shipper and producer options with their new 1,200 kilometre interswitching tool. The system introduced through Bill C-30 was popular with shippers. It provided the certainty of the regulated rate up to 160 kilometres, and that is key that they dealt with the regulated rate for that full 160 kilometres. With Bill C-49, the Liberals are putting forward some new long-haul interswitching tool on hauls up to 1,200 kilometres or up to 50% of the length of the entire haul. But shippers would be charged the regulated interswitching rate for the first 30 kilometres of the haul, and then the Canada Transportation Agency determined rate, which is determined on case-by-case basis based on similar pricing hauls. And that goes for the remainder of the distance to the interswitch point. Shippers will only be able to interswitch at the first available interswitch point. The nearest interswitching location for many shippers and producers in northern Alberta and British Columbia will be in the Kamloops-Vancouver corridor, and the other exclusionary zone is from Quebec City to Windsor. Interswitching is not allowed beyond the 30 kilometres in these areas. For captive shippers, the new interswitching provisions will do nothing to encourage more competitive rates, nor to improve competition. Madam Speaker, this is a serious problem. It's important to remember that railways in Canada operate in a near monopoly situation. Captive shippers and producers have no choice but to use one company to which they are effectively held hostage. This situation can put shippers and producers at a real disadvantage. While there are provisions in Bill C-49 that allow shippers to request a contract from a railway with reciprocal penalties, the penalty, however, needs to be designed to acknowledge that the railways have a much greater economic power than the shippers. And we can also see that C-49 is intended to encourage the efficient movement of shippers' traffic while creating a system that's fairly balanced between the shipper and the railway, but this original intention is eclipsed by the many uncertainties of Bill C-49, which also are present on this issue. So to achieve the intended outcome, the government must improve and clarify its provisions for both the issue of interswitching and on penalties. C49 also proposes changing the 30-kilometre interswitching rate so that the interswitching rate over 30 kilometres will be decided by the CTA on the ad hoc basis, as I had mentioned earlier. So this 30-kilometre interswitching rate will be set each year. It purports to take into account the railroad's infrastructure needs across the entire network, which could increase the rate paid by shippers. The rate-setting regime this bill introduces needs to be designed to ensure that shippers always have access to competitive rates. As it stands, the rate will be derived from comparable traffic that is subject to captivity. This system needs to concentrate on a concrete review mechanism to ensure it is actually working for shippers. However, the Liberals cannot just design this system and leave it to simply administer itself. It's not a budget. Without a sunset clause or pre-designed review dates in 2 to 3 years, there are absolutely no guarantees for shippers and producers that they will benefit. To remain competitive, shippers and producers rely on clear provisions to ensure efficient access to competing railways. Madam Speaker, the Liberals are failing to provide clarity and assurances for our Canadian shippers. In addition, the new long-haul interswitching rates will be more difficult to use for shippers and will not serve as a useful tool in negotiations with the railroads. The proposed slew of changes to the long-haul interswitching rate present very vague outcomes. The sheer number of the regulatory changes and the administrative costs will put Canadian carriers at a disadvantage, especially against U.S. carriers. Some argue that implementing these changes will increase U.S. railroad access to Canadian traffic at regulated rates without reciprocity. The government has expressed a desire to increase agricultural exports exponentially in the coming years, but has come up short in terms of policies that will help achieve this. If we want to help the agricultural sector increase production and expand their global market share, we need to do more to increase their competitiveness in the global market, not restrict it. One of the ways to do that, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that they have efficient and reliable forms of moving their products. Transportation needs to work much better, and this bill must strive to improve rail transportation, because increasing the amount of produce that our amazing farmers produce will be useless if getting it to market becomes a substantial business cost for our producers. Canadians need and expect great rail service. We need an efficient system that ensures that cars show up and that grain gets shipped on time. Madam Speaker, there's an article in the Manitoba Cooperator which states that, and I quote, Western Canada's bigger than expected crop is moving to export slower than last year's crop record pace, and while grain companies aren't panicking, Keystone Agriculture Producers CAP President Don Maizière said it's costing farmers. He continues that for the most current crop year, which began August the 1st, Maizière said that CN Rail hasn't delivered as many cars as it did a year ago. Based on data established by the Ag Transportation Coalition, it reports weekly on the number of cars that most grain companies order and the number of the railways deliver. And I have the Ag Transport Coalition numbers here, where it's stated for week 12, which is the week from October 15th to October 21st, the CN supplied 51% of the hopper cars that were ordered for shippers for that week, which resulted in an unfilled shipper demand of 2,614 hopper cars. And CP supplied 94% of the hopper cars ordered by shippers for grain week 12, resulting in an unfulfilled shipper demand of 281 hopper cars, nearly 3,000 in total that didn't make it in week 12. So if we're speaking of, in addition to that, Madam Speaker, speaking of competitiveness, we're also aware that NAFTA negotiations are ongoing. And it's therefore remarkable that the government would allow this new 1,200-kilometre interswitching distance to increase U.S. rail access to Canada at regulated rates, where the U.S. could access this Canadian traffic without reciprocity. It seems like weak negotiating on the part of this government to give up this leverage before NAFTA negotiations are concluded. This is another head-scratcher idea from the Liberal government, proposing such changes even as NAFTA is being renegotiated. No wonder people think that this Prime Minister is napping on NAFTA, because Canadian competitiveness seems to be at the bottom of his priority list. Policies like this directly hurt our competitiveness and will be yet another hurdle for producers and shippers to clear. As it stands, there's simply too much uncertainty about the impact of the newly redesigned interswitching provisions. They need to be reviewable and they need to be timely. So, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, all of this uncertainty and unintended consequences stems from the Liberals' inability to actually consult and listen to industry experts and Canadians. The Liberals are quick to spend taxpayers' money to travel around the country to consult and take selfies with Canadians, but then it comes to right down to it, the Liberals only listen to themselves. Members from this side of the House have spoken to many stakeholders and experts, and many of these experts believe that what the Liberals are proposing is a convoluted remedy with unknown consequences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I say to my friend on the other side of the aisle and a fellow member of the International Trade Committee, we often talk about making sure that our transportation system is smart, efficient, effective, secure. And the member, we can agree that we are a trading nation, and we got to get our products, be it agricultural products or other industry type products, to our markets. And Mr. Speaker, the member cites a number of experts and articles, etc. I cite the Business Vancouver, and here's what they had to say. This legislation aims to put grain shippers first. They continue that grain shipping and industry stakeholders and analysts are applauding the federal government's move to modernize the Canadian transportation system to ensure that we streamline regulations in this sector. So here is Vancouver, one of our biggest ports, wanting to ensure that they have continue to prosper as a business, and for them to do so, they need a modernized transportation system. We have to move forward, I say to the member, for too long, 10 years under previous government, we were stalled. We were not getting our goods to market as quickly as we would like. Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well that we are trying to expand our markets here in Canada, around the world, and we need our transportation system to be able to do that. It is the lifeblood of getting those products to market. So I say to the member, why would the member not want to move forward, as we hear here through Business Vancouver, saying streamline these regulations, modernize Canadian transportation to get these products to market as quickly as possible so that we can help Canadian business?
Honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to the member, I certainly appreciate his comments. And part of what was said was streamlining regulations, so that is fine. However, you have to make sure that as far as the basis of the legislation is that it's sound, and therefore that any regulations that can come into it are then going to be useful. And I think that's the key thing. And again, is one of the things he mentioned. And again, both of us are on the Trade Committee. We had spent some time in the U.S. and we had talked to producers there. And of course, CN and CP are big players in the U.S. But we don't have that same type of reciprocity here. So really, if you think about the opportunities having U.S. lines coming into Canada to help our producers have the competitiveness that they have, it doesn't exist. But certainly you don't go into negotiations between two countries and put something like this onto the table and say, well, this is kind of how we want to deal with this. I think it's certainly not going to be worthwhile. And to the point that he had made with regards to what is happening in Vancouver, in this same report, we talk about the dwell times that are there in Vancouver, how long it takes to get loaded. When you don't have the cars, obviously it's a problem on the other end as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I just wish to notify you that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Windsor West. Madam Speaker, when I look at this bill and I've examined some of the debate that's been surrounding it, I think about some of the Liberals' key messaging points that they've used over the last 2 years, specifically how they like to talk a lot about helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. However, when we look at some of the measures that are contained within Bill C-49, I believe that some of these measures are indeed designed to help the corporate class and not the middle class. I want to concentrate my speech, Madam Speaker, because to do a 10-minute speech on such an expansive bill is near impossible to give it the detail that it deserves. But there are a few key areas that I wish to touch on which I believe have incredible significance for constituents that I represent and indeed many Canadians across this great country. Now, the principal amendments that are proposed in this bill that we have opposed, and I have to give great credit to my colleague from Trois-Rivières for his incredible work on the Transport Committee and the way he has informed our caucus on the work he's doing and so on and so forth. He did a lot of great work on this bill and attempted to shift it, to amend it, to change it, to make it more amenable. But as we can see, those efforts came to naught when the Liberal-dominated committee chose to reject them. Now, the first one is the arrangements, because this bill amends the Transportation Act to give the Minister of Transport the power to approve joint venture arrangements between airlines, even if the Commissioner of Competition finds that the arrangement is anti-competitive and could increase the price of airline tickets. So again, a measure that is not really designed to help middle-class Canadians who will have to suffer through this if prices are increased. Next is the Transportation Act is amended to increase the limit on foreign ownership of Canadian airlines from 25% to 49%, and I believe there was even a study that was cited on Transport Canada's website which showed that this would have absolutely zero effect on increasing competitiveness of Canadian airlines. So we have to wonder why that measure is in there. The other point, Madam Speaker, is the amendments to the Railway Safety Act, which will force railway companies to use video and voice recorders, and of course the attempt at creating some sort of a passenger bill of rights where the Canadian Transportation Agency is ordered to propose and make regulations to establish a new passenger rights regime. And indeed, this last one, this last issue is one that is very near and dear to our caucus. We have had several members over previous parliaments who have fought long and hard for a passenger bill of rights, who have sought to codify it in private members' bills. And so we are glad to at least see the attempt, but certainly unhappy with the end result. So this bill primarily protects the interests of foreign investors, and it does violate the right to privacy and workers' rights. That's specifically with respect to railway workers. And we are certainly in favor of improving the rights of air travelers and protections for grain shippers. But we want to call on the government, and we have called on the government, to separate those specific measures out of this omnibus bill so they could be studied as separate pieces of legislation and passed into law. I think the government side could have found a lot of cooperation from the Conservatives and the NDP if those had been left as standalone bills to examine them in the detail that they deserve. Now, we opposed Bill C-49 at second reading and then certainly made our attempts to amend the bill during committee. And many amendments were put forward by both the Conservatives and the NDP, but ultimately many of them did not make it. We made amendments specifically to establish far more concrete air passenger protection and compensation measures and make the interswitching routes more accessible to grain farmers and protect the labour rights of train conductors, which were all rejected by Liberal members of Parliament. Now, Madam Speaker, if I'm to talk about the joint venture agreement between airlines, currently the Commissioner of Competition has the power to determine whether these joint venture arrangements are anti-competitive and whether to apply the Competition Tribunal. And it gives me a great pause to now know that the Minister is in fact going to have final power over these measures, because the bureaucracy is supposed to be sort of nonpartisan and not influenced by outside events, but Cabinet Cabinet is lobbied extensively by many different companies and private interest groups. And we have seen in this government and in previous governments that when corporations try to bend the ear of government, legislation is changed sometimes in their favor. And to give the minister this kind of power, a person who can be lobbied by industry and perhaps which gets a greater voice than the average Canadian citizen does, that gives me some cause for concern. So if Air Canada proposed an arrangement to merge its operations with those of an American company, even if the Commissioner were to find that that agreement lessens competition among airlines and increases ticket prices for passengers, the Minister could still approve that arrangement, and that's something that we are quite concerned with. Madam Speaker, with the amendments to the Railway Safety Act, Bill C-49 is going to force railway companies to fit their locomotives with video and voice recorders. The government wants us to believe that this measure is going to improve rail safety, but we're worried that Canadian National and Canadian Pacific could use this information to discipline their employees and measure their productivity. We believe the bill is far too vague and does not specify how the private information of train conductors will be accessed, collected, and used by the minister and the railway companies. And so we did propose amendments to limit the use of these video and voice recorders to the Transportation Safety Board. And of course, that was rejected by the Liberals. And we have concerns that this may violate those workers' charter protections, specifically under Section 8 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, the Teamsters, the Vice President of the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference stated, and I quote, Madam Speaker, that we think the bill in its present form is contrary to our rights as Canadians. To exempt 16,000 railroaders from PIPEDA, we believe is not appropriate, and this legislation would call for a specific exemption for the purpose of our employers, the people who have been found to foster a culture of fear to watch. We have a problem with that. Now, Madam Speaker, to move on to the part which I think has the most significance for people all across Canada is this venture to try and establish some sort of a rights regime for passengers. Now, in the previous Parliament, the NDP introduced Bill C-459, which codified many of these measures and put them explicitly into an act, and I believe which was a far stronger effort than what we see in Bill C-49. Because in Bill C-49, the measures contained in this bill, Madam Speaker, give the minister the power to make regulations. And regulations can be well and good for certain measures. I think for certain pieces of legislation, it's agreeable that we want to have the minister to have that leeway to change rights and so on. But again, we have to raise our concerns that if airline companies start lobbying the minister really hard on these, how are the regulations going to eventually turn out? Are the regulations going to start benefiting airline companies, or are they really honestly going to be on the side of the passengers themselves? And that's why we feel that codifying these in an actual bill rather than leaving them to regulations would have been a far stronger measure. And my concerns here are not unjustified with respect to Air Canada. I'd like to remind members in this House when we were busy debating Bill C-10, and that was the government's attempt to legislate outsourcing for Air Canada, an amendment to the Air Canada Participation Act. And, we saw that Air Canada definitely had the ear of the government during that time. They brought forward a bill that specifically benefited that company, and it left many workers out in the cold and gave Air Canada that ability to outsource jobs if it so wished. So, Madam Speaker, I see that my time is drawing to an end, and so I think I will conclude there just by saying that, half measures are not what we were expecting after this length of time. 2 years have passed. We would like to see some greater efforts in many of these areas and are disappointed that this bill is the actual final result. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments on C-49. You know, Madam Speaker, for too long, the transportation industry has worked under the cloak of darkness, and they have not been as accountable, as transparent as consumers would like, as those in industry would like to see. We want to ensure that that those numbers, those standards are set, that there are standards for passengers, Madam Speaker, so that for the airlines, for the rail industry, to ensure that we can hold them to account. And right now, that's not possible. Right now, we hear anecdotally that people get bumped, that things are not working well with the rail, that there's not the competition that we want to see, but it's all anecdotal. So, Madam Speaker, what we want to do is make sure that we leave that darkness, we shine the light on our transportation industry, and bring forward those standards and then be able to share those and make those public for consumers. Does the member think that that would be a wise thing to do to be able to bring accountability and transparency to our transportation industry?
Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, of course, Madam Speaker. I mean, I don't think anyone in this House can disagree with that laudable goal. Unfortunately, we simply don't see that level of detail in this bill, Madam Speaker. We do see a lot of words in this bill which authorize the minister to make regulations. I mean, I think the problem is that we have all known for quite some time what the problem is. The stories that passengers have with regards to their experiences on airlines, being stuck in airports, being stuck on the tarmac, these have happened continuously over many years now. We know what the problem is, and in a previous parliament, we brought forward suggestions for concrete proposals, something that could have been codified rather than left to a regulatory environment, because when this bill gets passed, we are still going to have to wait even further for the regulations to come after who knows how many consultations, after who knows how much influence the airline industry is going to exert on the minister. And so I ask, why, after 2 years of this Liberal government's mandate, are we still waiting? Why are passengers still waiting? Why is the middle class that this government likes to talk about so much still waiting?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Madam Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to provide some comment at third reading on Bill C-49. I represent a part of the country that has a lot of rail workers, and I've heard from the workers themselves and from their union concern about Bill C-49 and what it means for their privacy rights when they're working on trains across Canada, and the ability for employers to pretty much access footage and audio recording of those workers working on trains for just about any purpose. The government says that the real rules are going to come in regulation, but we've seen this as a government that has a pretty cozy relationship with some of the major transportation companies in Canada, and frankly, their track record hasn't been very good. So I know we've heard already from my honourable colleague about some of the concerns around privacy, which are very real and ought to be addressed in the same way they are for the airline industry, where only the Transportation Safety Board has the authority to look at those recordings. But I wonder if he'd want to expand his comments to the question of why it is Canadians should have faith in this government to leave it all to regulation without legislating in favour and ensuring the privacy protection for railway workers in this country.
Honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's question. You know, my home riding is not home to a great railway expanse. We were certainly trying to make our efforts to expand our rail system on Vancouver Island, but that's a very slow process. And I think he raises some excellent points about the very real fears and concerns that workers have working in that kind of an environment. And, you know, we were not necessarily opposed to the video and voice recorders, just who was going to use that data and would it, in fact, be protected. And that's why my colleague on the Transportation Committee, the member for Trois-Rivières, brought forward that amendment, attempted to move that power, that data collection, to the Transportation Safety Board. And inexplicably, the Liberals didn't agree to it. So I wonder why that is. I think another concern, too, that workers have in the railway is the level of fatigue that they suffer from being overworked. And I think if we're to prevent these kind of accidents, it shouldn't be sort of an after the fact, like looking at the video and voice recording of how did this crash happen, but why don't we look at worker health and safety? Are they being overworked, and do they have the safe mechanisms to actually return to their family every night in a safe and sound manner? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming, National Defence.
Government Advertising, and the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore, Natural Resources. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to raise issues here on Bill C-49, Transportation Act, which is a long bill with many different pieces of legislation and components in it, Madam Speaker. Excuse me. I'm going to focus on one important component, Madam Speaker. There are a number of them that speak to all Canadians and to communities, but also one specific one that also speaks to an issue in my community that's very troubling. It's very sad, very disturbing. It's an incredible opportunity, but this bill is going to give the powers that be that are appointed, that lurk in the shadows, that don't have to have the accountability, the strength, and more empowerment to do what the public does not want. And what I refer to in specific, Madam Speaker, is Bill C-49, allowing port authorities to have more clandestine borrowing practices through the Infrastructure Bank of Canada development, and allowing the ports to do more environmental and other community damage with less accountability. And what's important, Madam Speaker, is people at least appreciate the context of what a port authority can or can't do. So first of all, Madam Speaker, the port authorities across Canada are stewards of land of the people. That's the first and foremost we need to get straight, and especially, Madam Speaker, to people out there who feel they don't have the power to speak against the powers that be, is the reality is that the ports and their control and their power at the end of the day is responsible to the Minister of Transport, the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Full stop. It goes right there, Madam Speaker. So the control and the use of the lands, the relationship with the community, still, at the end of the day, is controlled by the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and the people of Canada. They are not private businesses or enterprises that have no responsibility or no moral compass as they should go about their businesses. They are, in fact, having to answer accountably to the Prime Minister and, again, to the Minister of Transport. So what do we have in my situation, Madam Speaker, that is very peculiar with this bill that will give, I guess, created additional powers that give me concern? Relates to a place called Sandwich Town, where it is basically the oldest European settlement west of Montreal, settled by the French, then by the English, and now is the home of many immigrants, new Canadians, students, populations that, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, have found challenges because of the geography that they're at. And for those that feel out there compelled to understand a story of the underdog, this is it in Canada. Imagine living in an area, the defence of Canada, the War of 1812. This was where it happened on the front lines in southern Ontario. This is where the battles that were decisive to actually forming this nation were bonded between the Aboriginal communities, the British at the time, and the militia, the local populations to defend Canada. And since that time, Madam Speaker, we have seen the most unusual of circumstances for this small settlement that eventually became part of the city of Windsor that marks its special foundation to today. And Madam Speaker, what I'm talking about is a small community being trapped next to the Ambassador Bridge, owned by a private American billionaire who in his operations on the U.S. side has actually gone to prison because of operations related and court practices related to actually, ironically, government contracts on the U.S. side, where they witness homes being bought up, boarded up, and eventually demolished or left to decay. They've lost businesses, they've lost schools, they've lost places of faith. All of those things have happened, Madam Speaker, in the shadow of an empire that has 10,000 trucks per day, 40,000 vehicles in total, of pure profit. 30 to 35% of Canada's daily trade with the United States, nearly $1 billion, within earshot of some of the people most disenfranchised because of the repercussions of what's taken place. And so what's happened, Madam Speaker, and why Bill C-49 is important is most recently there has been hope. There has been an extended opportunity with a fight for this area for a new border crossing. It took place, Madam Speaker, over a decade and a half, where the original idea was to basically allow the development next to this place to destroy it. But we have a new border crossing, the Gordie Howe International Bridge, which will be built as a compromise amongst the community, amongst the environment, amongst business, amongst two nations to finally add border capacity. And in this capacity, Madam Speaker, there's going to be a community benefit fund. And the community benefit fund, and we actually voted on a bill for that, C-344, and the House of Commons most recently passed a Liberal bill, including support from this member, from the Minister of Transport and the Prime Minister, to at least send it to committee. And the community benefit is for infrastructure projects such as this to get some relief, some planning, and some opportunity. Now, that bill, in spirit, is what is taking place. We are finally getting some community benefits to come to this area. And what's happened, Madam Speaker, and why this Bill C-49 is so important is the Port Authority, on a piece of property it has called the Ojibway Shores, wanted to develop it against the wishes of the community. This Port Authority property, Madam Speaker, is pristine environmental acreage, 33 in total, that has endangered species, flora, fauna, and as well as species at risk, amphibians, wildlife, birds, all of those things that are so important. It is right on the Great Lakes, one of the last few places on the Great Lakes undisturbed in this era. What the port wanted to do was bulldoze it. They wanted to lay it straight and clear. And they actually got at one time, Madam Speaker, a private partnership that would have done so. But the private developer with the port at that time, despite knowing they would have made a lot of money, said no because it was the wrong thing to do. And so when they backed out, the port considered Ojibway Shores no longer developable at this point in time. But what they've asked now under the community benefits, Madam Speaker, is they've asked for $12 million from the public, from this community benefits fund, to not develop it for 30 years. Not only just the land, Madam Speaker, in terms of turning it over to the public in perpetuity, they've asked for $12 million for a 30-year lease. So not to bulldoze it. It is almost unconscionable to think that a board member would even request this of the public. And by the way, Madam Speaker, board members are representative of the city, the province, the federal government, the users. They're citizens like anyone else. And part of our education here and today, and to the people of Sandwich, Essex, and beyond who care about the environment, is to understand people are paid to represent them on these boards to make decisions. And they need to understand that power, and they need to understand that ability to connect with those individuals, not just in Windsor, but in other ports across this country. That's the first step for actually taking back lands and stewardship of the people that they should belong to. So, Madam Speaker, Bill C-49 now proposes to give more powers for the infrastructure bank to allow the ports to develop things. And we're concerned about that because it will potentially open up another revenue source for the port to go ahead to bulldoze the property. And what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that right now, when you think about this situation, a choice has got to be made for the people. A simple clause allows this property to be divested to Environment Canada. And that's a simple thing that we've asked, Madam Speaker. 2 signature required process. It's been done before. We've done the research. It's actually part of a legislative process and part of what I think was dreamt up with regards to the transfer of properties for situations like this in the public interest. So, Madam Speaker, as I conclude today, we have a choice on this. Right now, C-49 is going to give more powers, but in the meantime, let's save this situation, Madam Speaker. Instead of the port getting $12 million, it can go for poverty reduction, students' education, housing, and also employment for one of the most disadvantaged areas of Ontario and Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his remarks. And as he spoke, he talked about how much is in C-49, how much legislation. And Mr. Speaker, the member's quite right. It is a very comprehensive piece of legislation. The reason I say to the member is for 10 years, we were dormant on this when we looked at modernizing our transportation network, when we looked at rail, when we looked at air, and we saw what was happening around the world, Madam Speaker. We were just not keeping pace. I know the member feels strongly about the Ambassador Bridge, but more so about getting that Gordie Howe Bridge complete, because we know how the billions of dollars, $2 billion a day going between our borders every single day, Madam Speaker, goods, people, etc. It is really the lifeline. If you think about our trade in this country, that is probably the #1 spot for trade, that bridge. So I say to the member, does the member not feel strongly about we've got to get on with this? We've got to move forward. We have to modernize our transportation network for the health of his community as well as our country, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the comments, and I know that the member also supported Bill C-344. And he's absolutely correct, is that when you look at the effects of transportation, no place knows it better than Sandwich Town, where this place, Madam Speaker, was the home of the Underground Railroad, was the destination for freedom. In fact, Madam Speaker, bounty hunters used to come to this area to grab Americans fleeing slavery to bring them back, and we used to fight against that. That is the culture and heritage of this location right now. And he is correct about the Gordie Howe Bridge. It was a compromise, and in there was the concept of community benefits. And so imagine the perverse ending this would be if the Port Authority would take the money that was supposed to be going to uplifting children, persons with disabilities, a number of people related to education, housing, community capacity development, and they would want a 30-year lease of a piece of property that would go against the Prime Minister's arguments and objectives for greenhouse gas emissions reductions, increasing Canadian footprint for environmental standards. And the mere fact in all this, Madam Speaker, is all we need now is the courage for the Minister of Transport to simply transfer the management to the Minister of Environment, a two-signature process. Guarantees an environmental footprint for our legacy, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, provides justice and hope and opportunity for people who deserve it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague for explaining to us some of the hidden dangers in this very poorly crafted omnibus bill. So we know that the bill primarily protects the interests of foreign investors, and we know that it violates the rights of workers in terms of their privacy. And we know the hypocrisy when we look at other institutions such as the CATSA. We have underfunding on one end for the monitoring and safety at airports, and on the other end, we're going to put in some legislation that just seems to undermine that work. So I'm wondering, the member obviously had to have a look at some of this and explore to find out a little bit more about the implications with the relationship with the Port Authority. And I'm just wondering if he has any other aspects of this that we should be alarmed with.
A brief answer from the member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I thank the member for her work and as well for the notation. I mean, the Airline Passenger Bill of Rights, and a quite quick and simple answer, Madam Speaker. Jerry Byrne, who was in this House for the Liberals for many years, over a decade, I believe, passed a motion calling for a passenger Bill of Rights to be equal to that of the Europeans and the United States. And if my memory serves me correct, the Liberals supported this Liberal for that. And this bill does not even include that basic element, which would be a shame, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the question on the motion is deemed to have been put and a recorded division deemed demanded and deferred until Wednesday, November 1st, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous support in order to call it 5:30 at this time so we can begin private members' hour.
Does the member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Agreed? Carried. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Resuming debate at
Private members' business.
3:15. An act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites account in the name of Mr. Brown.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very pleased to stand up in the House to speak to this bill. And in the spirit of the day, I'll mention that I don't quite have 95 theses to contribute to this debate, and I am not going to nail my speech at the end of it to the chamber doors. But I do have a Yiddish proverb I wanted to share, and I think that the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes will appreciate it, that without money, there's no world. And we know and we understand that, unfortunately, everything in this world, it takes money if we want to preserve things, if we want to purchase things, just like these buildings are, a national treasure. Our national historic sites need money in order to continue to attract visitors, attract students, attract teachers in order that they can learn about our national historic sites and better appreciate these great assets that Canada has. It's part of our cultural and national heritage. And so, very pleased to be supporting Bill C-315, and I want to thank the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes for tabling it once again for debate. So it calls for an establishment of an account to which all donated funds will be attributed when the donor indicates a desire that the funds be devoted to conservation at a given site. And Parks Canada, as we know, administers 171 federally recognized historic sites and defines over 970 more as historically significant. You know, Madam Speaker, I used to work in a historic site, one because Alberta has its own designations for these. What was very unique about this building used to be the old Calgary Chamber of Commerce building. It used to be a temple, an Oddfellows temple that was then converted to use by the Chamber of Commerce. And actually the entire building wasn't a historic site. Only the ballroom was considered a National Historic Site. What was unusual about the building as well is that it had 2 pubs built into it on 2 different floors. So working in a historic site like that, I kind of got to appreciate the money that goes into maintaining it, just to keep it at the level where the building doesn't fall down on yourself, and to make it usable for a new generation of people to basically take advantage of the building, use it for the purpose that it was built for originally, but also new purposes that were designed for it. Today it's owned by an oil and gas company actually just across the street that also owns the Bow Tower, and they use it for trading nowadays. So C-315 will create a system that will basically manage donations and I think promote future donations. And I think that's really important, is a dedicated fund will not displace federal support that National Historic Sites today receive. It would basically complement, and I think that's a point that was made very well by the member. We're not looking to replace government, federal government, provincial government support for these sites, but really to complement and give Canadians an opportunity, and international visitors as well, to participate in the stewardship of national historic sites. And I think when it comes down to it, we as Conservatives believe in subsidiarity, which is the government closest to you is the one best placed to serve you. But at the same, the principle that it's involved in subsidiarity is the principle that those closest to an action or to an item or to a place know it best, and we will be able to take care of it best. I think when it comes to stewardship, it's a and conservation, they're both very conservative principles, which is we are stewards of our historic sites. Just we are stewards of Parliament. We steward the seat that we are privileged to have on behalf of residents of our ridings. And so we pass it on to the next generation. And we are judged on how well have we done, by how well we've maintained it, how well have we used it. Is it still there for a future generation to take advantage of it? I want to reserve the rest of my comments specifically just on some of the points the Parliamentary Secretary made when presenting the government's position on this. So on it, the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned that this is already done by Parks Canada, that a lot of this would be duplicative in some way, it would be duplication. But I don't believe that's the case. I don't actually believe they'll be limiting on donors in any way. I think that the limits that C315 proposes on how the account is spent, meaning only the interest be spent on conservation works, gives certainty to donors. So that's part of donor stewardship. And having worked in the nonprofit sector, that's an important concept. When donors give money, especially when you're creating a principal account, so you're trying to raise interest off of it and only the interest to be used for a purpose or a goal, donors want to know that that money will be there 10, 20, 30, 40 years afterwards. The same principle applies when you're endowing a chair or a professorship at a university. Your donors want to have the certainty that the money will be there in the future to sustain the initial purpose that they were giving for. And so I think the same principle applies here. Members of our communities and international visitors will have the certainty of knowing that all the dollars that they give today and into the future, that only the interest will be used to finance the operations and the maintenance of a National Historic Site. Another point that was raised by the Parliamentary Secretary was said that the bill specifically requires that only the interest generated, like I mentioned, and that the principal itself would remain in the account in perpetuity. I actually think that's an important feature. That's an important bonus. That is not a defect of the bill. That's an advantage of the bill. It's a purposeful act, I think, by the member to ensure that the principal will always be there. It will accumulate over time, only the interest being paid. The Alberta Heritage Savings Trust Fund works exactly on the same principle. And although it has yo-yoed in the past because of market conditions, only interest has been spent in order to finance the operations of the government. Now, last year, the Parliamentary Secretary said that the public donated a little more than $56,000 to National Historic Sites for various activities and programming. Again, I don't think that's a defect of the bill itself. I just think it's an opportunity. It's a floor from where we can grow and get Canadians donating towards National Historic Site maintenance for to increase the stewardship and conservation goals of those specific sites that they want to support. So again, I don't think the amount of the past somehow detracts from the purpose of the bill or the goal of the bill, which I think is very laudable. I think it just creates the floor. We have a metric now we can set ourselves by. Have we improved year over year, and have we made things better? So I think the account also being cost effective, the Parliamentary Secretary went deeply into details about how much money would actually be generated in order to sustain for it to be useful. Again, I don't think the amounts are as important as the goal of it. You can build the principal account over time, and having a dedicated account achieves, I think, exactly that goal. You can even track it over time. You could, towards your donors, you could even tell them, listen, if you donate an extra $50,000, $100,000, $100, this is how you will help the account into the future, and this is how you will help the National Historic Site meet its goals. We do the same thing when endowing professorships, chairmanships, different schools and colleges, and at university. Again, having worked with human resources professionals for a professional association, that was one of the things that was being considered at the time, is endowing a chair in human resources labor relations in Alberta to further the professional goals of the association. So just like here, we're trying to further the goals of improving conservation and stewardship of National Historic Sites. And the mechanism we do it by will give certainty to the donors that you can be a repeat donor and keep giving into the future. The $56,000 is just a floor, and I think there's vast areas of improvement. Now, if I can just, the last point I want to make is the comparison to international aid and government programs that we create that provide matching funds. We just heard today in the House the Rohingya crisis in Myanmar or Burma, that the government will be providing matching funds. During the Fort McMurray fires, the government provided matching funds as well. And it's just an illustration, a comparison as we reflect on the contents of the bill. You could make a really good argument that the amounts involved will not make a sizable impact on the government response to the Fort McMurray fires or the government's response to the Myanmar or Burma crisis. But it's not necessarily in the amount of money that is being given, and the amount of money that will be matched by one side to another. I think it's the purpose and the goal. It gets people involved in taking a meaningful action for a meaningful goal and a purpose to it. And I think in the case of the Rohingya crisis, provides Canadians an opportunity to effectively have a part in making a better world. In the case of the Fort McMurray fires, it was an opportunity for Canadians from coast to coast to contribute to the recovery effort, to the emergency aid that was being provided by the Red Cross. So again, it's not the amounts that matter so much, I think. It's the mechanism by which you provide donors the certainty that the purpose that you have given the donation for will be then lent towards that goal. The conservation, the stewardship, in this case for National Historic Sites, I think is laudable. It's a great bill. It's an excellent idea from a financial administration point of view, and I heartily support it and invite all members to do so as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat. The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be speaking today, of course, to Bill C-315, but I want to start by reminding the House and Canadians that today is the day for prayer for peace in Ukraine and throughout the world. Initiated in 2014, Prayer for Peace is organized to pray for an end to the undeclared but active war on the eastern boundary of the Ukraine, as well as an end to conflicts around the world. As you know, Madam Speaker, there are over 1.2 million Ukrainians in Canada, and someday there may actually be a National Historic Site, hopefully, recognizing the contributions of Ukrainians to Canada. And that's where Bill C-315 comes into play. Bill C-315 is one of 3 heritage bills to be introduced in this Parliament, and it's one of the reasons why the Standing Committee on the Environment has been looking at heritage issues this fall. And while the committee's report is not yet finalized and therefore not public, I will draw on some of the testimony the committee has heard over the last few weeks. First, though, I'd like to speak about the background to this bill. I find it interesting and hopeful, quite frankly, that the bill was introduced by a member of the Conservative Party because it was the previous Conservative government's cuts to heritage funding that contributed to the need for this legislation. In the 2012 federal budget, the Conservatives cut $30 million from Parks Canada's budget. Much of it aimed specifically at Canada's heritage programs, and 1,600 Parks Canada workers were told their jobs potentially would be cut. For the Rideau Canal, this meant shorter operating hours, longer lineups for boats waiting to get through the 23 lock stations, the possibility of higher user fees, and critical maintenance and repair work delayed or cancelled. The Rideau Canal is 202 kilometres long, stretching from Kingston to the Ottawa River just below Parliament Hill. Many communities along its route consider it a major tourist attraction and depend on the money the canal brings in from boaters and other tourists. That's why, when the cuts were announced, a group called the Friends of the Rideau Canal made an offer to the government. They would fundraise and privately pay for necessary repairs. The Conservative government refused them. They said there is no mechanism which allows a citizen or group of citizens to donate money to the government and have it spent on a specific heritage site. And that's what Bill C-315 intends to remedy. It would allow an individual or a group to fundraise towards the upkeep or improvement of a federal heritage site and the money spent specifically on that site. The bill also encourages donations through a tax credit. The government's current position is that this is all possible under current legislation, but they have yet to inform the House what that mechanism is or where it can be found. In fact, when the Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women spoke on this bill on October 6, 2017, he lamented that public donations, and I quote, when spread over as many as 170 National Historic Sites across the country, that would not be enough to make a meaningful contribution to conservation efforts. The Parliamentary Secretary is clearly missing the point of this bill. Bill C-315 does not encourage donations to be used in the National Parks general account, but to be targeted specifically to a single historic site of the donor's choosing. And that is the mechanism currently lacking in existing legislation. Madam Speaker, this is a small bill that will have very little, if any, impact on the government's finances, but will help communities and individuals like those around the Rideau Canal ensure the heritage sites are preserved. We have 18 UNESCO World Heritage Sites across Canada, including the Rideau Canal, and each of them is a source of local and national pride, a place for Canadians to visit, to learn, and to enjoy. Now, the study we are undertaking in the Environment Committee shows there is much to be done to protect heritage in Canada. In fact, the Standing Committee has heard that Canada is one of the few developed nations that does not have a law to protect our World Heritage Sites, nor do we have comprehensive legislation to protect historic sites or historic places, and so we certainly hope to correct that through our study and our recommendations to the House. But the result of this gap in legislation is clear. Sites like the Rideau Canal and Wood Buffalo National Park end up neglected by government until, to our national shame, UNESCO has to step in and recommend corrective actions. That's unacceptable, Madam Speaker, and it must be addressed. While Bill C-315 will not provide all of the funding or the willpower to protect and preserve our national sites, it does give Canadians the opportunity, which does not exist under current legislation, to support those specific sites that are important to them. And that's a good thing. I'm happy to support Bill C-315. It is well worth the support of all members of this chamber. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, today is October 31st, 2017, so I'd like to wish Happy Halloween to all members of Parliament and all their families. Unfortunately, we'll be here. We won't be with our children in the streets tonight, but we'll be there in spirit. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to rise today to support this private member's bill. Bill C-315, an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act. It has to do with the conservation of National Historic Sites. Today I'd like to talk about the positive effects that this bill will have by stimulating tourism in many Canadian communities that surround our historic sites. These communities depend on local and international visitors to put bread on the table. This account would complete Parks Canada's account for the conservation and preservation of National Historic Sites. This would allow the agency to improve the maintenance of these sites by a considerable margin. I would mention that I sit on the Environment Committee, and we are working on a report concerning the preservation of historic sites. I think that's important, and I think that their study is in the same vein as this bill. This would help attract more visitors, and the sale of merchandise would allow Parks Canada to conduct more advertising nationally and internationally. Now, in order to develop, you need resources and means. We know that the Liberal government spends a lot of money without even thinking what impact that will have on deficits, but we think it's important to find ways of financing our projects. And in this case, through generous donors. Essentially, donations will help improve the appearance of these national sites, which will attract more visitors to visit them. The increased ticket sales and also increased donations will help Parks Canada maintain these sites and have more widespread advertising. And that will give us more publicity internationally. These are economic benefits that we can't afford to lose. Also, our National Historic Sites provide Canadians a way of getting in contact and engaging with our rich natural history. They also tell our history to the international community. Many people around the world are interested by the history of this young country, which is Canada. This is one of the best ways of talking about what makes Canada the wonderful country that it is today. This is also a symbol of the progress that we've made over the last 150 years. As a free and democratic nation, we have the responsibility of sharing our history and talking about the ways that we overcame many challenges to get where we are today. Madam Speaker, few visitors would say that they come to Canada because of our four seasons. Rather, our best tourist assets are our rich history and historical sites, as well as our culture and our very enchanting sites. Many Canadian destinations do not always have sunny weather for surfing or sports like that, so we have to be creative. We have to ensure that we give tourists an experience that is worth their money. That's why we need to do everything we can to ensure that our historic sites are not only well maintained and restored, but also taken care of for daily use. We also want to ensure that Parks Canada has enough money to be able to conduct adequate marketing of these historic sites, both nationally and internationally, so that we can attract visitors from around the world. The creation of a legacy fund for each of these sites will help accomplish this, and it will encourage new donations with a new accountability framework that will offer donors peace of mind so that they will know that their money is being used to restore and maintain the historic sites that they love. This will help improve the general appearance of the sites, and in the long term it will allow Parks Canada to promote our national historic sites through good marketing, which will be financed by increased ticket sales. Now, Madam Speaker, every organization needs to have a business development plan, and I think this is just one more tool that will allow Parks Canada to develop and to be more competitive on the tourist market. Beyond these benefits to Parks Canada, there's also the benefit of increased visits to national sites, which will help the neighboring communities thrive. Tourists visiting any of these sites will need transportation, entertainment, food, accommodation, and so on throughout their entire stay. So that means there will be significant economic benefits for our communities. In Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier, we have many beautiful sites, including one very close to me, and we know that that will provide great economic benefits to the region. In Lac-Beauport, in my riding, there's also the Sentier du Moulin, which is a very enchanting site, which would be an opportunity to have national bids. So we can have processes like these. It's very important for rural regions if they are to survive through these tourist attractions. Visitors who end up in our communities will spend significant sums of money, which will help small businesses, who are, of course, the backbone of our tourism industry. In fact, nearly 98% of the tourist industry is based on small and medium-sized businesses. And unlike big corporations, they depend on seasonal tourism to remain in business and to make money for their families. These smaller businesses do have great power to attract international visitors and to help them discover the most beautiful regions of Canada. Small businesses are recognized for their ability to work with big marketing organizations who promote international tourism. This will help attract people to visit historic sites, hotels, theaters, and so on. By helping Parks Canada improve the appearance of these sites and ensuring that they're well maintained, we can help our small businesses promote themselves and promote Canadian history. By increasing tourism in this manner, we will also help promote the surrounding communities and help them thrive. This means we will support the 1.7 million people who work in the tourism industry every year. Many of these people are young women, youth, immigrants, and other groups who may not always have job stability, because this is, of course, a seasonal industry. More than 50,000 young people work in the tourism industry. This actually accounts for a third of youth employment. These include full and part-time jobs in a wide range of activities, including transportation, accommodation, the food service industry, and more. And many of these jobs are directly from Parks Canada. In its high season, Parks Canada employs over 2,000 people in jobs, including seasonal jobs and student jobs. In addition to these direct benefits, tourism also provides an important source of revenue. It's the source of over $20 billion per year. That is not negligible if you're looking for revenue. According to estimates, for every $100 spent by an international visitor, $30 goes to federal revenue, and that's a far greater share than domestic spending. There's no better time to encourage international visitors to visit Canada. The tourism industry is thriving and developing, Madam Speaker, and it's very, very important to ensure that this industry has the tools it needs to develop. If we want Canada to be seen as an interesting destination, I think we need to promote the maintenance and restoration of our many historical sites. This means that Parks Canada needs to be able to take care of the sites and also to promote them and to encourage visitors to come. Bill C-315 would do just that. It would encourage donations, which could help to finance that maintenance and everything else. And it would allow Parks Canada to attract more visitors and to be more competitive in terms of the products that it offers. For all these reasons, I'm sorry, but your time is up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, la reprise de débat. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes has 5 minutes of right to reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the members from Calgary, Shepherd, Kootenay, Columbia, and Port-Neuf-Cartier for their support for this bill. I'm pleased to speak once again about Bill C-315, an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, and it's a bill to amend the act which will regard to the conservation of National Historic Sites. And as I mentioned the last time that I spoke about this bill, it would establish separate accounts for individual Parks Canada sites to which people could donate money and be issued a tax receipt. And that money could be kept in the fund similar to a foundation, and interest earned on it would be used for the preservation of that particular site. Again, as I mentioned before, this idea was brought forward during intense discussions along the Rideau Canal a few years ago, and researching the possibility of being able to donate money, we found some interesting things. It's interesting to note that there was no mechanism in order for people to give a donation to a specific historic site managed by Parks Canada. In the last hour of debate on this bill, the government members said that there already was. We've done significant research on this and found that that was not the case. And we know that there are many people who want to give donations. In fact, we already heard a little bit from the member from Kootenay, Columbia, about some people along the Rideau Canal who wanted to give some money during that time when there was significant discussions on the future of the Rideau Canal. At that time, the Conservative government at the time announced over $40 million towards the infrastructure, and in fairness to the current government, they made announcements after the election supplementing that, which is all good news. I think that all members in this House support our National Historic Sites, and with this bill, it creates a mechanism for those people who want to donate to those sites an opportunity to do that. It was suggested by several speakers during that last hour that that was not a possibility. We know that in my riding I have a number of National Historic Sites that are managed by Parks Canada, including Fort Wellington. For example, if a wall was crumbling at Fort Wellington and a friends group wanted to raise money from the public to help repair that wall, it could be organized and accomplished if this bill was able to be brought into force. And people right now can give a donation to Parks Canada. However, that money goes to the overall Parks Canada budget and does not give that person the opportunity to donate to a specific site. And many Canadians have affinity to their National Historic Sites. They visited them as children, they are in their regions, and they have a personal affinity for those sites, and they want to make those contributions. And right now, there is no mechanism to be able to do that. So I looked on the internet, used Google to look and see what would happen if you entered into the site, how do I leave money to Parks Canada or give money to Parks Canada? And here's a list of what comes up. Understanding the Parks Canada entry fees, working at Parks Canada's diversified accommodation reservation policies, and it goes on and on and on, and a number of different suggestions. And on page 4, there's a link to the speech that I gave just a few weeks ago. And by page 9, the search engine is referencing Parks Canada in peripheral mentions and speeches and other documents that have little or nothing to do with Parks Canada. So I tried the same search, only identifying the Rideau Canal as the recipient instead of Parks Canada. And by the end of the first page, I found observations on the inland navigation of Ireland. Madam Speaker, right now we have, many of the members here would be familiar with the company Redpath Sugar, and it retains in its museum a silver cup that was given to Mr. Redpath by Lieutenant Colonel John By when he was building the Rideau Canal. And they are very proud of their connection to and their heritage to the Rideau Canal. And representatives from Redpath have written a letter in support of this bill. They have also made substantial donations to programs and projects on the canal, but they have not been able to do that specifically. Now, Madam Speaker, earlier today, the Speaker ruled that this bill needed a royal recommendation in order to be passed. But, Madam Speaker, members come here with their private members' bills, and we hope that they're all given the opportunity for members to have a look at them. I'm encouraging members to vote for this bill, to send it to committee, so we can find a better way to support Canada's National Historic Sites.
The question is as follows. Mr. Brown, appuyé par Mr. Shields.
Seconded by Mr. Shields, moves that Bill C-315, an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites account, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Speaker of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent ou
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
À mon avis, les non l'ont.
In my view, the nays have it.
Conformément à l'article 80.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 1st, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In a question during question period that I asked the National Defence Minister about sexual assault in the armed forces and the way in which victims were treated, I unfortunately didn't get a clear answer from the minister. I really want to understand whether everything is being done as it should for victims. The military justice system is very different from the civilian courts, and the conviction rate is far lower in the military courts, and that's particularly worrisome. At a meeting with the Judge Advocate General of the Armed Forces and the Defense Committee this week, we got a bit more detail. The JAG explained to us that it can be more difficult to prove a sexual assault complaint. The evidence is trickier, so often they go for a lesser charge like disgraceful conduct or something of a disciplinary order, things that don't even really exist in the civilian justice system. So what we need to take from that, for example, if there's to be a summary procedure, the victim has less of an opportunity to testify because summary procedures are expedited. The accused comes in with an escort. There's a meeting in the commander's office. They talk about the issues. So it might just last half an hour, if that, and then there's a settlement and a penalty. But I'm just wondering whether victims get all the support they need in that type of procedure. And often when it comes to sexual complaint cases, the time isn't taken to explain the system fully to the victim. And sometimes that's not the best way for a woman to get closure and deal with what's happened to her. When there's a lesser complaint that's agreed on instead of a full sexual assault prosecution. I'm just not sure whether that's the best thing for the victim, and I'm not sure whether the system is really set up to support victims. Do they always have to sit opposite their assaulter? Do they have to keep working in the same unit? Are these people, is the complainant separated from the perpetrator? The victim, by the way, isn't always a woman in the armed forces. There are men who are assaulted by other men. So are the victims getting the support they need throughout the process? Or is it just an attempt to close the books as quickly as possible and move on with an expedited summary procedure with a lesser charge because it's easier to prove, and ultimately the victim, when it comes to their healing, they feel abandoned? So I'd like to have more information about what happens in concrete terms with victims, not just prefab lines, if you will, not just generic answers that don't really answer my question. So I sincerely hope that today I'll be able to get some more information, because I think the victims of sexual assault and harassment in the armed forces deserve better treatment. They deserve better answers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, first of all, for raising this important topic. I can assure you that our government and the Canadian Armed Forces take the issue of sexual misconduct very seriously. The senior leadership of the Canadian Armed Forces have acknowledged that inappropriate sexual behavior is an unacceptable problem within the ranks. The Chief of the Defence Staff and the Minister are seized with this issue, and it remains one of their top priorities. Commanders at all levels have been directed to be more vigilant and more diligent in responding to allegations of sexual misconduct. In all cases, investigations are to be conducted to determine the facts, analyze the evidence, and, if warranted, lay appropriate charges. With its new policy, the government has reiterated its desire to respond positively to these cases. Investigations are conducted in every case to try to determine the facts and decide whether it's appropriate to lay charges. To assist with this process, the Canadian Forces National Investigation Service has created 18 new military police investigator positions to form the Sexual Offense Response Team. They ensure victims are informed of the vast support services available, including key enabler stakeholders, as well as various provincial and local victim support services. In terms of military justice, all Canadians can have full confidence in our system. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talked about the difference between military and civilian courts. Canadian military, members of the military, are subject to a stricter standard than civilians. There are offenses that are not necessarily military offenses that don't necessarily exist in the civilian realm. My colleague often talked about the different conviction rates. Since in the past year, 18 cases have been processed, and 10 have led to a conviction, which is a 56% conviction rate. Those are the figures that the Judge Advocate General revealed yesterday before the Defense Committee. 5 cases were sexual assaults, and others were different types of inappropriate conduct. Measuring the number of convictions is not the only measure. There are also administrative consequences. There are findings of guilt by a court which result in punishments which may include significant periods of imprisonment as well as a criminal record. Unlike in the civilian system, charges of sexual misconduct also trigger a career review to determine if an individual remains suitable to serve. Mr. Speaker, harmful and inappropriate sexual behavior will not be tolerated, and the Chief of the Defence Staff has been clear on that. Since Operation Honour began, the Canadian Armed Forces have already released 24 members for being found guilty of offences related to sexual misconduct. We will continue to monitor the situation in order to make sure that the positive culture change Operation Honour is designed to deliver actually happens on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think victims, above all, are looking for something other than talking points. They'd rather have genuine answers rather than prefab answers. Sometimes lesser offenses are opted for because it's easier to prove. But is that a frequent practice? Is it commonplace to go for a lesser charge because it's unlikely that they'll get a conviction on the more serious charge? I didn't get an answer to that. I think victims should be at the very center of the process. And is there any kind of redress available to victims? Is there any compensation if their military career suffers as a result of an assault or harassment? Are there collective measures that are taken? Do they make sure that victims get where they should have been, or is there any compensation available? I think we need concrete solutions, and I think we need answers that go beyond generalities. I think victims deserve this, and I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, this government has full confidence in Canada's sound and fair military justice system. The system ensures that all allegations of sexual misconduct are dealt with publicly and consistently with the Charter, as the Judge Advocate General said before the Defence Committee. Through Operation Honour, definitive action is being taken to ensure victims are supported, members respond to inappropriate actions, and leaders are being held to account when they fail to take action. Furthermore, career action is being taken against perpetrators, and extensive training has been provided to prosecutors on sexual misconduct prosecutions and victim support. There are encouraging indications that Operation Honour is having a positive impact. This is leading to increased reporting as well as confidence in the chain of command, military police, and military justice. There's still work to be done, and ensuring our victims receive the report they deserve is at the forefront of this effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to follow up on a question that I asked the government about the revelation that they had spent over $212,000 on the design work for the 2017 budget cover. And I first of all want to thank Blacklocks for their good work in persevering to get this information. If it wasn't for their dogged determination to pursue that information through the Access to Information Act, that never would have seen the light of day. And the government fought them every single step of the way. The government went so far, Blacklocks had to go file a complaint with the Access to Information Commissioner because they were being stonewalled by this government, who clearly were embarrassed by this figure. At least I hope they were, although the responses from the Cabinet and the Parliamentary Secretary before seemed to think that they had no problems with it, that $212,000 was a bargain for Canadians. even though it was $36,000 more than the $176,339 they spent in 2016. That was the one where they hired people to depict models. They hired models posing as middle-class Canadians. And I guess that's pretty fair, Mr. Speaker, since the government poses as a government that actually cares about middle-class Canadians, that actually puts their interests at heart. But we know that they clearly don't care about their tax dollars of middle-class Canadians if they justify and don't even apologize for the fact that they spent over $200,000 on just the photo of the hard copy book that nobody besides parliamentarians I've ever seen with a copy, the physical copy of the budget. Everyone else reads it online. Nowadays, we are in 2017 after all, but still they saw fit to include $89,500 for talent fees for the 4 photos that grace the cover of that. And I know that the Parliamentary Secretary is queued up to give me an answer about how much Conservatives used to spend to promote their budgets. We spent $600 on the actual budget cover, used stock photography, paid the $600 licensing fee. But then again, we were a government that actually cared about balancing the budget, which is something that we did, and parliamentary budget officers confirmed that that was a budget surplus was given to this government. But now, since this has come out, I didn't notice how much, maybe we'll find out later how much the economic update that was recently tabled will cost, how much the cover of that costs. We know that in that document there was an admission of a broken promise by this government. They said that they would run a modest, temporary $10 billion deficit, and we now know that it's twice that. And we now know that when they said they would return to balance by 2019, that was fake news as well, Mr. Speaker. That's not going to happen. They now have no plan to ever balance the budget. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is he proud of the fact that the government spent $212,000 of hardworking Canadian tax dollars for some glossy photos for the hard copy of the budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for Hope for his interest in the 2017 budget cover. This gives me an important opportunity to address some of the misconceptions regarding the production costs for Budget 2017, including the book's cover. Mr. Speaker, once I've cleared things up, I believe the Honourable Member will see that his question paints a less than full picture of how our government has approached the presentation of this historic document. First, it's important to note that our government has actually succeeded in keeping costs low in the presentation of our budgets as compared to the previous government, and I have some very interesting numbers for him at the end of my presentation. And that's because, Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government, we made the conscious decision not to roll out major advertising campaigns to publicize the presentation of our budgets. The result is that we've spent less than half of what the Honourable Opposition spent on the promotion and production of its budget under the Harper Conservatives. I find it regretful, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Member for Hope has conspicuously omitted our substantive savings in advertising from his question. And unlike the previous government, we want Canadians to see the facts presented inside the budget and understand what they mean for them. Advertising around our budget was geared towards pointing Canadians to these facts. Rather than spending taxpayers' money on multi-million-dollar television campaigns, we use more cost-effective digital creative material as a foundation for our outreach to Canadians. And the cost specified in his question includes all of this, along with the budget cover. In fact, it includes the creative content for all communications activities, marketing and promotional initiatives related to Budget 2017. In addition to the cover, the advertising elements covered by this figure include the cost of production of videos and various social and digital media initiatives, all of which point Canadians to the full details of what our long-term plan is to create jobs and strengthen the middle class. In the absence of a multi-million-dollar television advertising campaign, this fresh, new digital creative material continues to be a key part of outreach to Canadians and how the government informs them about changes that could have major impacts on the way that they make decisions. In addition to the budget cover, photos were used for the budget website, budget documents, social and digital media, as well as a paid internet campaign. Moreover, the Finance Department followed standard Government of Canada procurement contracting policies for this work throughout, including TBS guidelines. The bottom line is that we're not spending the huge amounts of money that the opposition spent on advertising at the expense of Canadians back when they were in government. We're spending less than half that, and just to conclude then, Mr. Speaker, with a few numbers. If we look at years past, so budget 2017 cost $157,000, budget 2016 $183,000, but if we look at 2014-15, so back when they were in government for two budgets, $1,064,000, 2013-2014 for one budget, $419,004, 2012-2013 again for one budget, $552,500, 2011-2012, $1,023,000 spent on budget advertising by the previous government. So as you observe, Mr. Speaker, we've always spent over the course of the last 2 years, the last two budgets, half of what they spent in promoting the budget, and we've made it in a more efficient manner through the initiatives I've just mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, referring to the 2017 budget as a historic document, I guess then justifies to the member a $212,000 artwork package for the budget. You mentioned advertising. I did want to point out to him that the Liberal government has spent over $13.7 million on social media advertising for promoted Facebook posts, Twitter, and Instagram, more than the entire Harper government combined. So he wants to talk about advertising. Perhaps he should include digital advertising in that. But again, should we expect next year, if it's gone from $176,000 to $212,000, given that escalator, will the next, will the 2018 budget be $250,000 for the cover?
Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can reassure the member of the opposition that it will always be less than what they spent on their budget. When you look at the numbers, they're quite astronomical, so I don't think they have any lessons to give us on that when it comes to how much we're going to spend on advertising, because they spent millions of dollars. Now, no doubt the 2017 budget is a historic document. Canada is experiencing economic growth. We're reducing inequality. And right now, our economic position in Canada is highly superior to what it was when they were in power. They weren't able to reach the goals that we've reached in terms of economic growth and reducing inequality. So, yes, this is an historic document. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By the way, it's an historic document that was promoted to Canadians so that they would understand what the impact would be on them and what the impact would be of wisely spending taxpayer dollars. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, on October 5th, 2017, TransCanada announced the cancellation of the Energy East pipeline. Their general counsel confirmed that this is a direct result of the existing and likely future delays resulting from the regulatory process, the associated cost implications, and the increasingly challenging issues and obstacles facing the project. All obstacles put in place by this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, this project had the opportunity to provide 15,000 jobs across Canada in areas such as Alberta or the Maritimes, which are in dire need of jobs, Mr. Speaker. Energy East would have been able to increase our access to other markets, including exporting to Eastern Canada, which currently imports their oil from Saudi Arabia. Let's just think about that. The Liberals would rather that Canadians pay Saudi Arabia for oil rather than invest in their own country. I'm sure there is more than one example of a Maritimer traveling to work in Alberta's oil fields while his or her home is being heated by Saudi oil. Mr. Speaker, this doesn't make sense one bit to me. Energy East had the potential to bring about not only jobs and economic growth, but great national unity and pride in Canada's natural resources. The Liberals had the opportunity to champion this nation-building project, but they failed to do so. This government puts the interests of foreign oil companies and foreign despots ahead of Canadian interests by implementing new regulations on Canadian energy projects that are not required for foreign companies that export oil to Canadian markets. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, under this government, the approval process for pipelines has become increasingly unpredictable, making it a hostile environment for companies to invest in their future through infrastructure projects. The energy industry has recognized the severe lack of support by the Liberals and is the reason for TransCanada abandoning the Energy East pipeline project. The Liberals claim they recognize the importance of the energy sector in Canada, but their actions prove otherwise. If the government had faith in Alberta, then why did the minister state in January that the country needs to phase out the oil sands, an industry that accounts for 7.6% of Canada's GDP and hundreds of thousands of jobs? If the government has faith in Alberta, why do they keep implementing policies designed to diminish investments in Canada's natural resources? So, again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Natural Resources Minister why he and his government continue to make decisions that hurt Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Calgary-Mindapore for her question. Mr. Speaker, our government does fully appreciate the importance of Canada's energy sector to our economy. We know it supports good middle-class jobs and generates vital revenues for governments at all levels to pay for our hospitals and schools, to sustain our cherished social programs, and support our quality of life. That's why we've been working with the energy sector to ensure its future is built on the three pillars of economic growth, environmental stewardship, and Indigenous partnership. That's why, from day one, we've been working hard to restore public confidence in the way major resource projects are reviewed. We've taken an approach to resource development that will grow our economy while taking real action to protect our oceans and the environment. These are not competing interests, Mr. Speaker, but shared priorities. And the results speak for themselves. Vital pipelines are being approved. That includes the Trans Mountain expansion and the Line 3 replacement pipelines. The decision we took on the Trans Mountain expansion pipeline, for example, was based on facts, science, and what was in the national interest. In addition, the National Energy Board, as an independent, quasi-judicial regulator, reviewed the Trans Mountain expansion proposal. We stand by our decision to approve this federally regulated project and the 15,000 good middle-class jobs it will create. But, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite prefers to play the blame game. On the Energy East pipeline, she wants to turn a business decision into an opportunity to reawaken historical tensions, arguing rules were changed midstream when no such thing happened. When the National Energy Board announced it was expanding the scope of its regulatory review, we did two things. First, we offered to conduct the upstream and downstream GHG assessments to avoid added costs to the proponent. Second, we made it clear that we would still use the same process that resulted in the approval of the TMX and Line 3 pipelines. Nothing changed from our perspective, Mr. Speaker. But perhaps the member opposite will consider the learned opinion of Andrew Leach, an associate professor at the Alberta School of Business, who wrote a well-informed piece in the Globe and Mail. Professor Leach says the main culprit in Energy East's demise was the re-emergence of TransCanada's Keystone XL project, which he called an 800,000 barrel-a-day express line to refining centres in the United States, and which presented a more attractive option for shippers than Energy East. Was TransCanada making a business decision when they cancelled Energy East? Professor Leach asks. Of course, he continues. It was a decision that will likely allow them to save Keystone XL. Mr. Speaker, those are the facts. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would conclude that this government, in fact, is not committed to the natural resource sector. That, in fact, TransCanada's decision to not go forward with the Energy East pipeline was, in fact, the result of several political decisions which resulted in this final action. This resulted in the loss of 15,000 good jobs. And as I always say, you can't recycle if you can't eat. And I think it's well time that this government recognized the immediate crisis of the Alberta economy instead of the boogeyman that we see here on this day. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect to my honourable colleague, saying it is so doesn't make it so. Mr. Speaker, when a business decision is made, it's called a business decision for a reason. The reality is that global energy markets are changing rapidly. The global energy transition is already underway, and our energy mix will indeed change with it. That is the reality. We just don't know at what pace and the scope of what that transition will be. That's why our government has focused on ensuring long-term, predictable and inclusive policy directions that will help to build a stronger economy, healthier communities, and a more sustainable energy future for generations to come. That's our record, Mr. Speaker, and we're very proud of it. Thank you.
Alors, la motion
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.